Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Franchise Sports Media NFL Draft coverage. I'm Joe Arrigo for Franchise Sports Media, and this is the day where teams get made, where teams get put together, championship teams are built. It's starting to become the heart of the draft. Day 1 is always the superstars, but day 2 and beyond is where the heart and meat of the team is built. Today, I'm joined by one of the many people in life I respect, and even though we argue all the time, he's my brother. He's the co-founder of Franchise Sports Media, TQ.
Hey, we back. These are lunch pail days right here. This is fun.
Oh, yes, it is. And it's the best part about this is we see guys that we probably know a little bit now. They're in that mix to get drafted versus guys that we don't see as much, or guys that we just see and we don't really, know on an individual or personal level.
Right.
I'm also joined by the guy who I did the mock draft with Franchise Sports Media with. He's one of our better draft analysts. He's also the Raider Realist, writes a great column for us on Franchise Sports Media. I defer to him a little bit when it comes to draft coverage. That's CJ Baldwin, the Raider Realist. Welcome in, CJ.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Let's get it.
Hey.
Day
What's
2.
happening, CJ?
Hey, we're just ready to see what's going on here. I figure we're kind of due on my side, but the rest of these I'm real curious because there's a lot of good talent right at the very beginning of this draft.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. Also joining us today is our contributor. He covers combat sports for us, a lot of other things. He also brings a different perspective to everything that he does with us. That's Kalani Lua. Welcome in, Kalani.
Yeah.
What up? Here we is, day 2. Let's get it in, baby.
There's Kalani. Also joining us a little bit later in the show is Lorenzo Reyna, who writes Zo Huddle for us, and George Takata, who's Mr. Fresno Sports. If you know anything about anything with Bulldogs coming out of Fresno State or anything else, that George is the guy, but he's also one of the biggest Raider fans that we know. Possibly Jerron Turner and maybe a few guests as well. And the director today, he is the guy behind the scenes that tells us to shut up, move on, keep it moving, and kind of tells us when we're acting wrong. That's Gus Venegas. Gus, I don't know why I always mispronounce your
name.
You're
killing me with that.
Appreciate you. Come on in, Gus.
Smashes you.
How you been, man? How's everybody? You guys ready for game day 2? I'm still have a Raider hangover, a Raider day 1 hangover. But let's do better next time, huh? Have a good show.
Yes, right.
All right, there we go.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Hey, modern day problems. Internet, it's the worst. Sorry.
Yeah,
so if you hear me messing up, I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. But guys, it's day 2, and let's get right to the meat of things right now. The Raiders took a lot of flack yesterday with the pick of Alex Leatherwood. And I sat back and I kind of thought about it. And CJ, I'm gonna throw to you first. This is just my opinion. I don't have a problem with the pick. And I think most people have a problem where he was picked because the perception is he could have been had a little bit later. We've seen the Minnesota Vikings do it. But being picked at 17, some people think that's a little too early. I think most people think that way. Do you think that's where the Alex Leatherwood pick kind of has people pissed off?
Yeah. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. For a lot of the fans in the fan base, I kind of spoke to a lot of that, maybe more in a homer style yesterday. Not so much in terms of Leatherwood, the player, is not someone I'm down on. If we had taken him in the second round, I'd actually be over the moon because that would be really commiserate value with where I have him slotted. Like I said, I had him as the 39th overall guy. So he's not some guy that's just pulled out of a hopper that's just way too far down to have considered. And we've done that before. It's really just about the fact that considering that there was motion with other teams ahead of us. It seems like they had an offer. It's the idea of jumping too soon to take a guy and not playing the board and sort of just understanding that there's a bigger picture when it comes to drafting and negotiating basically the slots that you're in to get a guy that's probably closer, even if you value him higher, that's closer to what other people might be looking at so that you can actually maximize the capital that you have. Leatherwood, the player himself, is not someone I have a problem with. If he ends up kicking inside, he's going to be a monster guard. It's just, it's the taking him at 17, as George said yesterday, with other needs on the board that are more pressing, that are maybe more instant, especially on the defensive side, to take him without any type of attempt to move back or any type of ability to sort of get him closer to just generally where he's slotted. Because you can make out like a fox. Like I said, I made the comparison to like car shopping. If you've got a $10,000 budget and the car is only being priced at $7,000, why are you spending the full 10 on it if you don't have to? That's what it feels like right now. Leatherwood himself, I'm absolutely fine with.
So TQ, you brought up a very good point yesterday about Alabama and how Alabama's just a factory. Do you think that also played a role into the selection of Leatherwood at 17 versus being maybe trading back and being picked a little bit later? Do you think that they over evaluated or over listened to what Nick Saban had to say about him?
I don't think it's an over listen. I think it's something that we're gonna have to get used to, because Nick Saban has kind of built a farm system there that NFL coaches and a group of them right now are very interested in. And they spend time with him. They spend time talking to him, and he tells them the ins and outs of his players. And the Raiders may not have been the only team that was looking at this guy in the first round. The only thing that we have access to is people who may know something, not people who do know something. It's like the teams know what they want. They know what they know. They have the information. They have the data. And there are certain teams that have personal relationships with Nick Saban and his staff, with Dabo Swinney and his staff. And they like the way that those players do things. You bring them up, you don't have to coach them up as much as you would have to coach up the next person. That can translate to a couple of extra wins in a couple of years. You know what I'm saying? So as opposed to getting people that everybody looks at as a project because of whatever rating system they're using, whatever tape that they've watched or whatever. From what I heard last night, this guy was playing in the position that Nick needed him to play in for the team. And he could have played in a multitude of other ones along the line. So if that's the case, then that means a lot. And we'll find out going into the season this year, because they're expecting him to start. They drafted him to start. And my thing about the draft is, if your first round player, he needs to be starting. If he's not the quarterback and you're not close, you're not in a team that's close to the playoffs, your first round player needs to be starting, and this kid is going to start, and I'm expecting him to ball out. So I didn't feel bad. I just wanted us to draft defense first. But from what I'm hearing, this dude is a dog. Everybody loves him. He's got a great personality in the locker room, and he works hard. He's strong. He's athletic, rough around the edges. But hey, we got a hell of an offensive line coach. We was talking about that yesterday. Like, we really do. And I think that, how everybody's talking about how Kyle Shanahan is betting on himself. I think the Raiders are betting on the cable man a little bit, because he's one of the best in the business, and he probably can take this guy further than, the next person can.
That's got to be the hope.
CJ,
yeah.
I'll say, CJ, can you talk about what you liked about Leatherwood versus what you didn't like?
Well, the thing that I really liked about him was basically he's a mauler, and he doesn't just do it, on a purely physical level. He's got some technique to his game, but I think the attributes do play well, at least as far as what I saw, more on the inside. He's got great punch, and he finishes runs better than any lineman I saw in college football in the run game, Sewell included. I'm talking about finishing. Some guys get to the block and engage a little bit better. If he's got you and he moves you back, you're done. Right. And, he freed up a lot of big runs for Harris and them other guys down there, because once he clears you out, you're gone. He's got his feet are a little heavy, and I wonder about what he's going to be dealing with on the edge. But again, we saw with our own team, Trent Brown's not the most nimblest of guys, but you weren't getting around him either. That's the thing. If he got his hands on you, you were just basically going where he wanted you to go. And so I do get it from that standpoint in terms of what we're banking on. And that's the hope. I mean, at this point, the pick is in, the pick has been made, and I like the player. I just think we could have gotten him at a different spot. And so in terms of his projection to the outside, yeah, I think his first step, his kick out, his kick step basically, because I didn't see too much on tape about him playing on the right side. That has to improve. And then basically his outside arm, because he gets leveraged a little bit on the inside with guys if they have a secondary move. You don't have to deal with that as much in college as he will see from some of those guys in the AFC West that can basically redirect and kick back in the inside. If he cleans that up a little bit, I think he'll be fine.
Well, you look at the AFC West and you got Bradley Chubb, you have Bosa, Melvin Ingram. I mean, if he resigns with the Chargers, you still have Von Miller to deal with. I mean, you have a bunch of dogs that are out there that really you want to keep Derek Carr clean, and that's one of those things where I think that they like that right tackle to be a mauler and be bigger than most.
Yeah.
Gruden's done
and athletic.
Athletic also. He kind of exactly. Kalani, I want to welcome you in. What do you like about Leatherwood in the pick of Leatherwood?
Well, I like the fact that this is a big, strong, athletic guy that when you put on the line, he's not easily just going to get pushed over. Colton Miller has turned out to be a very good left tackle. One of the knocks on him coming out was he's got to get a little bit stronger, got to add a little bit more weight to it. That's not the problem with Leatherwood whatsoever. So as long as he doesn't come out here and enjoy the fabulous food we have to offer in Las Vegas, he can certainly go out there, assert himself on the line, and just make that line a lot stronger. As it was mentioned earlier, we're betting on Tom Cable, who has shown time and time again, at least when it comes to the offensive line, he's known what he's doing. He doesn't necessarily need the big-name stars, doesn't need the all-pro guys. It would be nice if we had those, but he can take a group of guys, coach them up, and put them in the system to where they work as one particular unit. So you add him. Incognito's the lone veteran on there as far as being up there in age, but across the board, all line is pretty young, athletic, strong, and very well coached. So I'm excited to see what he can do. As we mentioned yesterday on the show, is he going to kick inside to the right guard? Well, then Mayock said nope, he's going to be our day one right tackle. That's totally fine. Now, if you get in camp and find out that maybe you need to switch him in good, whatever the case may be, but I'm excited to see what Leatherwood can do. It's a big bite. It's going to take up a lot of space and really provide us some extra need in the pass protection. But also, when we decide to run the ball, that's a nice lane he's going to be open enough for the running backs to get some grass.
Well, it's now we're into day two, and like CJ said, Leatherwood's the guy, Raider Nation. He's the right tackle. Love it. Take it how you want to take it, but you're stuck with it no matter what, at least for this year, unless they decide to do something different. So you just have to deal with it. Squeeze, but let's talk about day two. What are you looking for day two? I know you're going to say defense, but specifically, what are you looking for day two for the Raiders draft when they have 3 picks?
I believe that our secondary has to defend for too long. I don't have a problem with the secondary. I believe they need to be coached up. I'm expecting for them to be better than what they played last year. I think what y'all was talking about yesterday about them kind of giving up on the previous coach probably played something into it. It's just a lot of things I saw out there, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, I mean, they was trying to stay with the man for 7 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So we need to get somebody who can go and get the quarterback. I know people are probably tired of me saying it, but maybe I'm a traditionalist or whatever. But
you are.
Our defense Our team used to be about defense. All right, the whole Raider mystique, the whole pirate, the whole silver and black, all of that was about knocking quarterbacks on their asses, and we ain't done that since I was a little kid. And I'm sick and tired of that. Raiders are supposed to hit quarterbacks, even if you lose every game. You're supposed to hit the quarterback. We don't hit the quarterback enough. I want people today and tomorrow that just go and get the quarterback. We do not need to have the best defensive player in the league at any position. We do not need to have the best defense at any position. We just don't need to give up 30 points a game. If we don't give up 30 points a game, we're in the playoffs. Easy. Every year. At the end of the day, they're doing a good job with the offense. It's time to work on the defense. Please, please. Myself and all of Raider Nation is begging today that we get a safety, a linebacker, and the rest defensive linemen. Please.
Well, let's go ahead and me explain something for those that. Let me go ahead and explain something about what you said. Oh, here goes Gus. Uh-oh.
You're talking my language.
Hey, I was like this. I just want to go like this and hug you, man. I was like, oh, man.
Like, before you jump in, Joe, the next time we give up under 23 points will be the first time we've given up under 23 points since Derek Carr has been quarterback. You just can't win that way. He just said it. Man. You don't have to be great at 23 points a game is not good. That would be a marked improvement for us. That's the magic number for me. If we get it under 23 points a game, that means for the first time since Derek Carr has been quarterback, and over an extended period of time, the team will have allowed less than 370 points. Can I just get that one time?
Jeez.
One time, and I'll take my chances with it. And then whatever.
We can win some playoff games with that. Yeah. We can absolutely win a playoff game or two with that.
I can't imagine how all of this comes back to the offense when this defense cannot keep teams under consistently 30 points per game or under 400 points over the course of a year. You just can't win that way. That's just asking too much over year after year of your offense to bail that out.
The offense is what brings people to the table. The defense is what wins championships. Let me expand upon what TQ mentioned briefly. I talked to a few Raiders, and all of them are on the defensive side of the ball, guys, and they all admitted that they gave up on Gunther. Not that they quit on the team. They just didn't believe in what Gunther was talking about anymore. It was confusing. There was no adjustments. He wasn't listening to them, what they seen on the field. It was just his way or no way. And his way wasn't working, and they grew frustrated. I also spoke to some people in the secondary who said that their college coaches were better defensive back coaches than what they had on the team. And that speaks volumes to the mindset of the team and the mindset of the players. Now, I don't agree with quitting on your team because I don't think they did that. But what I do, I have played sports at a pretty high level, and if you're not buying what the coach is selling anymore,
man,
good luck. Because I've coached. When my players stop buying what I'm selling, I'm not a good coach anymore, and that's why guys make changes. And I think that's what finally Gruden's seen, and he finally pulled the trigger. Now we'll see if Gus Bradley is that guy. What I like about Gus Bradley is the fact that players seem to respond to him. Players seem to like him. His players in Jacksonville liked him. If you look at Ndakwe, there was some issues with some people in the Jacksonville organization. It wasn't Gus Bradley. He loves Gus Bradley. So Ndakwe coming to the Raiders, I think is going to be a huge step in the right direction to get to the quarterback. So to get Yannick Ndakwe, that was huge for them. And it also gives them what TQ loves to do, which is rotate your defensive linemen. Now you got a set of defensive ends that can go get to the quarterback. Now you got the interior linemen that you not only brought in through free agency, but you've already had in-house. And guess what now? They're able to get some rest. Maybe get another set of group to continue surplus of talent and depth on the defensive line. But to have someone like Gus Bradley be the leader, and I'm going to tell you this much. Talking to players on the team now, they absolutely love the linebacker coach, and they absolutely love the new cornerback coach. They think these two guys are going to be a world of difference and help them get better as a team, which for me and for Raider Nation, I know that's all you want to do is you just want to win, baby. And these are the types of moves that allow you to do that. So I do agree, though, 100% with you, TQ. Safety, linebacker, and a D lineman. You got to commit that.
And then that will be the question in terms of, I mean, there's 3 guys that I still had first round grades on that are still, and they're probably going to be among the first to come off the board. And that's Barmore, that's Koromora, that's Owusu Koromoa, and that's another guy that actually played for Alabama, the guy that I think is maybe the most unsung of their guys, and that's Landon Dickerson. Like, we're not in the market for him, but the other 2 guys, along with Mooring, who was right there at the very bottom for me, he was right there, fringe first, second. He's just right there on that cusp. I didn't have him. I had him just slotted right there as both. But there's enough guys where it's worth something. It's worth at least making the call to sort of look into, because you've got guys that you could get that are technically first-round talents, and if you move up about 5 or 6 spots, might be there for you. So I'm really fascinated to see if they just sort of let the board come to them, or who's going to be aggressive, because I imagine with those kinds of players still available, there's going to be a lot of shuffling, probably starting with the Jets at 34.
I would agree with that, and I'll take it a step further. Morig is a guy that I still have a first-round grade on. Dickerson is another one. Javon Holland was a guy I still had a first-round grade on.
I like
Holland. Barrymore is another one. And a guy that I just, I don't know. I forget who said it yesterday. It may have been you, CJ, or it may have been Jerron. I think it was Jerron. Jabril Cox seems like a Raider to me. He's a no-nonsense, knock your dick in the dirt. I'm going. That is the type of guy the Raiders need. He's a leader. He may not be graded as a first-round guy, but, I mean, you were a leader on the LSU team that won a national championship on the defensive side of the ball. You can go side to side. That's a guy that, I mean, and the Raiders have those 2 third-round picks. I can see them being aggressive and moving up. I think today is the biggest day of the draft, to be honest with you, more so than tomorrow. Because without teams having the access to medical records, I think the meat of teams is going to happen today. You're going to see a lot of teams trying to get their guys today, and tomorrow a lot of trade backs, maybe trade the next year, because that's the way that things are working out due to not having access to medical records and
that makes sense.
Down and talk with people.
Yeah, sure.
And I mean, with 3 picks in the first 43 slots. I mean, 46 slots. There's guys here that could be starting guys if you play your cards right. So as far as the Raiders go, I mean, this is sort of, it's not, I never like to say make or break, but this is one of those deals. This could be a pendulum swinger in terms of, which way you go by the end of this year, because you want guys developing to the point where they're potentially in a position to play, to get on the field. And they've got a great opportunity with those back-to-back picks to package them. You could theoretically get 2 guys in the second if you like a guy enough. Yeah. Like I said, I'm just fascinated to see what it is that they're interested in and what their value is, because it seems like they dictate their value more than pretty much anything else. I mean, they were really high on Leatherwood to the point where, like I said, they were just going to take him at that spot regardless, just because they felt like for what they wanted. And they're not alone. Like I did some deep diving or whatever. They're not alone. It's not like people don't like the player. So like I said, that will dictate for me which direction that they go, whether it's safety, which seems to be the most glaring need right now, a deep safety, a guy who can go get the ball. That's a Bradley Staple. That's an Earl Thomas type. You've got to have one of those guys, And so I'll just be fascinated to see what they do, because they paired, their idea with the Chargers was going to be Derwin James and then Nasir Adderley, the kid from Delaware that was a day 2 pick, who I really liked and I was hoping we would get. And he's shown the ability to go find the ball. That's what you need. You've got to have one of those guys.
Well, I want to bring in LJ, but I want to bring in, I say LJ Reyna, bring in Zoe Huddle, LJ Reyna. So Zoe, before we get to the top of the hour, I want to get your take on who is a guy that you think that the Raiders could target today that would be an excellent fit for them on either side of the ball?
So I said it yesterday, late last night. Javon Holland is my pick. Just, I mean, the range, the athleticism, the football IQ. I also don't mind in the event that Javon Holland isn't available. Trayvon Moehrig of TCU. Here's the reason why I also side with Moehrig. He played in the 4-2-5. Gus Bradley, on occasion, will throw in the 4-2-5. So there's that connection there. Obviously, like the verbiage and the lingo, that has to be something he could pick up on. But, Javon Holland, Trayvon Moehrig, those are my two guys right now. And, I'm with CJ. I think this round is definitely a safety kind of round. And then in the third, you could probably address like the defensive line or maybe see what linebackers available. But I'm all in on a safety at number 48.
All right, guys. So what we're going to do is the top of the hour. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back and get to the day 2 of the draft right here on Franchise Sports Media. This is the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show, powered by the Institute of Human Performance, good friends of ours. Just want to put that out there.
Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back to the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show. It's day 2, day where your teams get the meat of their team, the bones of their team, the heart of their team. Joining me once again is TQ.
Yeah, in the building. Raider Nation, how y'all doing today? Day 2, baby. Let's get these lunch pail guys. Let's get some big dogs.
Yes, sir. We got CJ Baldwin, the Raider realist.
What's good, everybody? Hey, can't be worse than yesterday for some of you, right? Let's do it.
We got the Zoe Huddle himself, Lorenzo Reyna.
Hey.
What's going on? I mean, I'm with you, TQ. I'm with you. Get the lunch pail guys in. And thanks for the reminder to flip my phone.
I got you, brother.
And we got Kalani Lua with us. What's up, Kalani?
Man, y'all keep talking about lunch. I'm going to have to take a quick break and make me a quick sandwich.
Right.
Is it Cheese Whiz?
I don't know if he's there.
Not a cheese whiz.
Oh, you're still at potato wedges? Or
Hey, man, times is hard right now. Times is hard right now. We struggling, right? Okay.
Oh, that's great. All right, day 2, we kind of talked about it briefly just as the show got started, the pre-show. We're talking about expectations and guys that we would like to see. Kalani, let's get your thoughts. Who's a guy that you would like to see taken for the Raiders, either in the second or one of the 2 picks in the 3rd round?
One of the guys I definitely would like us to see would be one of the guys in our secondary. Now, that's either going to be Holland from Oregon, Grant from UCF, or one of the other many guys as well to choose from the secondary. We got 2 young cornerbacks, Arnett, Mullen. So I'm not necessarily going to give up on those, but we got to figure out somebody to pair next to Jonathan Abram, the great Jonathan Abram, might I add you. You got to get somebody back there, whether it's someone who's going to play a little closer up front or can be in the backfield playing center field and be a ball hawk. Got to get a playmaker back there. So whether it is the 48th pick, 79 or 80, I would like for us to address that secondary need, because that is a position where it seems week to week that is one of our biggest weaknesses. Obviously, we got a lot of holes on defense, but safety for me is the position I'm looking at us attacking.
One of the things that came out today, I want to say, was on PFF. They talked about, or was it PFN?
I almost forgot about Grant too. I'm glad you brought that up.
About Tony Pauline had said that he had heard from unspecified sources that the Raiders was having some issues in the front office, and that after the draft there's going to be some high profile changes. I reached out and was told that there's no truth to that it's everybody's in place, locked in, that the pick was unanimous. But let's start with you, Squeeze. Do you think that there was some type of discord or some type of disconnect that had them feeling like, well, he's the only, he's the guy, and if it's Mayock who's pissed off or if it's Gruden who's pissed off, do you think that it is factual that something like that could have happened?
I don't think so, honestly, because I believe him. I believe that they did their homework on this guy. I believe that Tom Cable was heavily involved in that homework. I believe that Nick Saban was heavily involved in this pick. And based on, put it like this, based on the way I see it, they're going in a trend, right? They're working with a couple of people with their draft. And this is done in other sports. It hasn't been done as much in football. You got the experts out there that lay out their list and say this guy's rated here, this guy's rated there. But it's just like the stock market. Some of these teams feel like they have insider information on the best of the best. And if you have a working relationship with Dabo Swinney, if you have a working relationship with Nick Saban, or those factories like that, you're gonna use them. So I'm looking at CJ. I'm like, bro, you probably gonna be in the same position saying the same thing next year this time, because they're gonna do the same thing again. They're gonna continue to do it. I'm telling you, watch it. Like this is just the way that it's going. Like think about this. Like at our age, I don't think we think about it. When were these guys born? These players that are being drafted today, all they know is Alabama football winning. That's all they know. They don't know. They know a little bit of Clemson. Other than that, they know Alabama football winning. I said it yesterday. They preach, you come play for me. I understand you the best. You wanted the best, and they want you to play for them. You want blah blah blah. You come play for me. Just sign. I'm not telling you how much playing time you're gonna get. I'm telling you you're gonna get drafted on draft day, and that's what they want. So as long as he has that, as long as Saban has that type of control over the youth, based on the truth on the field, which is winning, if I'm an NFL team, why am I not going to spend the majority of my offseason before the draft talking to this guy? Let's go golf, let's go fish, let's go hunt, let's go do whatever the hell you want to do, Nick, and tell me which one of these guys on your team means something to you. Which one of them opens your eye? Because you see the best of the best when I don't have the access that you have. I have the resources, and in a lot of cases, you even have better resources than I have. I always say it. If you go down there and look, it's just different, man. It's different from anything else that you've ever seen. And I can imagine the way I am when I've been on that campus, with the way a kid is when he walks on it. It's overwhelming.
Don't tell. No, this is a G-rated or at least a PG-13 rated show right now. We don't need to get it right to Triple X with you, okay? We already know how you get around. Lane Kiffin, Squeeze. That's what they call you, Squeeze.
Stop it. Stop it.
That's what the Trojan in your name means?
Yeah, that's what it means. Okay.
Oh, wow.
It's not right on, is it? It's not right on.
Y'all crazy, man. But listen, that's the truth, man. The influence that's coming out of that program, I think the Raiders are sold on it. I think they're going to keep going back to that well. And my point that I was trying to make to CJ, I think that's spreading. I don't think they're the only team that's getting that information. And that may be the reason why they made that pick, because they thought somebody behind them would have made it before them.
You never know. I could be wrong, but I'm saying it's a possibility.
And again, when I marinated on it, that point's very well taken. I just let's give him a chance instead of judging him against the past couple of drafts. Let's give him an honest chance before. Because if it's 3 years, then yeah, I have to double down on what I said. But considering his pedigree and the fact that he's not if you do X, Y, and Z, he can be great. He's a great player. I just think that it's all about them understanding valuation a little bit better. That's all. But, like you said, it's probably something. I mean, they've already shown it's going to be something. If you go to Clemson or Alabama and they continue to be the best schools, the Raiders are interested. They got them in the Rolodex. So, no sweat on that. So, yeah.
And TQ, you probably, and also, and TQ, Joe, and I'm sure also Kalani, I'm sure you remember, there was a time when USC was dominating and teams were clamoring for USC kids.
Oh, yeah.
There was a time when Miami, during the late 80s, early 90s, they were dominating college football. NFL teams were all over them. So now we're seeing that with Alabama. Now we're seeing that with Clemson. So all the more reason why the Raiders are trying to build that connection, because they see these guys winning national championships. They think that those championships are going to translate over.
And can I ask y'all one quick question? Think about this as time is going by, right? How many of these so-called experts were right past the first 2 picks yesterday? It seems to me as if NFL teams are doing a whole lot better job hiding what it is that they're going to do. And a lot of the so-called experts seem to be looking stupid during the draft as opposed to being dead on. It's a couple of them that got a couple of things right. Yeah. But overall, it seems like they're able to trick a lot better than they used to be. Y'all agree on that?
I'll take it a step further. Because this is the reason why I was like, you gave me some pause when we were talking. These mock drafts are a function of what they think these teams should do, not necessarily what they're hearing from the teams. We don't slot guys in based on, I got some intel that says that X player is going here. Because if you don't like the pick, you're still going to say, I would have done this instead.
Right.
So I think a lot of that is, for me though, when I the only thing that I push back on is just when there's enough of a consensus about certain guys, it's like you're getting to the point where it's not just talking heads. You're talking actual scouts. You're talking experts who have skin in the game. And that's where you start being a little bit questionable, because at least there's enough range as far as Leatherwood goes, as far as him being a first-round talent. There's enough people who believe in that to where you're not just completely – this isn't DHB. This isn't Mike Mitchell. This isn't one of those guys where it's like, man, this is a 7th-round grade on this guy. And then suddenly, it's like this one makes a little bit more sense. And so if they're banking on trying to get a greater connection, a greater pipeline to get certain intel that they might not, that's a hope that you have to have at this point. That's one of those you have to see it play out.
Well, round 2 is started. We have just under 7 minutes left on the clock for the Jaguars of this draft. Yesterday they took Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne. I said it right this time, thankfully.
Hey,
there you go.
Hey, right on.
Buy you a Coke for that.
Yeah, for real. So the question is now, where do you think the Jaguars go? Do they go to the defensive side of the ball and maybe Christian Barrymore? Do you see them? Maybe they take Jenkins to put him at a tackle spot, or do you give Trevor Lawrence another weapon with the explosive Elijah Moore or even Rondale Moore? I'm gonna throw to you, CJ, first, since we've done a lot of the homework on it, and then after you're done, jump in, Kalani.
Well, again, the 3 guys that are highest on my board right now are Barmore, JOK, and Azeez Ojulari. I think all 3 of those would be good fits for what Urban Meyer's trying to do down there. Personally, though, I would swerve. And what did we talk about, TQ? You said it over and over again. What is the point of having a quarterback if you don't have the ability to keep him upright? And I think this is a great spot for Tevin Jenkins to go and be an anchor on that line, and then really sort of you get him there. You got a guy who can run block. Now you got Robinson and ATN. You've got something going where you can take a little bit of the load off of Trevor Lawrence going into year 1 and trying to get that thing pumped up in Jacksonville. So I personally would be going towards Jenkins. The value is good too.
And I got to second that as well, simply because, as we were talking about these players coming from football factories where they have so much success at the college level, part of that is because they are also surrounded by other great talent. So now that I got Trevor Lawrence, I got to give him as much weapons and talent around him as possible. Yes, our defense needs work, but I got my franchise quarterback. The last thing I need is for him to struggle his first year or two because we can't protect him. I got these running backs back here. I need to give them lanes to run through. So I need to go out there and get an offensive lineman and say, hey, I need you to get with these guys. We're going to coach you up, okay? Hit that gym and whatnot because you're a strong buck. We're going to get you stronger. We need to go ahead and make some noise. So I'm definitely of the belief, just kind of like what the Panthers did last year. Last year, the Panthers went all defense. You just got your quarterback. I would say this entire draft, or at least the majority of this draft, it should be focused on all offense to give your quarterback the weapons. Next year, you can come back as a Jaguars and go defense if that's the case. But I got my guy. Why not give him all the weapons on the line, in the backfield, at the receiver, at tight end? That way, when we come out there, if nothing else, y'all can't say I can't coach because we putting up points. Granted, we need to stop people, but I need to put up points and showcase that this guy's justifiable to be the number one pick. So protecting the quarterback is my number one, number two, and my fourth option.
So,
Zoe, what do you say? I see you nodding in agreement.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tevin Jenkins to me is the guy that Jacksonville should get. And, even in the round 3 or round 4, there's still going to be tight ends and receivers available. I started thinking maybe an Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC could be a good fit for what Trevor Lawrence wants to do. I'm sure there's the other LSU receiver. His name escapes me. I think his first name's Terrence. I believe.
Terrence Marshall.
But he's a big body
Marshall.
receiver.
Yeah.
And then also Simi Fehiko from Stanford. So, but I'm in agreement with CJ and Kalani. You have your franchise quarterback. You got his primary weapon that he knows so well in Travis. Now you need to protect him. Now you need to protect him with the second-round pick and getting arguably the best right tackle that's still available. And then in rounds 3, maybe round 4, go after receiver, go after tight end, go after maybe 2 receivers.
Yeah, it's first O-line. It's best O-lineman available for me. If I'm from Jacksonville, it's the best O-lineman available right now. That's who I take today. That should be a pretty good player, and I need to try to pair him with my weapons that I got yesterday. It's the system as far as I'm concerned. Got to protect your assets. You just got some serious assets yesterday. You need to boost them now. So, and you boost them in the trenches, the offensive line.
I agree with that, and to play devil's advocate, that team's needs are a tight end, a corner, a safety, and a D tackle. I really, really could see them. I think a couple names to keep an eye on. Barrymore, as we said, Tyson Campbell, the cornerback from Georgia, and Morig. And I think those would be the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if a Tyson Campbell was the pick there, the corner from Georgia, because you have Sidney Jones, but after Sidney, you really don't have a lot. So I think they're going to come down to the defense side of the ball, and I think it could be Barrymore or as I just said, the corner from Georgia, and it wouldn't be surprising to me.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
If it came down to one of those two guys. If I was a betting man, I probably would say Campbell, but I'm not sure though. It's Jacksonville.
That's the thing. They're not burdened by a particular need. They have the latitude to just go and take whatever they think is best. It was
so the pick is in. And was it Campbell? I'm maybe a little delayed.
I am too.
It is Tyson Campbell. And
it's Tyson Campbell. Yeah, it's Tyson Campbell.
Good call, Joe. And there's people who thought he was a first round talent. So, that probably just comes down to BPA for their board. I can't,
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, he was in need. He was in need. You just laid out their needs. They got needs all over the place. It was not, they're not under no pressure for nothing right here. They needed to pick up a player, so they're gonna have to get a cornerback anyway. And this is a hell of a place to get one. You say Sky could have won the first round, so. A couple of these teams I feel are just in really good positions, man. But most of them in Florida, to be honest.
Don't get it.
I mean, this is a deep offensive line draft, Kalani. That's the reason why they feel they can get quality linemen later, and they're going to do probably. I think in the second, third round, we're going to see the run on receivers and cornerbacks, and I think some offensive linemen are going to slide down because they're going to be guys getting taken back half of second round, even into the third round. And Jacksonville's got a slew of picks. They got the most picks in this draft, I think, outside of Miami. I think both of those teams have the two most picks in this draft. Those would be the guys.
Florida is tracking, bro. That's where it's happening at Florida right now.
No. That's totally fine. The position is fine, but we use all this data to go into how we try to project players. One of them for me is, okay, what's the history of where you're coming from? Who's the last cornerback from Georgia that came into the NFL that we could really look at and say, hey, that's worked out pretty well? They're another program. They always have talent, and they generally always have a good team. Unfortunately, they run into that other team the next state over, and it tends to not always work out for them. But they're another team. They get all this talent, yet how many of them go to the next level and it transcends? I was speaking about this yesterday with the Alabama corners. Georgia's another one. Florida's another one. They get all these guys every 1 or 2 seasons. This guy you can't miss, and this guy's really good. And then at the next level, they don't pan out. So, and it's not like these teams are in college or switching their coaches every couple of years. So these guys are coming from the same program, the same coaching, and still not translating to the NFL. I wish this kid nothing but success. But if we're using all this data from every aspect of judging players, why isn't one of them, hey, you know what? This program really doesn't turn out these good players at this particular position. So for me, when I saw that, I'm like, okay, the position is nice. I just don't know if getting a player from that particular program at that position is the smart move, considering the history behind it. You never know. This could be the turning point or the one exception, but history does show the chances are not in your favor.
Well, one thing I want to point out about Campbell, his high school coach was the same high school coach as Patrick Surtain Jr., Patrick Surtain Sr. So I'm pretty sure he got some good coaching by a guy that was one of the best and most elite cornerbacks in his generation. So, I mean, it's not like he wasn't coached up. And look at it this way. Both Georgia cornerbacks went in the top 33 picks. Eric Stokes yesterday at 29 to Green Bay, and now Tyson Campbell at 33. That secondary wasn't really the problem with the Georgia Bulldogs. It really was a quarterback play or lack thereof the last couple of years, especially after Fields exited it and went to Ohio State. The Jets are on the clock. The Jets are going to make the pick.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I know they definitely had a lot of interest.
They did. That was a hot spot.
Yeah. And maybe it's just a value too good for us not to move off of the spot. I mean, that feels like one of those. Didn't they move back yesterday?
Yeah, I believe they did. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I think it's solid time.
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah.
The Jets. It's solid. It's Robert solid time for the Jets.
Yeah, something defensive.
Jets about to start going to get the quarterback.
I would say it's either going to be me. I'm guessing it could be the running back from North Carolina, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Elijah Moore from Ole Miss, the slot receiver, because you got to get Wilson some weapons.
Yeah, definitely. Just like we were talking about with Trevor Lawrence, you got to give your guys some weapons to go out there and showcase what he can do. And for Zach Wilson, yeah, he did good at BYU, but the consensus not only here but a lot of places was that just a one-hit wonder. So getting him another offensive weapon to go out there and throw the ball to, you got a guy on the line now. You do that could definitely be something for them going forward. It's one of those. They're in a position right here where they have a plethora of talent to choose from. So either pick really wouldn't be bad, but very curious to see who they decide to call out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it goes back to the same thing.
I was saying I could see the running back from No, I could see the running back from North Carolina, or I wouldn't be surprised with Elijah Moore from Ole Miss, the slot receiver, to give Zach Wilson some weapons because they've already did a pretty good job of addressing the offensive line. And some of that defensive line, the defense is a pretty good defense. Wasn't great, but it wasn't, the worst defense in the NFL. But one of those two guys, I think that would kind of be the way to go for them. CJ, I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No. As a matter of fact, you just hit it again. They went to Elijah Moore with the pick 34. So, that's definitely one of those guys that makes it a little bit easier for Wilson. He's going to project to the slot, I'm assuming, right?
He's 5'8", so I don't think there's any way.
It's like
line up outside.
And so
he's built for the slot.
I mean, that's my thing is that his catch radius is a little bit smaller than average, but he's so good in and out of his breaks. He's going to find himself with good windows to be open, especially in that short stuff when he's not going to be as easy to be jammed and pressed. I mean, just the way that he moves in and out, it's elite. It's what was the guy? What's the guy? The joystick? Dante Hall. His movement in and out in tight space really has that Dante Hall feel to it. He's not nearly as polished as some of the other guys, but he's going to be so easy to get open with the ability that he has in that short space to free himself from DBs.
Lorenzo, I want to ask you this because I know you covered SC for a while, like I did. He really blossomed under Lane Kiffin last year.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say, what do you think? What role do you think Lane had in his development to be?
He did. I mean, Lane Kiffin knew how to use him. Yeah.
Goodness, I'm looking at these
Lane
highlights.
Really honed in on his route running, trying to perfect that. And I'm reading something here, he runs a killer sluggo route. I'm sure you're familiar with what the sluggo route is, Joe.
Yeah,
being a receiver guy.
I saw that on it.
That's his.
I just saw that.
That's his go-to. And another thing, we also and another thing that he does as well is he's actually really skilled at slamming on the brakes and then going full speed afterwards. So he'd be good on the stop and go routes as well. So
in and out,
Lane, I know Lane has a checkered history, but I mean CJ knows about Lane's checkered history being at Fresno State. Yeah.
And the Raiders
But I like the pick. And when you think about it too, BYU technically they've had small receivers. So I mean this could work for Zach. Small but explosive receivers.
Yeah.
And
we have
some of these. I'm sorry, Joe.
No, I would say real quick before we'll stay with Elijah Moore, but the Falcons traded the pick to the Broncos. The Broncos are now on the clock. Go ahead, Kalani.
Man, I wonder who the Broncos are trying to come up here and get. But I was just going to say, with some of these guys, with the way the game is played now, the idea of just, you're an outside guy, you're an inside guy. Man, with the way some of these offenses are, you can really move these guys around and find ways to be effective. And that's what's causing some of these defenses to really stay up at night with nightmares is you're constantly moving guys around. So you get somebody who's a Swiss Army knife who can do a little bit of both. Yeah, Elijah Moore is going to be primarily a slot guy, but I won't be surprised if just for a particular play or formation, he's outside here, motion here, and whatnot. You get guys who are more so like that, you can get real creative with them. So hopefully Robert Saleh and that staff, they don't just try to isolate these guys and just put them in one particular position. Say, no, let's move these guys around and let's get them the ball. Because some of these guys, as we were seeing in his highlights, he just needs the ball. So you need to find ways to just get him the ball in space and let him do what he does. So very excited to see what they can do. And I hope Robert Saleh, being one of the few minority coaches in the NFL, I definitely wish him nothing but success, except for when they play the Raiders. But other than that, good luck the rest of the 15 games or 16 games now.
All right, we're gonna go to a break after the Broncos pick. You could go offensive line here. You could, their defense is solid. I would look at the running back position. There's guys that are out there.
As soon as I saw this, I said Javonte Williams.
Exactly, that's where I was going with.
And it looks like that's probably what they're gonna do.
And it's Javonte Williams.
So after the pick is made official, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come on back. The Dolphins will be on the clock. And we'll break down.
TQ is looking more and more like a savant. We gotta have some guys up front with these players.
Man.
We're gonna talk about Javonte. I like him a lot.
We'll talk about Javonte. Let's do this. Let's go to hey Gus. Let's go to break real quick. We'll take a quick break. You can learn about the Institute of Human Performance and see what we're doing with Franchise Sports Media. We'll come back, break down the Broncos pick of Javonte Williams right after this on the FSM 2021 NFL Draft Show. Welcome back to the Franchise Sports Media 2021 NFL Draft Show. I'm Joe Arrigo. The pick is in. The Broncos select Javonte Williams, running back out of North Carolina, 5'10", 220. CJ, break them down for me.
Physical. First things first that jump off when I watch his tape, he's physical. He plays 220 pounds, and he's got great instincts when he's running with the ball. I'm talking about, like, inside, being able to find gaps, shoot gaps, running to daylight, being able to cut back off of stuff. He's fantastic with that for a guy his size. And he's quicker than he is fast in that he's able to be sudden and get to the spaces that he needs to basically get to the line and get through the line. And he's got very nice feet. He wasn't the big play threat that I was expecting when I was watching. And his hands do have to get better, particularly in the passing game, because he's going to be used a lot as far as what Denver's going to be doing. They did it with Gordon. They did it with what was the other kid that they let go for no reason? Philip Lindsay. Yeah. Like, those guys are active in their pass game. He reminds me a lot of Kareem Hunt. Yeah, and I just I don't like that as a Raiders fan, because him and Ingram are going to be nice paired together. I just feel like that's a great pick for Denver for what they needed to replace what they let go.
I'm gonna need some of you guys to come on down here to Vegas, man. Because the way y'all calling these picks ahead of time and getting them right, I need Joe to wear a shirt that says Joe knows. I need CJ to wear a shirt that says CJ concurs. I need that's why they call me Please. I need y'all to come on down here. We can go to William Hill Sportsbook. I'm just saying. It's that's what you get for doing your homework, man. Like CJ said, the way this dude runs, it is physical. He is going to be tough to bring down. You definitely got to get him early and now let him get a full head of steam. It's a division rival, but, man, that's a good pickup for the Broncos right there. No wonder they traded up. They figured, let's grab this kid for someone else to get. That's a good pickup right there for them.
Well, Denver – go ahead.
I was just
one
jumping
of the things
ahead.
that I noticed about Javonte – one of the things that I noticed about Javonte is that –
Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Lorenzo. You good?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I lost the connection real quick. But one of the things I noticed about one of the things I noticed about Javonte, he forces not the first one to tackle him. He forces the third or fourth defender to tackle him. That's when you know a guy's running at 220 pounds. He doesn't want the nose tackle to tackle him. He's daring the corners and safeties to get him and be the last guys to bring him down.
Absolutely. Well, Miami's on the clock. Miami, they could use help all over the place. Morig or Holland here. I'm leaning towards Holland. I think he's the biggest playmaker. CJ, what do you got?
I like Holland. You guys, I'll get some flack for this. Yeah. I like Jamar Johnson a little bit better. I like the pick for what Miami does, though. In terms of kind of the way that they play down there, I think he's a better fit. Just because he's versatile and he's got better ball skills, and he's a better tackler, I think. The thing is, he's probably better as a deep safety, and he can be caught flat-footed at times, but I don't think that's going to be as big of a problem with the way that Miami's defense is set up. So for them, I like that pick.
The pick is in. It's Javon Holland, and he's having a really nice draft party, might I add. I kind of
yeah. See, that stuff right there irritates me to no end.
Hey, Gerald Alexander gets him.
He had to move all the people out the way because they want to get their little time to shine. Get your butts out the way. Y'all ain't the one that just got drafted. I did. I'm sorry. That stuff just irritates me.
This guy moves, man.
Now, so yeah,
this dude can move, bro.
He moves.
You know, he can't. Zoe, you brought up the name Gerald Alexander. Talk about Gerald Alexander and what he does as a DB coach. He's an ascending coach in all of football, and how that's going to help Javon Holland.
So he's very big on fundamentals. Like when he went to Cal was getting torched on defense, but he kept things very simple. He told his guys, we're going to do the rugby style tackles, but we're also going to be ball hawks. We're going to chase after the football, play our angles. And the end result, Cal actually had 21 interceptions by the time he was in the second year with the Golden Bears, and ended up producing Ashton Davis last year, Jalen Hawkins also last year in the draft. So now with Javon, it's like Javon is that tall, rangy safety, kind of like a Jalen Hawkins that he had at Cal. So he's the perfect fit. And then also the boot, you already have your two established corners in Xavier and Brent, and now you have your deep safety in Javon. Like, this is a scary secondary, now.
He knows how to get the ball.
The Miami Dolphins are smashing it right now. They are having a hell of a draft right now.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Dolphins might just
the new killer bees.
Well, hey, okay. So Philly's on the clock. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Kalani. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no. I had nothing. I was just literally just going to say. I think that Miami bandwagon just got a new member. Hey.
Same.
Fins up, Kalani.
Brian Flores, I think, is one of the better head coaches in the NFL already. Guys buy into him. He's a no-nonsense guy. The thing about him, I'll go back to when Green Bay was before they hired LaFleur. He was a guy that interviewed. I was surprised, and he actually was the guy that they seriously considered about before they hired LaFleur because he blew him away in the interview process. Miami got him, and in some ways, it's like, wow, like who's a better head coach? LaFleur's had success, but Flores has done more with less. And the way the Dolphins are being built, they're being built for a long run through the draft. They've gotten the guys they've added in free agency when they had the money. They're guys that fit what he wants to do. And, I like what they're doing in Miami. I like what Flores is. And I'm going to tell you, hiring GA, Gerald Alexander, Gerald was in my brother Tyron Brackenridge's wedding. We're all in the wedding together. I've known GA a long time. My IE guy from Rancho Cucamonga, went to Rancho Cucamonga High School. GA's a great dude. He was up for the Boise State head coaching job, and he's never been a head coach at any level. That speaks volumes to how the coaching world and how schools and teams feel about him. He's a guy I think in the next 2 years will be a defensive coordinator somewhere and will blow it out the water. But Philly's on the clock. Squeeze. It's the Eagles, brother. And I know we're giving Kalani a letter yesterday about Cheese Whiz. But let's talk about the Eagles. That offensive line is in shambles. Kelsey's the guy on his last legs at center. I could see Dickinson or somebody on that offensive line come in, maybe Jenkins or Dickinson being the pick. What do you think the Eagles are going to do right here?
They're going to have to get an offensive line. They don't have one. They're going to have to get one because they simply do not have one. And maybe they don't want to. In this situation, they're forced to. They need to get offensive linemen by the boatload, or they ain't doing nothing. So I'll be surprised if they do anything different right here.
Yeah, I'm a Carson Wentz truther. I actually like him a lot, and what they did to him was a gross disservice with that offensive line. He didn't have a chance. That was David Carr-esque at times watching those games where he just would drop back and there was already a guy on his back. I was just like,
man, in his throat.
So yeah. So you absolutely need to go O-line here.
Given how much work they have to do on the line, do you guys think they should go with offensive line picks multiple times in this draft? Maybe if they go offensive line here, maybe address it again later in the draft.
Yes.
Maybe do it 3 times.
Yes. Yes.
If you don't have anybody,
I agree.
Right. They don't have nobody, man. Like, I feel like they forced.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see the pick
I wonder. Okay. I wonder what the history is as far as how many rookies have ever
Alabama
once. But right on.
Yeah, and then and I'm gonna tip the New England pick because it's already in and I got wind of it. Nick Saban does it again for Bill Belichick. There's 2 Crimson Tide members going to New England in this draft. I'm just letting you know off the rip. We knew Mac Jones, and this one, I'm mind blown that he even slipped this far that he's going to end up there.
And it's right up the middle.
You know that. Yeah.
Not a surprise.
But you know what?
Gets guys at great value right up the middle. First the quarterback, and now,
Well, yeah.
I'm telling you guys, this is what John Gruden is trying to do. He is trying to mimic this. He's trying to make this Belichick West with this Alabama pipeline. Like, it's a system that some of these teams are just believing in, and it's going to be like this. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, the Patriots always pick after us. They always pick way at the end where it's safe, and nobody's going to question anything that they do because they just left out of the playoffs 9 times out of 10. This is his first time even drafting a quarterback in the first round since he's been coaching, right? So I'm just saying, man, get ready for it. The next couple of years, it's going to be the same thing. We're going to be drafting against the grain. We're going to be drafting Alabama players, and that's just what it's going to be.
I don't mind us drafting Alabama players.
Bryce Young.
Be able to utilize them to their strengths. You know, Bill Belichick and Nick Saban both come from the same coaching tree. So their philosophies in coaching, defense, and how to run the organization run hand in hand. If you're trying to do the same thing, you might want to adopt some of those philosophies as well so that it's an easier transition for those guys coming in as opposed to, we're just going to grab them because they're from Alabama. Yeah, he's grabbing them because they're coming from one system to his that's very similar. Yours is different. So if that's the case.
There's one part you're leaving out, though. To a man. The position that they are playing for Alabama, they have been asked to play that position for the good of Alabama. They can play other positions, and they're good at other positions. And you see 9 times out of 10, at some point in the game or in the season, they're playing in other positions. I believe that Mayock, Gruden, Belichick, and all of them understand that, and they're bringing in these multiple players. Why? What are they seeing in the defense? They're seeing multiple sets. They're seeing exotic stuff coming in. You need guys that know how to do a multitude of things. And I'm thinking that is just becoming more and more valuable, and that's why they keep going to the well.
Well, I like both of these picks because they get great value for me. I'm not going to – at least going back to the first one.
Wow.
I have Dickerson 22 overall, and they get him in the second round. I just think for what they need to for Philly, that's a fantastic get. Mm-hmm. And this next one, has it been announced yet? Is it official? There it is.
Yeah.
Barmore going when I had him at 17.
Yep. Christian Barmore.
And New England has him just drop right to him.
Falls in their lap.
Just like Mac Jones.
Falls in the lap.
You know, just
every time.
Falls in the lap.
Every time.
They played that really well, and I just think he's going to fit perfectly for that's. He could not have gone to a better place for what Belichick does with those guys on his line, for what his ability is.
He's the one pick, CJ, that I believe that we wouldn't have passed on. I believe we would have got him if he would have still been there. He's the one guy that I don't think we would have needed that we wouldn't have passed on. If it would have been anybody else from anywhere else that we needed in that position, we would have passed on him and picked the wide receiver.
Well,
I think he's one guy we should be glad we didn't grab because as good as he is, it's kind of hard to get excited about a guy that you don't hear about all season until the last 2 games. We did that with a guy out of Clemson a couple years ago, and we're still questioning if that was the right pick. So we'll see. But he did end up in the perfect situation.
We're no longer New England. We're Alabama North. We're moving on to Alabama North.
or hey, either that or are they New England South?
Hey.
Yeah, but no. So I'll say this: Dickerson
Alabama
was
North.
Dickerson was one of my
New
favorite
England
players
Crimson
in this
Tide.
draft. New England Crimson Tide. There you go. But Dickerson was one of my favorite players overall in this draft, just because of his attitude and the way he carries himself. I love the fact that he ran into the last snap of the game for Alabama in the national title game. He didn't ask Nick Saban. He just grabbed his helmet and ran out there. And he goes, and they asked him, like, what did Nick Saban say to you? He goes, what was he gonna say to me? I'm bigger than him. It's my last game, and I'm going out there. And so I mean, I love the attitude, and he's got a great cause. He's fighting, I think, pancreatic cancer through a nonprofit that his mother had started.
Wonderful.
So so wherever he gets drafted, wherever he's getting donated, people in that fan base can get them or do whatever. But the Bears are on the clock now, and they traded up. And this is where I think they're going O-line. Jenkins is available. See, guys, I think he may be the guy to keep Justin Fields upright. I don't know about you.
And that, again, would be great value. 25th overall. You plug him and play him right there on that right side, and you've got something as far as building that line. You know,
Bears following the formula, man. The Bears following the formula. That's the way you do it.
Yeah. I mean, none of this, their defense was playoff caliber last year. They were good enough defensively to be in the playoffs. It's just they had a terrible offense, and they just – some of it was protection. A lot of it was quarterback play. But, I mean, anything that you can do to improve those things, they've got skilled players. Montgomery, I like, I like him more than other people. Robinson's an elite wide receiver. They don't lack for weapons. Not in this NFL where, if you give a guy time, guys get open, And so that can only help. Jenkins is one of the better run blocking, instantly. And isn't he a Chicago Bear with that nasty mentality? When it gets cold, you get this big guy leaning on guys, ready to start a fight, even though he looks like a light-skinned Steve Urkel. He looks like the guy who's going to run your chess club, but then he's got them hands for you if you want.
No, man, Mike Singletary, bro. Mike Singletary looking dude, right?
He's going to take a knife and subscribe before he punches you out. But
they gonna have fun.
Between Slater and now Jenkins,
an oversized Steve Urkel, yeah.
Well, with the Vikings,
he just needs Laura now.
Those are two guys, Rashawn Slater and Jenkins, that don't look the part as a typical offensive lineman, and yet these guys
plays mean.
Yes.
I like the way he plays.
Him, man.
Yeah, like he plays like somebody they picked on the wrong one, and I like that. You got a problem with my yearbook club? Like he blocks you like he remembers bad feelings from high school or something.
I was just about to say that, CJ. He blocks like
he's a violent finisher.
Yeah,
violent finisher.
He blocks like he's so upset. You love that.
Yeah.
Me and Joe talk about that intangible, that nastiness on an O-line. God, that matters. It still matters. I like a technician as much as anybody, but I like when your O-line is a junkyard dog, like a pit. You just go out there and hey, you want to have problems in this house? You got to deal with these guys up here. You can just sort of step back and let them do it.
I got a question. Do the Falcons pick up Kyle Trask right here?
Oh boy,
not. Do they pick up who?
He said Kyle Trask, and I'm like,
quarterback.
Nah, you know what? I think they lost both safeties in free agency. They cut one too. I think they go safety route, and it's either Morig or Richie Grant, and Richie Grant fits what they like to do on defense. That's the safety / hybrid nickel from UCF.
Yeah.
They lost Keanu Neal, right?
Fall down to us.
They didn't bring him back, so that would make a lot of sense. And I wouldn't be too happy about that because I'm holding out hope that he slides down. But that actually makes a lot of sense, Joe. Richie Grant probably fits what they do, with that Tampa 2 sort of outfit a little bit better.
Hey, but I'll say that Go ahead, Kalani.
Oh no, I was going to say if Richie Grant is the pick, you pair him with Keanu O'Neal. Unfortunately, he suffered an injury his second year, but his rookie year, he was definitely showing that he's somebody back there. So you pair those two together, man, oh man, that secondary is going to be hard to get some yards in deep. So if that is the pick, man, Atlanta's going to be nasty in the back seven.
And keep this in mind, Morig's falling down to the Raiders right now. So let's say he gets to 46. That could be an option for the Raiders. You get Morig right there. Now you get a guy who we rated, CJ, as a first-round value.
Yeah.
And you get him there. It doesn't matter who you took in the first or second round. You could flip-flop them, and people will be happy, and you can tell them, shut the hell up.
Well, yeah, if that's how it works out, then it suddenly makes the Leatherwood pick a lot less sort of hand-wringy if you get a high-level safety like Morig to get to you at 48. Yeah, I mean, it's just a flip-flop or whatever, like you said. But, yeah, you're going to have a lot of people not nearly as concerned as they would have been yesterday.
If I could use a line from CJ, it'd be a great value if you get Moorhead at 48. That'd be awesome. It'd be a great
hey, it would provide some Vaseline to yesterday's pick for everybody.
Yeah, a little.
we got Gus in. What we got, Gus?
No, I'm just saying Vaseline, really? I need a michelada after that draft.
I wonder who Detroit goes with as far as this next one. They're an intriguing team too.
Okay. Yeah, what do you think? Because I have an idea.
I'm going to defer this one to you.
I say defense.
I think it's defense, and I look at the guys running the show. They're meatheads. And I wouldn't. They need help on the D line, and I wouldn't be surprised. My highest rated D lineman is still the kid from Washington, Levi Ozariki. I know I will never pronounce that name correctly.
Ozariki, yeah.
Ozariki. I think that may be the guy right here.
Yeah, that's somebody. That's somebody I was also hoping that the Raiders might look at as well, just because for a guy his size, he's pretty nimble, could penetrate the offensive line, and he's very disruptive in the backfield. So. Given that that's something we need up the middle, yeah, I was definitely hoping that he was somebody. But you're right. Who's running the show in Detroit kind of tips their hat on who they're probably going after. So I wouldn't be surprised with that as well. Hey, like we said yesterday, how do you build a team? Inside out. Yesterday, they get somebody for the offensive line. Today, get somebody for the defensive line.
Yeah, I think you might be onto that a little bit more than you think, Joe.
I hope so. I mean, I'm just guessing right here. I've been up late. I was up late working on these things, as you know. We've had plenty of text exchange and talks and whatnot. So, I mean, all hours of the day and night. So,
hey man,
and JOK. JOK is still in play too. He's still available. Let's and I find it interesting. Let's talk about him before they announced the Lions pick. I think part of the reason why he's slipping is nobody knows what position he's going to play.
It's the whole unknown.
Yes.
Exactly. And
he doesn't get down to the 49ers, and we'll show you what position he'll play. Let him say, name him a couple of more picks. We'll show you what to do with him.
Now cut that out.
The 49ers traded out, Miami just traded up above the 49ers. Yeah, so
Miami's going to be after Detroit's pick. And so was it with the Giants or was it with Detroit? I think it was with the Giants that Miami moved up to.
It was with the Giants. Yeah, and I think Dave Gettleman's message was heard loudly. Well, we're building this team, and we're going to build it through the draft in the right way. He made that comment last week in his press conference with the media, and it's this thing. You don't ever hear Dave Gettleman trading back. He's done it twice now in 2 days, which is absolutely nuts.
Well, there's a lot of talent out there, but given how this offseason was very different than normal, guys weren't able to do their due diligence as in-depth as before. So for some of them, they might feel like, look, there's depth at some of these positions. Let's trade back so we can get better value for it. And because we're going to be able to still land a good player later in the draft instead of trying to get somebody right now that maybe we don't feel 100% on.
Well, look at it this way, too. If you're a Giants fan or you just in perspective, next year the Giants have 2 1s, 2 3s, and 2 4s.
Nice.
And if they trade Barkley,
and new breaking Raider news right here: the Raiders have traded up with the 49ers. The Raiders will be picking after Miami.
They can't wait anymore. Whoever it is that they were looking for.
They heard what TQ said. They heard what TQ said. They heard that. They said, "Oh, he's right. If they get him, we're moving up. We're moving up."
But I find it interesting. So Detroit, with this pick, the meatheads, they're gonna bite people's kneecaps, as their head coach likes to say. They're gonna. I think it's gonna be the D lineman. I want to bring Zoe in for the pick. Are you there, Zoe?
Muzariki. I think Zoe's got a delay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, I got you now. Yeah.
Joe, can you hear me?
You have a little. Yeah, I think you got a little delay.
Yeah. I've been finding a delay. Yeah. I've been finding a delay. Yeah. So what was your question?
Let's talk to us about Ozuzariki from Washington, the defensive
What was your question?
tackle.
I'm sorry. He's twitchy. I mean, he has a good snap explosion. The thing is, though, is like I feel like he's better suited like as a 3 technique, in my opinion. Yeah. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yep, we got you.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, I think he's cut out.
Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so I did see a little bit of Levi. I'm not going to pronounce his last name. I mean, but he's a dominant run stuffer. He has a little bit of pass rush in him, but he wasn't really asked to rush the passer. So I think this is a good bargain pick for Detroit.
There we go with that. Thank you, Zoe. Details on the Raiders trade up.
They only gave up the 4th rounder.
48. They actually swapped. They gave up 48th and 121, and they get 43 and 230.
Yeah, they get a 7th back. But I thought they'd end up giving up one of their 3rds, and they kept both of them. So I'm happy with that.
And it's only a few spots. So that's very good. I think again we're talking about getting value. That's great value.
That's great value, especially if you're like, we can't wait any longer for the guy that you want basically at this point. What are the Dolphins?
The Dolphins, I think with the Dolphins, I think they're going O-line. They're going to try to keep Tua up, and they need a right tackle. And the kid from Notre Dame, a lot of people like him. He seems to be he'd be my next guy off the board if it was me.
Yeah, Eichenberg would be. He's the best tackle left as far as my board goes.
Where do you have the tackle from Clemson? I think it's like
Jackson Carman.
Yeah, where do you have him?
I've got him a little bit lower down on this board. I've got him actually at 63. He's basically a bottom of the 1st round pick or 2nd round pick for me.
Okay.
So I hate to interrupt. Let's get to the Raider talks just around the board. There's a lot of ways the Raiders could go, and we talked about JOK. We talked about a few guys. I brought up Morig earlier. I'm going to stick with Morig only because
it's got to be Morig
because he was the top safety in this class. And when you get a guy like that can play the slot, that can play free, I don't know why he slid, but he'd be the guy that I would target. And looking at what they like to do and looking at what Gus Bradley likes to do with the defensive side of the ball, Morig makes the most sense for me. I don't know about you guys.
It's for whatever reason, JOK is just completely sliding off of people's boards. So I'm discarding him right now, and I have to be in alignment for Morig for 2 reasons. For one, he represents something we haven't had really since Rod Woodson, because that fluky year that, Charles Woodson's last year in 2015, when he went to the Pro Bowl at 39. We can't expect Hall of Famers to be 39 years old and still playing at Pro Bowl levels. He represents a guy who can ball hawk and actually go turn it over. Because I was going to say that the Nelson year in 2016, where he was alternating getting blown up and then making interception at the end of the game, that was very flukish. That didn't count for me.
In the words of TQ and Never Saw Me Coming, and that's real.
What Morik does is he attacks the passes and he tracks the flight of the ball very well. You come from Gary Patterson's 4-2-5 system down there in TCU. Those guys know how to turn and burn, and they know how to go and get after the football. He can stand. I was just one more thing. He can stand to take better disciplined angles in pursuit. But this is more of a pick to sit there and help with the passing game when the ball's in the air instead of when the ball's already been caught. And it's like, oh, shit, we got to go tackle this guy. Right. He's got to be an ability to go and turn the ball over. And that's what I'm really excited about if he's the guy.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys one bit. I'm not. But I also wouldn't be upset if they went JOK with this one because of his versatility. You know, Joe was saying, is he slipping because people don't know what position he could play? Well, considering we need help at safety and at nickel and possibly linebacker, maybe that type of versatility will be welcome as well. Again, I'm not disagreeing with Morin either. I really do like him. I think he would be a very, very welcome addition to the defense we're going to be employing. But I think if they go either way with one of these two guys, it's a win-win. And again, not to say it to be funny, but it's true. Like CJ always said, this is a great value. You got two guys who were projected to be somewhere in the first round. We're getting them here, and without having to give up, the ship or the yard to get them. I think it'd be a great value to go either way with these guys, and it definitely does for some people at least will ease the temper from yesterday's pick with these two players.
All right,
can I just say already? Oh, go ahead.
I'm just here to watch the draft with you guys because
when Gus jumps in, hey, this is boss man. He's the director running the ship. When he jumps in, but thing is though, when he jumps in, he'll jump out and we can't get a chance to retort. So I'm kind of like, okay, No,
but this, you know what? I mean, they can't screw this up. I mean, they have Jock and they have Morik. I mean, you can't. Oh my God, I'm a little nervous. But we need defense. But
I think it is Morik. We'll see.
Yeah, they got a lot of shit this morning, and even Mayock said in his press conference, "Yeah, it wasn't a very popular pick, but no shit." I'm sure he checked all the chats and stuff, and he's like, "Okay, I got I need to stop picking too."
Mike doesn't check any of that. He's so like
F social
media.
I feel a lot better about today already.
Here we go. Boom! We got George Takata in the building.
Right on time.
Just in time, George.
I
know what I'm doing.
How do you feel about the Morik pick right now, George?
Well, CJ's gonna nod his head. I think you're all gonna nod your head. We did it backwards and it worked.
They're just Leatherwood a little bit more.
Yeah, we should have been today. We should have been Leatherwood. That's a quality value second round. Jesus Christ!
That is so true. If that was today, we'd all be jumping. I mean, we got a lineman. We're doing good.
A+. Fight me. Like that's exactly. I mean, fight me.
It really is a great pick because I don't know. I'm sure Carl Joseph will be not starting now, so I think it'll be Abram and Morig, and then Joseph adds some quality depth, and I even like Jeff Heath as a backup special teams dude. So I'm not really mad at that. I mean, he picked off Patrick Mahomes, so I'll love him forever. So I like Jeff Heath. I think we got 4 great safeties now, and
bodies, man.
If they can, they didn't give up any of the third rounders, did they?
No, they only gave up one in the fourth.
Yeah,
it's amazing how I'm telling Mayock and Gruden to F off yesterday, and today I'm like, wow, geniuses! It's a genius.
That's how you end up 8-8 all the time because it's the agony of the ecstasy Well, one day it's just like, what are we doing? And then the next day, we can beat anybody. Look at these guys.
you better look out. You better look out, CJ. 8-8's over. We could be like 8-9.
Yeah, 8-9.
Yeah, that's a good season. That's a good season.
So yeah, I love it. This is who I talked about, I think, at the close of business yesterday. This is who we should get. He was the top safety, I think, available, at least ranked by many as the number one guy, and perfect. I love it. Now I can't wait to see what they do with 79 and 80. Hey, why not trade one of those, move up and get Notre Dame's linebacker? Why not? Let's go.
Now you're talking. Now you're doing it.
Get a pull.
They put life back into Georgia when they put the life back into him. Now he's feeling a little bit loose. He's feeling good. Why not? Yeah.
I'm here at work. It's after hours, so I don't have any beer, but that's okay. I'm in Josh Allen country. So.
Oh, Fireball. Okay. Okay.
No, Reedley. I'm at Reedley College.
Reedley, the other one.
In my office. But
yeah, I missed that place.
Great pick.
Yeah.
They got Ron Pearson here, and obviously he had that legendary rant with Philly. And I was just thinking that could be one of his things as well. Is every time they bring him out, wherever city they're in, he should just come out and just trash that city. Because I'm in the dirt. I'm in the armpit of America here in Cleveland. We never won. We kick your butts, man. We're gonna kick your butts, man. Like, I think that would be so cool. And that's part of his gimmick. Is everywhere he goes, he just trashes that city because he's with the Cowboys. I think that'd be so cool. That's marketing right there.
It is.
Oh man, you know what? This part of the draft literally makes me sick. I'm so glad that I don't have to sound up right now to listen to this guy.
To listen to Drew Pearson.
Oh my God, bro.
The best team, America's team.
He is the absolute worst person on earth today. God.
Every time I
look at him, he's still at it. He's just going and going on and on and on and on. Shut up.
Every time I see Drew Pearson, I go, man, he got in the Hall of Fame before Cliff
Branch. Yeah.
And he cried about it. Like he threw a tantrum. I don't know why. Because you're a dick.
Right.
That's why.
Right about it.
The fact that Cliff isn't in, God bless his soul. Like he was all 70s. Big game receiver of his time. Mm-hmm. When he retired, he was the number one receiver all time in receiving yards. He was fourth in touchdowns.
Shameful.
36 years later, he's still fourth all time receiving yards in the playoffs. When the money was on the table, Cliff went and picked it up. Only Jerry Rice and Edelman were ahead of him as far as the last I saw. I think Marvin Harrison is third. It's ridiculous. It absolutely makes no sense that he's not in the Hall. Sorry for the tangent.
No. That's no, and that's something that actually, George, you used to. I think, didn't you golf with Cliff Branch a few times?
We did. We had a benefit the Boys and Girls Clubs of Oakhurst. It was a really random group of people. We had Cliff up there. We had the Fresno Falcons, the hockey team, when they won the Taylor Cup, and then we had them up there. They were fun to be with. We had a couple Niner Gold Rush cheerleaders. One year, we had Nick Lowry, the former Chiefs kicker. He was up there drinking his ass off. And I emceed it. And we got to stay at the Pines Resort at Bass Lake. I'm pretty sure Zoe and CJ know what I'm talking about. Bass Lake. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
The Pines Resort. Yeah. Stayed in the chalets. We're macking with Gold Rush girls, drinking out of the Taylor Cup, which looks like a Mr. T starter set version of the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I remember that.
And Cliff Branch is one of the worst golfers I've ever seen. And I can hear him now just, George, you going to come hit some balls with me before we get started, George? Not with you.
When I was on the air, when I was doing the show with Mike Pritchard and Clay down at ESPN Las Vegas, we did a show on Cinco de Mayo at a place called Poncho's, and Cliff was one of our guests. So I happened to text George like, "Hey, we got Cliff Branch with us," and he goes, "Tell him I said what's up," and he golfs like shit. So Cliff sits down and we're doing, we're at a break and I'm talking with him and I said, hey Cliff, George Takata and Fresno. I know George. Yeah, we golfed a few times. I said he told me to tell you golf like shit. Fuck you, George.
Yeah.
that was my ultimate. That was my ultimate.
If I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, Cliff Branch would make Charles Barkley look like Tiger Woods. Like that's how bad Cliff was. Yeah. Like he was there. He played the celebrity role great. He was nice to everybody. Just a gem of a dude. And wore his Super Bowl ring. He let me wear it. He did some signings at the grocery stores up there, and just a great Raider ambassador. Should be in the hall. When you got we've Raider fans know. I mean, if Lynn Swann, John Stallworth, and Drew Pearson are in the hall, Cliff Branch
and Harold Carmichael, all of the guys surrounding him when he was a better big game player than all of them. The numbers are just there.
Yeah, he's even better than Charlie Joyner for crying out loud. So I mean. Well, he should be in the hall, and he'll get in. It's just a shame that he won't see it.
Yeah.
And as a Raider, I'm gonna piss a lot of people. Jim Plunkett's not a Hall of Famer. Like I hear that.
No, I agree. I wrote that in the piece and got a lot of flack, but I mean, he had 2 years.
He's not a Hall of Famer. I know we're talking about Branch, but the Plunkett thing. The year he was the Super Bowl MVP, he wasn't even the starter. He only
started 11 games
as Dan Pastorini broke his leg. And then the year that we were really good, the best team the Raiders have ever had, arguably, he got benched for Mark Wilson like twice.
And if Wilson's shoulder doesn't break in Kansas City, he's probably the starter in the playoffs. Exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was never like the biggest Plunkett fan. If Raider Nation had Twitter back then talking about Jim Plunkett, it would be worse. The criticism would be worse than Derek Carr. Like this guy sucks. What's going on? Jim Plunkett had the best defense in Raiders history, arguably, and he got hot at the right time with the Raiders in 1980. We won that win streak. They started, I think they were 3-4 or something like that, and then they ran off. They beat
3-4. Yeah,
they beat the Steelers 45-38 on Monday Night Football, turned it all around, and
he beat San Diego the next week, and they took off. Yeah, those two. And took off that entire season.
That's
exactly right.
He has very average numbers. He is I think the first Latino quarterback to win a Super Bowl and all that history-making stuff. But really, he's not a Hall of Famer. Sorry.
Cliff,
you don't have to be.
You don't have to. I agree. And I'm going to tell you the other guy, and it's not even a Raider, Sterling Sharp. I think Sterling Sharp deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. The 7-year run.
I've said that. I beat the drum for him because I've said it like this. Can you give me a guy who only played 7 years, but 6 of them were great? They're objectively great years. If you give me 6 great years, I will take 6 great years over 12 pretty good years. Sterling Sharp at his best was better than Andre Reed. Sterling Sharp at his best was better than Chris Carter. Yes, I say that with my chest.
The only person that you could the only person you could
he was 1A to Jerry Rice.
Exactly. Jerry Rice is the only guy.
He was running neck and neck at his best
with
from
less
90
talent.
to 94 with Jerry Rice. Like you were.
And Don Majkowski is the quarterback.
Is Majkowski, Dilweg, and then
Randy Wright?
Yeah,
no, he had Tom Zach, Dilweg, Randy Wright. He had another Blair Keel.
Blair Keel. Notre Dame's finest.
Then it came to Brett Favre, and he had him for 2 years before he hurt his neck.
But that's my thing. I've said that Marcus Allen should have been a Hall of Famer after 1985. If you take the numbers, his first 4 years basically put him in the Hall of Fame. Super Bowl MVP, NFL MVP, probably should have been NFL MVP in 1982, and then also wins Rookie of the Year. He did all of that stuff with the way that Al Davis put him on the bench. He didn't have a 1,000-yard year the last 11 years of his career, but he was already a slam dunk Hall of Famer. Same thing with Eric Dickerson. You can take guys, if they have an apex that is that good, like Terrell Davis, you don't punish them for getting hurt. If anything, it's more of his career is so unimpeachable with this stuff right here. Because if you were saying player for player at their best, would you take Terrell Davis or would you take Jerome Bettis? Nobody's taking Jerome Bettis over 1998 Terrell Davis. No one. The guy that dropped 2,000 and basically dominated the entire season is the guy that people are going to take. But one of them wasn't a Hall of Famer for a long time, and the other one was, and that just matters to me. So
I agree
really
100%.
quickly though, the first real pick, I mean, we've got some guys come in. The first one that I kind of think is kind of a reach, and I'll let maybe Zoe can speak on this one, was Walker Little going as high as he did, because I have a 3rd round grade on him. What's the book on him, my man?
Yeah, here's the thing. So, like, I mean, he's skilled at pass blocking, but his run blocking, of all things, especially at Stanford, he struggled there. Like, guys were able to get leverage on him. Guys were not only able to do that, but push him back. And as big as he is, you see a defensive lineman get that kind of penetration on a guy who's like 6'7", 315. It's alarming. Now, obviously, like, the pass blocking improved because Stanford switched its offense, like once Davis Mills was the starter. But there's going to be a lot of coaching up to do with his run blocking. I mean, yeah, I understand the situation with like trying to protect Trevor Lawrence, but it's like, I mean, what about lead blocking for Travis? That's my concern.
Well, and I had a 5th to 7th round grade on Walker Little. If you look at the sheet, like he was, I think, like 17th or somewhere around there on my offensive line list. I didn't understand that one at all. Now, but I do like.
He has weak core. He has a very weak core. That's his issue. Yeah, he has a very weak core.
People in the Bay are saying that Trent Baalke special, since that's what he's known for. But on the flip side, let's go to Cincinnati. Jackson Carman, they got the O tackle that we were clamoring for yesterday, a guy that, if you go to Dabo is telling you this is a guy that's going to be a better pro than college guy. He believes firmly in him. This is a guy that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they use another pick on the offensive line to keep Joe Burrow upright. This is a really good, I think it's a solid pick for them in round
He reminds me of a smaller Andrus Peat. And what I liked about him was at Clemson, they teach you up as far as like recognizing professional level stuff. His twist stunt recognition was A+. Like his ability to sort of move in the pocket and sort of get guys and push guys off and sort of defer them, that was really top notch. He has really heavy hands to be able to move people in the run game. The one thing that I liked more than anything, as far as just his technique, was he uses his leverage. Big guy plays big, gets on top of you. He's able to sort of reroute guys without, being a holding machine or one of those guys. But his backside blocking has to get better, especially with what they do out there. And sometimes he loses his blocks because he's a little too high with his hands. But like you said, he's a guy that feels like he's an ascending guy. So he's going to have more of a better projection with a little bit of time and experience with the right coaching in the NFL. Like I said, his comp for me was Andrus Peat. He's a smaller Andrus Peat. If they get that, they're going to be overjoyed with it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. What we're going to do, let's bring Kalani back in.
Yeah, where'd he go?
Sitting there waiting. There he goes.
I got put on timeout apparently.
Oh,
I got put on timeout.
Chargers. The Chargers take a junior. Asante Samuel Jr., one of my favorite quarters in this draft. He is a dog. To go in that secondary with who they have, wow. That is one hell of a pick. And then, CJ, go ahead and break it down. You guys break it down, and then after that, we're going to take a quick break.
We're talking about Asante over here, a guy that I also really like.
Yeah.
Another guy with pedigree. You just can't teach that. His physicality kind of helps offset his lack of size. Another one of those guys that comes from a family, he's competitive as hell. Like, I like the fact that unlike some of these other guys, he has great controlled burst when he comes back to the ball. You can beat him on a route, but coming back to the sticks, he closes better than just about anybody in this entire draft. I mean, all of them. Slot guys, outside guys. You can beat him on the backside, but if it's a comeback route, if it's a dig route, he's one of those guys who really makes up ground on when the ball's in flight. He's got to cut down on his penalties, though. He's one of those guys where the thing is, he might get back to the ball, but then he gets grabby. He anticipates a little too soon, and he committed a lot of penalties when he was at Florida State. But on the whole, another one of those guys where I think this is right around where he should have gone. I think he's going to be one of those guys who contributes really fast. for what they're doing out there. So good pick.
I think with what you were saying, CJ, the penalties, that's a big concern, but that could also be coached up as well at the next level. He's an aggressive player, and that's something you need on the outside. And for him, he's not the most physically imposing, but he does like to get physical. He's not afraid to come up in the run. He comes from a good pedigree as far as, his dad, and also coming from Florida State. And now he's going to a situation where it continues as well. The Chargers obviously had some mistakes last season, but once again, they were one of those teams. They weren't a bad team. They just had holes in certain areas and had some real conservative play calling that cost them some games. But if you watch their games, they weren't a horrible roster. They just had a few things they had to tune up. So him going there, it'll be one of those situations we talked about before yesterday, where we were saying, until you fine-tune more of your technique and you get better at doing this just do what you do. We got guys around you who can make up for it. You just do what you're good at. And I think with him, it's not going to take him long, I don't think, but he could come in right away, day one, and be a contributor for that secondary. So, again, it's in the division, so I hate that. But, man, that is a good pick for the Chargers right there. Again, Asante Samuel, that's a real good pick.
I'm going to say this. They're going to move him to the slot. That's where he's best suited. I don't think it's an outside guy. He's a slot guy. But that's what they need in that division. That division's loaded with the weapons at quarterbacks. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. The 49ers pick us in. We'll break that down. But right now, let's take a quick break on the draft, the FSM 2021 NFL Draft Show. It's day 2. Welcome back to day 2 draft coverage on FSM Franchise Sports Media. I'm Joe Arrigo. I swear, every time I hear that commercial, I think I'm in the jungle. They're coming out the jungle of the Institute of Human Performance because I just get that vibe to it. So the 49ers pick is in. Aaron Banks, offensive guard, Notre Dame. Look, hey, the Niners want to keep the quarterback upright. That's what it looks like to me. That they had some interior line issues. Aaron Banks is their guy. CJ, what you like about Aaron Banks?
I like a lot about Aaron Banks. Another one of those guys that I think, as far as a guard, he's better as a power blocker versus his own blocker. He's really good at redirecting the rush encounters, not necessarily with his physicality, but his instinctive play with his hands. Uses that really well. And he uses his hands and his mass well. You need that as far as guys that are on the interior. What Kalani was talking about, he's not one of those guys who's going to get moved off his spot and pushed back. He's got a steady base, and he sits there and he plays to that. Sometimes he plays a little too high. That's the problem. Like, he might not get thrown back, but he'll let guys slip and then sort of penetrate off to the sides of him when he can be a little bit too high, and then he gets heavy-legged as a result. But basically, he reminds me of a guy from Georgia, Solomon Kinley, who I think is going to be a good player with Washington. And I think it's the same thing here. I think he's one of those guys who fairly early can be put in to actually play and right away be a contributor at a pretty high level. He does a little bit of the things that they're going to be doing there well, and I think he slots to where he got drafted actually pretty good.
I'll say I was glad this guy wasn't around for the pick, but I know he got.
I was around. I was around, and I'm just sitting here watching the squad, and I see what they're doing. When you're close to the Super Bowl, you get what you need. You want to win the Super Bowl, so you get what you need. You get somebody who's going to play this year, who's going to add to what you're doing right now, because your window is about that big. So the experts and what all they have to say about who's here and who's there, this guy's on the same team as JOK. You do recognize that, right? JOK is still on the board. So, 49ers, they're a step away from the Super Bowl, and I believe that being that they took the pick on Lance earlier, the rest of this draft for them, they're going to be picking guys that are going to be playing next year. It's bodies, man. Bodies from here on out.
Are they really a step away from the Super Bowl, though?
I think so. I think so. If they come back with and those injuries aren't what they are, I think they're a step away from the Super Bowl for sure.
I only think no because of this. You have an injury-prone starter who's going to get hurt again, more than likely. And if he doesn't last, you got to stick a rookie in there, and can the rookie win the Super Bowl? That's the issue.
I'm not expecting Jimmy to get hurt this year. I'm really not even thinking. I'm not expecting that. If that's going to happen 3 or 4, well, I wish it would be a 7th year in a row that Jimmy gets hurt. At some point, the man's got to make it through a damn season.
Let's see. Jimmy's injuries. What we got? Leg, knee, armpit, eyelash, nail.
Operation.
If nothing else, he's consistent.
I mean, it could be an Alex Smith Kaepernick thing, maybe, but
it happened before.
It happened before, but really, Dan Marino was a rookie, took the Dolphins to the Super Bowl. Maybe it can happen.
Second year guy.
I honestly believe they see something in this kid, and if Jimmy does get hurt, I don't think they have a problem with throwing this kid out there because he's been playing that type of ball. That's what he knows. Mm-hmm. All he's got to do is learn the terminology. That's about it. Pretty much the rest of it, he's going to be able to slide right into his spot. So I think that's what they expected, and that's why they went O-line.
Yeah. I want to stay in the NFC. I want to say in the NFC West, the Arizona Cardinals picked the guy I absolutely love. He's probably the most electrifying receiver in this class in terms of getting the ball in his hands. That is Rondale Moore, 5'7", but this guy there may not be a better run after catch guy in this draft. The ball gets in his hands, he's gone. I was actually talking with Tate Martell today. Earlier, we were just kind of going through everything, just talking about a variety of different things. And he brought up Rondale Moore, and he goes, he single-handedly knocked us out of it. He's the reason why we didn't play for a national title when I was at Ohio State. He is a dog. And if anybody knows dogs out there, that's Tate Martell. I mean, look, say what you want. Tate's that guy. I'm telling you, Rondale Moore, you watch his sophomore film, there may not have been a better receiver other than Jamar Chase in college football.
Option route master. He's going to really do well playing with Arizona with all the weapons they already have. He runs like a halfback after the catch. I have to completely concur with that. He turns into a running back, and he's got one of those guys where, he plays way stronger than that frame, and he's got great burst off the ball. First 3 steps gets him open against a lot of guys. Obviously, he'll have issues because of his frame. Arm length limits the kind of targets he gets. There's certain things you're not going to basically rely on him to do. But the situation he just went in with Nuke Hopkins and Kirk, you get a guy like that, he's going to get lesser matchups. So you got to absolutely destroy some of these guys who are just basically not cut out to basically run with him. He reminds me a lot of Golden Tate. And I think this is a great sort of spot for him to go and immediately contribute as that third receiver type, as that, like you were talking about, Joe. One of those guys, 2 steps, get him the ball. Kyler gets him the ball. out in space one-on-one, he's going to be a nightmare to get down one-on-one.
The Cardinals might have just got themselves another bandwagon fan as well, because they continue to impress me with what they're doing out there. They got Christian Kirk. He hasn't necessarily lived up to expectations just yet. You got to think, as great as Larry Legend is, at some point he's going to be leaving. So you definitely need a replacement. And, hey, with that offense, we just going to keep adding. They brought in A.J. Green. So it's like, hey, we got a plethora of options here for Kyler Murray. And once again, they're saying, we got our quarterback on a rookie deal. Let's get him what weapons we can and make this run and try to get a championship here before we got to pay him the big bucks, which they shouldn't do. But I definitely like the move right there. And this is a guy who's versatile, like you guys were saying, because of what he could do after the catch. He's somebody who can line up all over the field, even in the backfield as well. So that's something worth exploring as well in that offense. So Arizona, they're going to be fun to watch.
Here we go again. Before we got to pay that quarterback, we've been
right. That's right. Go for it.
I think the fit is perfect. And you look at Arizona's weapons. You have Hopkins. You have potentially Larry Fitzgerald coming back. You have AJ Green. You have Christian Kirk. You have Keyshawn Johnson from
Fresno State.
That's right. Who I absolutely loved coming out. And now you got Rondale Moore. Good Lord. That you're loaded, and there's no excuses for that offense, which makes no excuses for Cliff Kingsbury. And I think the pressure and the onus is on him now. If he doesn't get it done, I could see them moving off from Cliff because they're giving him all he wants weapon-wise. You got to score points. Your defense is already damn good. You picked up a guy who yesterday literally said, we're going to fucking kill people when he got drafted to the GM. Arizona is not playing around. That NFC West division –
that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's what it got. Don't miss out. Don't miss that part. They got to play
the whole part
murderer's row.
That ridiculous division. Yeah,
they're gonna take some losses. Every team in the division is gonna take some losses because it's gonna be hell in that division. They might just beat each other up, play each other out of contention.
I mean, we talked about them.
That division's gonna be a mess.
Being 4 teams last year, I think that will definitely be something that's in play again this year, where all 4 of those teams somehow end up in the postseason. Because they've all gotten better, and it's one of those situations where, that's a hand in glove situation for him. They're going to run 4 and 5 wides, and you get him again one-on-one against some of these bigger safeties and linebackers. They're not going to stay with him. So,
hey, have they shown Cliff Kingsbury's house yet?
Man, this guy.
I haven't seen it yet.
I think they even said, "Don't show that again."
PIMP.
Did you guys see the Rams setup in Malibu?
Yeah, that was nuts too.
Really?
Hey, nothing compared to Kingsbury's house.
Yeah, I know. This is
Kingsbury is daddy, bro.
Pictures, man. It's sick.
Kingsbury can go be a coach in New York or New Jersey or whatever. He better keep that house in the desert.
Man.
Wow.
Let's say if things don't work out this season for Kingsbury, does Arizona possibly start looking at Lincoln Riley to say, hey, we got a quarterback that knows your system. We're willing to adapt that offense.
I don't think Kingsbury's going anywhere this year. I really think he's going somewhere if he loses games. No, at this point.
I don't think so. I don't think so, but we do see that if you don't meet certain expectations, especially the Cardinals, they've shown if you don't meet our expectations quick enough, we're ready to move off you. They picked the quarterback number 10, and like the next year they traded him away. Like, yeah, we're good. So they might be willing to say, if you don't meet a certain requirement, we're moving off of you.
I'd imagine he'd have to be away too with Kyler Murray coming up. Yeah, he'd have been gone. See ya.
I think they'd have to be really, really bad for them to move on from this year. Because I think they're aware of the fact that they've got this ridiculous division. There's different parameters, I think, for them with this situation. And the last thing you'd want to do is with Kyler coming up on his contract and to have to pair him with another, even if it's a similar thing, it's not the same. Right. So I think they're going to give them a chance to be symbiotic and sort of work this out together before they make any moves that way. The Giants just got my highest rated guy that was left.
Well,
because that was a real Giants pick too.
And Azeez Ojulari. Who I like, I'm not surprised, But I just think that that's fantastic value for where they picked to get a guy of that caliber.
I wanted to double back real quick, and you brought up Kingsbury and Lincoln Riley, Kalani. My son lives in Oklahoma. Him and his friends have a spot, and his best friend out there is going to Oklahoma State, and he had Oklahoma, a bunch of other guys, offer him. He's a safety. And my son told me something a month ago. He said people in Oklahoma don't like Lincoln Riley. That Lincoln Riley doesn't recruit Oklahoma kids, and he values out-of-state kids, Texas kids, and everybody more than. So Mike Gundy gets more love than Lincoln Riley. I could see them potentially Lincoln Riley going to the right spot if it's Dallas or Arizona. If the right quarterback and the right pieces were in place, I could see him jumping ship, or even just based off of things that my son has told me, and he's really dialed in out there.
Well, I'll tell you, man, the reasonings people don't like somebody, and I get it. Oklahoma does have a lot of talent out there, but look at where the Sooners have been since he's been there. If you're going to push him away because he's not recruiting, your next door neighbor's kid, that's man, you guys are really just shooting yourselves in the foot there for an idiotic reason.
I don't disagree. I just know how tough it is in places like Oklahoma where that stuff matters to those folks. Everything is basically about Lincoln, because if success should trump everything else, but they do take that stuff super seriously, because if we talk about pipelines, it's one of those things where there's a lot of legacy with that stuff. Same thing with to a lesser degree Nebraska. That's where Callahan got in trouble when he first got there, was that whole you're not honoring what the past used to be. And, college football is a little bit of a different breed in that way, but that's all right. Yeah, he has to live with it. So if he can go win, okay, I think that covers everything up.
Cleveland is on the clock, and, they had Greg Newsome the second in the first round. Cleveland did. I thought they did great. I thought Morig or JOK could have been an option there. Obviously, Morig is a Raider. JOK is still available. I talked about it yesterday, talking with a scout friend from the Browns. They run a lot more dime positionless guys. JOK is available. He's there. This could be the spot for his slide to stop sliding. This could be the spot for it. Oh, wow. They got the fake Macho Man out there.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, brother.
Ooh, yeah, brother. Let me tell you something. Hulk Hogan, let me tell you something. Yeah. We're going to be the Cleveland Browns, and we're going to make a pick right now. Ooh, yeah. Can you dig it?
We're gonna.
Hey, that's a lot better than the. You know what?
Baltimore and Pittsburgh. We're tired of your grandstanding and your hot dogging. We're gonna take you out, and we're gonna make it macho time. Yeah, dig it. You got lust in your eyes for.
You got lust in your eyes for JOK. He's not going nowhere, brother. Oh, the Brownie Maniacs.
Oh my goodness.
I know they're having the fans do it, but there's a wrestler named Jay Lethal, and he did a Macho Man impression. His
Macho Man.
They should have him be the one to come out there and do that, and even have him announce it, because he does it spot on. Where you almost say, "Man,
it's Macho Man."
I think that was him.
That's receding hairline, Macho Man.
Yeah.
Now you find that Costco. Oh, fuck out of here.
No, you're all over it, Jelani. That's Black Machismo. This guy.
Yeah.
He's going nuts right now. He's doing a full show.
That's when you order Macho Man and you get him on Wish.
Yeah, for real.
That's not Macho Man, it's Sloucho Man.
He shows up, he's the same size as Joe. It just doesn't work.
Oh my goodness.
Like here's my problem though. I like the fans doing it. But do that in round 4, 5, and 6. I think the first few rounds need to be done by the commissioner or the deputy commissioner. I mean, this actually is in all honesty, it's a big moment for the players. And to have some joker do it that's dressed as Macho Man or whatever, I think in a way it kind of lightens the moment. It kind of lessens
what do you mean?
the moment to me.
The commissioner's doing it right now.
No, he's going to turn it over to the kid. And then the kid's gonna make the announcement.
You're talking about the actual announcement. You say saying rather
yes.
Be okay. I get it.
Yes, I mean you didn't see it with Tagliabue, and you didn't see it with Rosell. And I know people can say what they want about him. I think it lessens the moment. That's just me.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, man. None of these guys are going to sit here and say, my career would have been okay, but it got to start off really bad because they had a high school teacher announce my pick. You're a second-round pick. You're not out. You're not there in person to meet the commissioner.
Yeah, you're at home anyway, right?
Exactly. So it doesn't matter. You ain't worried about who's announcing it. Call my name, and that's what makes the moment special.
Come on, Joe, bro. You're so mean.
Because the commissioner didn't call him? No. I'm excited to be in the NFL. Who calls it for me?
That's Joe. He's just mean, bro. Sometimes he's just mean. Just mean for no reason.
And I know what you're talking. And I know what you're talking about too.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is the problem?
My problem is certain people shouldn't be doing certain things at certain times. You got to know the moment, know your audience.
Oh,
know the moment.
Clearly wants this. The audience clearly wants this.
The NFL wants this because they do a lot of. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this for the people, and it's cool. But I mean, hey,
so do the fans.
This is their own. Green Bay's Rashawn Gary's announcing the Packer pick. I'd be kind of pissed. My teammates announcing my pick. I would want. Let me get the commissioner, even if I'm not there. I want him to say my name. I'm old school like that. So what?
That's your enemy. That's your enemy right there. You see, you want the commissioner to do it. Guess what? That's your enemy right there.
That's your enemy.
Have your back negotiation. That's your enemy. Oh, I want the commissioner to do it. You mean the guy that doesn't want me to get more money? No, I don't want him talking about stuff. Fuck you, Roger Goodell. You puppet.
In the words of Cam Worrell, Fidel Goodell.
Wow.
That's what Cam calls him, Fidel Goodell.
Oh man. Well,
I love Cam.
I love this pick. And
man, Cleveland is doing all right.
Just my last first round grade. I guess they're gonna try to do what they didn't do with Jabari Peppers a few years ago, where you got like that guy who's sort of in between or whatever. JOK's got that game-changing explosiveness. He's always turned up to 10. And in a situation like this where he's got surrounding talent, we keep talking about that. It makes it that much easier for him to be able to be a one-thought type of player to just react, play downhill the same way that he does that. And since he might be a tweener, you can actually match him in certain spots, and you don't have to have him sort of just completely married to a position because you have enough surrounding talent to where you can use him as sort of a joker type player to be like, we need you to do this week. This week, we're just sending you after the quarterback because we got enough guys surrounding you to where you're not having to be the game changer for this defense. This is a fantastic pick. I just love, he's a bigger Buda Baker for me. And just like Buda, I thought you got to put him in a spot where he's got other guys where he can basically play to the max of his capabilities. We saw Buda start to do that last year. I think JOK is going to do well with this team.
They loved him. And he was the guy in consideration for the first round. So
absolutely.
To get they knew they had no shot at Horn and Surtain. So Newsome was their number one guy. And then to get their number one corner and to get their number one linebacker who they coveted. The Browns are hitting a home run this draft. And this just shows the Browns' last two off seasons. They've done a hell of a job. Kudos to the GM over there, Barry, and congratulations to him. He just had a baby yesterday morning as well.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. It's a new world. The Browns are one of the smartest front offices in the entire league. So absolutely.
It's amazing when you start getting the right people in position to succeed and you allow them to, it's amazing how things start to fall in place for you and tend to work out a little bit more than before. So right on for them, man. That they have one of the most dedicated fan bases. So glad to see, they're always used as a punchline, but glad to see that they've been turning things around lately because it is time for some new blood, especially in that division. It's time for some new blood to emerge and represent the AFC North. So kudos to them. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they could do going forward for this season.
Hey man, let me make an announcement. Lamar Jackson is going nowhere. You understand? He's there to stay. So they don't have to deal with that.
That's cool. That's cool. And I'm a big Lamar Jackson fan, but when we've seen Lamar Jackson in the postseason, until that changes, yeah, okay. I ain't too worried about that. But I'm more so talking about the Steelers. I'm more so talking about that. I don't necessarily mind Lamar Jackson, but it's time for somebody else to represent the AFC North than the Steelers.
Let me just tell you, this is who the Browns have added this offseason. John Johnson III, Jadeveon Clowney, Craig Newsome II, J.O.K., Troy Hill, Tack McKinley, Anthony Walker, and Malik Jackson. That is tons of versatility and athleticism, folks.
That's almost like when Dallas was at their apex in 92 and 93, where you didn't really have so much 11 starters, you had 20 starters, and you just rotated guys in and out.
Yeah, man.
And just they wore teams out because they had all of those guys who basically got poached during free agency. And they just got a lot of guys across the board. Look at those games. You said Troy Hill and John Johnson, and they just added JOK. Like they've got all of these guys who can play in a multiplicity of looks and schemes. Yeah, sky's the limit for what they're doing there. And it starts with the fact that they've got one of the 3 best pass rushers in football in Myles Garrett.
Come the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, that offensive line is going to be soft. They're going to be tired. And these dudes are going to be coming in from all over the place. They haven't played big minutes in the game. They got fresh legs, and they're going to be hitting people, and they're going to be winning games in the fourth quarter for their offense. That's how you build it, man. That's literally how you build it. It's about being able to throw people at offenses from everywhere that don't get tired.
Yeah. They just need to get somebody opposite of Myles Garrett now that could rush the passer, and they're definitely going to be a threat on all cylinders in the defense.
They don't need it though. I mean, they need to improve their defense. Like they really needed to improve the defense. They kind of like the Raiders. At the end of the day, offense should continue to get better. You see, they got the weapons. They got. If Baker Mayfield is nothing else, he's a serviceable quarterback that you could win some games with. So it's all about them improving the defense so that they don't have to score so many damn points to win.
And that's what I'm saying. If they get somebody opposite of Myles Garrett on the other side of the defensive line, that makes them that really completes it because they're going to be a threat on all 3 levels. Joe named all those names, but one of the names I don't even know why it was brought up. That guy's not going to do anything for you besides just be a body out there that's not going to be productive. But yeah,
you don't know that. Man.
His whole career has been nothing but that. So I mean, the proof is in the pudding.
You still got to put it out there because he did. You still got to put it out there because he did sign it. One thing off topic that I want to announce, it's official now. LeBron James is available for the Lakers tonight. So the King is back at Staples Center against Sacramento Kings.
So let me adjust my fantasy basketball roster real quick. Y'all not gonna believe this, man. I got one fantasy team.
No. I'm just we have to.
No. I got one fantasy team where I got LeBron, KD, and Steph Curry.
What kind of fantasy league you in, bro?
Yeah,
who else in your league with you? Just you by yourself?
No, you got like
is it you and Rich? Is it you and Rich? Is it you Rich? And no. Rich took all the Celtics and Knicks, and you got those guys?
No, one of the guys in the league messaged me, and he said that he couldn't keep up with the league. When he joined, he was like, "Hey, brother, my shift changed at work. I'm not going to be able to keep up with it. Would you like to make a trade?" So he basically gave me a choice of whoever I want on his roster. So that's how I got these guys. So I was like, "Yeah, I'll take them."
I would immediately protest.
Nah.
That
But ain't no
sound like
protesting.
some stuff. That sounds like some stuff Joe Arrigo used to do in our football league.
No, I didn't. What are you?
I believe it. I believe it,
bro.
He's
Never.
a terrible cheater.
Never.
Terrible.
What?
One year he just literally took a championship away from me, and then I just came back the next year and won it anyway. But he just literally took it away from me. Took it away.
I did not.
I'm like, man, this guy is just like, you know what I'm saying? I spent all of this time literally whooping him and all his homeboys' ass all year. And we get to the end, and he just like, oh, yeah, well, like, come on, man. You serious, bro?
He did a recount.
I was whooping them so bad, they just lost complete interest. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true.
I was still interested. It was fun whooping their ass.
No one.
You
not
saying
true.
you were
Why would you say that?
Hey, let me tell you what happened, Kalani. Look, he kept talking about this Patrick Mahomes. I'm like, man, this guy ain't gonna be nothing, man. I don't know who that is, right? Patrick Mahomes. I got Aaron Rodgers, and I'm talking trash to him the day of our draft, because I pick Aaron Rodgers, he picks Derek Carr, right? So we talking trash to each other. Then Aaron Rodgers get hurt, and I pick up Patrick Mahomes. Off to the races. Boy, and I was telling him Patrick Mahomes wasn't going to be nothing. I was telling him he's going to be trash. He's telling me Patrick Mahomes is going to be the next this and that. I'm like, nah, okay, let me pick him up. Let me see what he's going to do. Won me a championship. That's what he did. Thank you so much. Joe knows, ladies and gentlemen. Joe knows.
I know quarterbacks. That is true.
You saying Joe one of those guys where you beat him on the sticks? He unplugs the system when he loses.
Accidentally, his shoe accidentally comes off his foot, goes over and busts the TV. That's how the game ends. Oops, that's him.
No, man, you want me to talk about somebody?
Turkey for that one.
That ain't true though. That's why he's laughing. You want to talk about somebody watching games? Is this guy right here watching Manchester United? That's the funniest shit in the world.
Hey man, listen.
Oh man,
it's in my soul, man.
My man.
He just ain't online. I be like, damn.
Something happens in my soul, bro. I can't control myself.
Dude, do you remember 2013? Was it
don't speak. Please don't. Come on, CJ, bro.
Yeah,
I'm a Man U guy.
Bring it.
Oh, Man U guy. Why would you bring this year up? Why would you bring this up?
Bring it.
When I was ready to punch my mama. I had that EPL title. I was ready. My body was ready. I had my jacket because I went to Old Trafford a couple of years before that. I bought me a jacket. I went and toured the whole facility. I'm sitting there watching. We got them. And then City scores that goal because I got friends from England. And I was like, you know what?
Heart, bro.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh, man.
Because I got it for like.
That was the worst.
Because we haven't sniffed it since. That's why I have to. That's my reference point.
And they've been talking that trash ever since.
Yeah. Can't shut them up. But yeah, man, there's, everybody's like, why would you root for them? That's like rooting for the Yankees. I'm like, no, it's not, because I don't root for the Yankees.
Exactly.
So shut up.
How about that? Be quiet. Don't worry about why I root for them.
Yeah. Squad up.
This cheater.
So, what are we looking at as far as, since we got some of these guys falling, we can talk about them. Odeingbo went to the Colts. That's a little earlier than I thought for him. Especially with the Achilles injury that he had. I got him as a third-round guy, but he's got that wingspan and that physical size. Unfortunately, he reminds me a lot of a guy who hasn't really sort of scratched out yet for KC, and that's Tano Capaccio, the guy from Villanova, the big, rangy outside guy for KC. That's who he reminds me of physically. I think it's a situation where, again, because he's not healthy, because there's guys that he can basically be groomed underneath, they'll try to give him a little bit of a chance to sort of ease into it. I do think he could have been had a little bit later on, though.
I had him in the third to fifth round range.
Yeah.
Is this a time where, because of the lack of medical information, that we're going to see a lot of stuff like that? People
potentially
out of place.
Potentially.
I think so. I think so because you can get them with your medical people and you trust them. and for them to get them right. And even if you have to quote unquote redshirt them this year, you probably could do that, or put them on the PUP and get them going later in the year. I think that would make a lot of sense for some of the guys that have some.
I was listening to some of the post draft coverage, and I heard multiple GMs saying that yesterday they were still getting medical information in on guys while the draft was happening.
Yeah,
literally.
Mayock said that. He said like literally 4 o'clock before. Yeah.
It wasn't just him. There was a couple of other ones, so it wasn't even just a Raider thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
To be able to operate under them kind of conditions, I can imagine it's pretty different than any other time for a lot of these guys.
And that's why I think some of the picks, we might scratch our heads on, but because this offseason wasn't your traditional offseason, these teams are kind of like, damn, we couldn't get as in-depth as we could with some of these guys medically or interviews and whatnot. So it's kind of just like what Joe was saying, okay, maybe we grab somebody and maybe we need to do a red shirt, especially with the Colts. They're like, look, our D-line isn't hurting right now. We got guys who are serviceable. So if he needs a red shirt for half the season or the season to get healthy and to bounce back, okay, that's fine. He gets a year of weightlifting at the pro level. Our medical team focusing on football, so that's something we could do. And then guess what? That's one of those situations where 1 or 2 years from now, he starts making that noise. And we're like, where did he come from? Oh, He was a second-round pick. So, it's one of those where – and it's weird around the draft time. Whenever you draft somebody, we only look at that first year. Oh, man, what's he going to do now? Yeah, but what happens if he starts producing his second year, his third year?
I'll also add on to this.
And say, well, why didn't he go here?
I agree with everything there. And the thing I'll add on as far as this point of the draft, for me, between 66 and 120, the guys that I've slotted, that gap is smaller by a lot than 1 through 65 in terms of the difference here is not nearly as big. So it literally can just be preference and priority to your board. So it's like, just because I say that doesn't necessarily mean that he's not a talented guy, because again, you're getting to a point around pick 80, we're splitting hairs. It's just a question of what you want to do with a guy and how you can use him. So like Freiermuth right here, the guy that just went to the Steelers, I like him a lot. He reminds me of our guy, Foster Moreau. He runs really well in line. He catches things, everything that's thrown to him, and he's a plus blocker. For the Steelers, they already go and get Najee Harris, and now you get a guy who can sit there and help grade for him. He's one of those guys. Roethlisberger was throwing a lot of stuff short. He's one of those great arrow guys who can just get you wide open. 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, he'll get you a 4-yard route right there. Extend the change. He can do that consistently. He probably can stand up.
But I question this pick with the Steelers, CJ. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to, and I apologize.
No, go ahead.
The Steelers have one quality offensive lineman, and they draft a running back and a tight end with their first 2 picks. But nobody blasted him for that. This is Ben's last year in Pittsburgh. He's going to be either retire or they're going to let him go after this season. The cup board is not full there by any stretch of the imagination in key positions, and yet they're overlooking them.
But they could. You think they could pass Najee yesterday? Really? Are you sure you would have passed Najee yesterday?
Not Najee yesterday, but the pick, the Penn State tight end. Yeah, I would have taken another offensive lineman. Christensen from BYU is available. The kid from Wisconsin, Whitewater, is available. There are some quality guys that are still out there that you could bring in. You got to open holes for Najee. You got to keep big. You bring back Juju. You got Claiborne. You got this kid. You got to get them the ball. And if you're not with Cleveland's defense, with Cincinnati, what they're doing with Baltimore, we're talking about Cincinnati's offensive line. Pittsburgh's in a worse position. They're just Pittsburgh, so you don't question them.
Good point.
Isn't it funny how that works?
Like you said, it's Pittsburgh, it's the Super Bowl, and with Mike Tomlin never having a losing season, you don't question them. But in knowing Steelers fans, they're furious that they're not getting guys for the offensive line, and that won't come up until the season. And they play a couple games where, they're getting blasted. Then it becomes an issue. But like you said, because it's the Steelers and they already have that built-in cachet of always being contenders and winning, these picks are just looked at, that's the Steelers making another good pick, where it's like, dude, you guys are really overlooking a major hole that's vital to your team's success in the future.
Hey man, it ain't an offensive line nowhere in Pennsylvania. Shit.
He said, University of Pitt.
They ain't blocking shit in Pennsylvania, bro.
Temple.
Good Lord.
Ooh.
This right here is a great freaking pick. I love this kid. This kid is special. He's a burner.
Come on,
this
man.
kid got this kid is his highlight film his tape is great. He can do a lot. This kid is
he's so fast.
This division is stupid. This division is going to be stupid. It's going to continue to be stupid.
He's so fast. He makes other fast guys look not so fast. I mean, and he loose hips. He got wiggle. Oh my God!
I love where he goes.
He run back punch too.
There's two things that are really working for this pick. Number one, you've already got Lockett and Metcalf outside.
Oh my God!
As your two main guys, so he's not going to draw anybody's ones. He's not drawing anybody's twos. They're going to put him in the slot. And the number two is you've got Russell Wilson, the best deep ball thrower in football, stepping back and letting him throw those lobs that he can go run under, get him one-on-one matched up in the quarters coverage against a safety, and just outrun him the back half of the field. I love this pick. I absolutely love this pick because I
take exception to the best deep ball thrower in football. There's a guy that has cheese on his head right now.
Nobody throws a better deep ball, that soft deep ball than Russell Wilson for me. That's my guy. He just throws everybody over.
Give him the face
with those Dave Craig throws.
You know what? Listen, man, I'm not. That is absolutely madness what this man is talking right now. So I just gotta let it go. You know what I'm saying? Just
what is it, Jimmy G?
Let it go.
He's my guy as far as throwing the deep ball. He throws guys open in a way that I don't see in the modern game. But my goodness, putting Eskridge there, I said throwing guys open like 30-yard anticipate, like that's what he does. Rodgers has all the other throws. Fine. He can have those. I thought we weren't doing first take.
We're not. I'm just surprised that you said it. We're not doing first take. But
Rodgers has all of the other throws. I'm saying that throw where you throw it where it just looks like he lobbed it up and then suddenly the guy's open 40 yards down the field where you don't even have the safeties and stuff reacting to it. Wilson does that time and time again, and he's done it with Baldwin. He does it with Curse. He's done it with all of these different guys. And that's what I'm saying. I just love that he's got that spot to go to with those already established guys that are just going to make it so easy for him to supplement with his speed because they know how to run guys open as far as that offense goes. He's going to be a problem in Seattle.
Guys, this is just like what CJ was saying before with the pick 65 to like 80 or 65 to like 90. The gap there is not as wide, so it's just a matter of preference. So him saying that with Wilson, it's not asinine for him to make that particular argument. Now, Rodgers, I mean, good Lord, that dude is something special when he's
Rodgers is a better quarterback.
Wait.
It's not asinine.
Pause this for a minute. Do you see the fucking painting on the
wall?
What
is going on?
That's a meme ready to happen.
That was weird, bro.
Yeah, that's stupid.
What was that, bro?
Does he have a Roger Goodell painting up?
There's a Roger Goodell painting on the wall in the Rams draft house. Just completely weird. Just weird. That's weird. And McDaniel is just like walking back and forth. Like, that's weird.
Oh shit. The pick is we're gonna say that I'm gonna say the same thing that I just said about Eskridge to the Rams about who the Rams just picked. I love this kid. I've seen this kid play. Uncle Luke told me about this kid 5-6 years ago when he was coaching against him in Miami, and the kid was a high school kid. Yes, his dad was a hell of a ball player. Couldn't play ball after he had him. I'm just gonna say it right now. Tutu Atwell to the Rams. Are you fucking kidding me? This is insane. You talk about speed. Tutu's 160 pounds, 159 pounds, but no one catches him either. This division is crazy.
Them high winds take him. That's why.
Wow, Squeeze! Wait till you see this. And
Where is
Squeeze,
he from? He's from Miami.
No, he's from Louisville,
played
but he's
Louisville.
from Miami. Yeah,
I'm saying he's from Miami though.
He's from Miami. Squeeze, check your text.
He reminds me of Hollywood Brown. That's a great comp.
Yes,
and his game breaking speed. Like again, they're just my fast is faster than your fast. If they use him right, and the Rams will use they jet sweep to death. Like he's got Deebo Samuel type ability without that size. But if he gets to the corner, if he makes it over, if he breaks your contain, he's gone. He's one of those guys. Like they're not getting him to basically be a technical route runner to run all 9 spots on the tree. They're not going to need him for that. Right away, he gives them the dimension that they've been lacking so much with the Rams. They haven't had that pure speed, that threat to go with Kupp and to go with Robert Woods and those guys who are the more technical guys. Yeah, that's a great spot for him to go. Stafford, I think, is an upgrade.
Yeah, wait. Let's break. Kalani, we'll come back. We'll start with you. We'll talk about Tutu Atwell. We'll take a quick commercial break on the FSM 2021 NFL Draft Show. Stay tuned. Be right back. All right, we're back with the Franchise Sports Media's 2020 NFL Draft Show. Stay tuned. I'm Joe Arrigo. When we left, we were reacting off the Tutu Atwell pick to the Rams. Kalani, go ahead and take the floor.
Well, one, I was going to say, I think the Rams just got themselves another bandwagon fan to jump on because, man, it is amazing what they're doing there. I love that the NFC West is basically saying, oh, is that who you're getting? Watch what we do. Like, they're going at it with each other in these rooms. But like CJ was saying, this is the type of guy in that offense that fits perfectly because he's not going to be asked to do this, to do that. Hey, this is what you do well. We run this. Let's go ahead and do it. He's got that game-breaking speed. You put him out, excuse me, you put him out there now with Matthew Stafford with that cannon of an arm that he's got. And in that offense, man, oh man, this is going to be something to see. Going into this draft, we knew that the offensive line and wide receiver group was deep. So now you're starting to see, hey, if you're a team that's already got most of your squad together, you just need to fill in holes. You're just adding bacon on top of your meal now, and we know bacon make everything taste better. So now for a team like the Rams to add someone like Tutu Atwell, my gosh, man, that is simply amazing. There's 4 teams in the NFC West. 3 of them I'm literally going to be a fan of. Obviously, there's one I would never root for, but you know. Yeah,
I'll say. Let me say this. Out of the receiving rankings, Jamar. I'm gonna give you them in order. I'm gonna say it publicly. Jamar Chase, Waddle, Smith, Bateman, Rondell Moore, Kadarius Toney. I have Amari Rodgers who's still available. Terrence Marshall who's still available. Elijah Moore who's off the board. Then I have a couple guys. Javon McKinley, who I'm higher on than anybody. I don't expect him to go earlier than the 4th, but guys like Diami Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tylan Wallace, Eskridge is gone. Newsome. Atwell was 16. I had him in the 2nd to 4 range, but he's a guy that I honestly thought I probably could have put higher. This is such a good class. He's just has game-changing speed. Everything about his game I absolutely love. He's 153 pounds, but damn it, that's 153 pounds of powder keg dynamite. we talked about Dante Hall earlier. This guy is Dante Hall times 3.
What's gonna happen when somebody catches him and hits his ass, and he goes flying 20 feet? Then what?
Well, that's the whole thing, is that with the Rams, they've got their outside receivers in Kupp and Woods. So what they don't have is the juice. They don't have just completely pure, because that's what they said about Tyreek a couple of years ago. I mean, he's obviously bigger.
No, he's
20
big
pounds
and strong.
bigger.
He's strong too.
And yeah, you bulk the guy up, but my goodness, it's just the game is played so different now, where literally it's vertical and horizontal in terms of how you use speed. I just think that you have guys that are better. Some of the guys you mentioned, I'll also add a Nico Collins. I have them higher rated, but I don't think they fit the same way for what the Rams and what they're going to be doing with Stafford in that offense. Like, you just have to get more side-to-side speed to make everything go, and they saw that with him. They tried to do it with Cooks, and he just couldn't stay healthy. And I just think that that's what he's there for. He's going to be there literally, you know, if he does nothing more than clear space out for those 2 top receivers, then he's going to have value for that offense.
And like you said, CJ, like you said too, somebody might be rated higher than him, but do they fit what we're looking for? We got guys on the outside. We got that.
Right.
We need somebody on the inside. So sometimes some of these guys might go a little higher than someone who might be rated higher, but they don't necessarily fit what that team is looking for. So yeah, this is a fantastic pick. That offense,
they do have the best deep ball thrower in the league. They just acquired in LA, you know. So hey.
They got one of them. They got
one of them. That's the thing. Stafford does what, you know, this is like that old Genesis commercial. Stafford does what God don't.
I believe that.
Yeah. Like, I like that move. I like that move a lot.
So what?
Let's talk about.
So what? It would be
ahead,
Wilson,
Kalani.
Stafford. It would be Wilson, Stafford, Carr, Mahomes. Those would be like the top 4 deep throwers, right?
I can't put Carr there. He underthrows too many open balls. Like, that's my thing, is that
hey,
DC will get guys
Rodgers
open. I put A-Rod in there instead of
Did you leave Aaron Rodgers out? Are you serious?
Huh?
Y'all didn't see what I was trying to do there, man. I was trying to continue to roll with it. I was trying to name all these.
Damn, I didn't catch you. I should have chimed in.
He was just trying to hate.
Yes.
He was gonna be like,
that's my bad, bro. We should have named about 5.
He's gonna be like Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's gonna be like,
hey, yeah, Jordan Love.
We gotta be in on that, man. You gotta let me know. I can hate it hard,
bro. That's our fault, dog.
Tyrod Taylor. Let's just start being foul with it.
Oh man.
Hey, so the Chiefs just had their pick, and they picked a linebacker that has been. I mean, the guy's been highly productive at Missouri. That's Nick Bolton, one of the top 2 or 3 linebacking prospects, inside guys in this draft. CJ, talk about Nick Bolton a little bit.
What I like about Bolton, and one of the things that I think will project well in that defense, great instincts. He makes up for maybe the lack of just sort of pure athleticism. He plays with really good instincts. He's really tough, and he's one of those guys, you know, he's not really quite old school in terms of the old school prototypical 4-3 linebacker, but he wants to send a message when he tackles you. He wants to tackle through you. He's good in man coverage, surprisingly, and he's really good at play diagnosis. What's going to hurt him is in this new league, especially as all of these really fast guys are coming in, the lack of quickness moving laterally will not be to his benefit. And I just don't think he's got enough pursuit speed to be a consistent 3-down guy. Like, I think he can come in and he can be your guy first couple of downs, and then we go into – he reminds me of Denzel Perryman. That's the guy I comp him to. And I think he's one of those guys where, again, the setup is going to be pretty much the same. Do Chris Jones and those guys do enough up front to keep him free? Because if so, you get a guy who can really go and separate people from their senses at your linebacking spot. But if he's got to go play and chase, yeah, that's where he can be had, and that's where he was had a lot at Missouri.
But we do believe that Kansas City is going to address that defensive line at some point in this draft, though, right? They need another edge rusher.
Yeah, do you hope so, or do you not hope so?
No, I hope not. But I'm just,
I mean,
I'm just
you
saying.
know what I mean? Like for the
that,
sake of what they're doing, you want them to address it. But if they run to Passanio out there, where do I send the chocolates to Andy Reid? Some, you know, you want.
Hey, look at Adam Schefter right now.
Yo, he's freezing, bro. Freezing.
Hey, Chef, I'm nice and warm. Come to the West Coast. It's nice and warm out here.
Lake effect on his age.
Yeah, they'll be wearing some. No, I'm just saying. Next year, everyone's gonna be like, "It's too hot," and be bitching over there.
Right?
Hey, shut up and go pour a drink.
I didn't put some shorts on.
That's great. Oh, don't you just love how he just pops in, says some smart ass remark, and pops out? And it's like,
out of there.
Where are you at? Yeah, it must be nice to be the one in charge of everything. Oh,
What? I'm working here.
It's like the wizard.
Terrace Marshall Jr. to the Panthers.
I like that pick too.
Got some help, folks. Sam.
That's a decent pick. You know, I liked Terrace Marshall. The thing that there's a question mark about him. That a lot of teams had going into this draft. And that was during the season when LSU, I think they lost 2 games or 3 games when they really had no shot of winning the SEC or going to a major bowl repeating. He opted out of the season, said, I'm done. And a lot of teams viewed that as he tapped out and quit on his teammates and his team. And that was a red flag for some teams. But 6'3", 205, can run. He can play the slot. He can do a lot of good things. But teams really question, you just tapped out. And that rubs some teams the wrong way.
Hey, man, this is a situation once in a kid's life that he's got the opportunity to accumulate generational wealth for his family.
Yeah.
Generational wealth for his family. That changes a last name possibly for generations. So in a situation like last year, maybe under some other circumstance, but in a situation like last year when, listen, you know, we reported on a lot of it. There was so much BS in the beginning of this, especially down in the SEC. They was doing a whole lot of trash just to get football back. Saying this, saying that, not following the rules, cheating this way, cheating that way. And it's like when you're looking at all of that put together and you're looking at your future and this could possibly be on the line for you, what happened to him today. Yeah, you opt out if you don't feel it. If you don't think that if it could possibly get in the way of that creation of that generational wealth. That is the difference between people of color and people of privilege. It's the opportunity to create generational wealth. So these kids, especially this past year, you know, if a team can't see past the decisions that they made regarding their future this past year, then I mean, it's whatever, man. I can't personally hold that against none of these players that took those choices last year.
Well, anybody who knows me knows how I feel about the NCAA. I mean, anything that you can do to do your own thing, they're going to take theirs regardless. The NCAA is the biggest pimp in this country. So if you've got to do what you've got to do, you know, I'm always going to be pro player. I'm pro labor in my heart until the day I die. I'm a union guy. That's just how it is. And the notion that somehow your dedication, yeah, because like TQ said, this wasn't like they were 3-6 and I'm just mad at my circumstances.
Exactly.
And then I'm out. We're dealing with something that's killing people that looks like you disproportionately. So if you've got to do that and you're like, hey, I've got to ensure, like you said, I'm close to something that is going to it's flipping the board for my entire family.
Right.
I couldn't begrudge anybody for doing that. Now, it actually makes me think twice about certain teams who can't see the bigger picture. Like, are you separating someone's devotion for the game of football to prioritizing their health? Like, I can't see that. So
no, but here's the thing. I don't think they're talking about them in that regard as far as, okay, if you opted out the season, that's one thing from the beginning, like Micah Parsons, like Jamar Chase. This guy played until they were not eligible to play for a national title because they lost or the season went off the rails for Ed Orgeron. And then he said, okay, I'm out. That's what rubbed teams the wrong way. It wasn't the fact that he opted out. It's you play a season, and because you're not winning, you're like, well, this isn't like last year. I want to leave now. That's where it rubbed teams the wrong way. And I will say this as well. I will say this as well. I've talked to about 5 to 10 college coaches, and they've all, to a man, they've all said the same thing to me. They are legitimately felt that guys that opted out of this season quit on their team. They say that because when the season started later in October, and it was going to October through December, nothing, and then they get back to work in January, nothing changed. In fact, in Vegas, everything spiked then. So what's the difference between now and then?
More information. A lot more information. A lot more information and data about who could get it, who could not get it, who was more susceptible, who wasn't, what mask wearing did, what it didn't, the therapeutics, the vaccine being on the way.
Hey,
so many. It was such a different situation. And then anyway, it doesn't even matter at the end of the day. Who cares? It's like I'm going to the league and we ain't really got nothing to play for. Half of college football is not playing. Half of it is. It's not. Everybody's going to look back at this year with an asterisk anyway. Let me go get ready for the draft.
Isn't Marshall playing on a team with a running back that didn't play in the bowl game because it wasn't the big one? And they said he quit on his team. And
for real.
How's he done in the NFL? Has he done in the NFL? There's a bigger picture here involved, and I don't want to echo everything that was already said, but yeah, if you can't see the fact that, oh, you quit on your team, no, I'm protecting my investment, because if I get hurt out here, you guys aren't still going to draft me high. You're going to say, well, he's injured, so we can't risk a pick on him. So now I'm losing even more money. So no, you go out there and you say, okay, look, you know what's funny about this? We always do this with the athletes. Nobody ever sits here and bashes the coaches who take another job once the season's over.
Leaving a sinking ship and just going, nobody ever says, I can't trust that coach.
Exactly. No, you got to go there so that you can get an early start in your recruiting and get your coaching staff together. But if an athlete does that, you're ruining college football.
It's so sanctified when a player decides to think like I'm an entity. That's the whole thing. We love that amateurism stuff until these players start asserting their value into what that entire model is. And it stinks. And that's just, we're all in agreement on that, like go get your money, because you know what? There's no Lloyds of London for you if you go ahead and something blows out between now and the draft. Nobody's picking up the slack for you if something happens to you for whatever reason. They're not going to accommodate that loss of money for you. So I'm just saying, but I'm just reporting what I've been told by players, and what I've been told by coaches, and that's legitimate. It's just what it is. So,
and that's fine, Joe. But football is known to not have the smartest individuals outside of the lines involved there. So that's fine. We understand you're just a messenger, but that's pure ignorance right there. That's pure. This is how we used to do it. Shut up.
So how about this?
You know something else that's ignorant? Oh, go ahead.
No,
I want to go into mine next. I want to go into mine next because mine is not about the next pick. It's about the pick following that. So
it's about Green Bay. I already know. So. And there better be a receiver. I'll say there should be a receiver.
It's going to be somebody on defense.
I want it to be Amari Rodgers. I'll say Amari Rodgers. That's my guy. I love him.
Man. They're not picking nothing with the name Rodgers, bro. They're not picking anything with the name Rodgers. Trust me.
So, hey, go ahead.
No, I just Warner's a guy that I had. He's another guy that I don't have rated as highly. But that's 2 now for the Saints that I'm curious about. Maybe not necessarily the player so much as where they got him. Their first round pick, the kid from Houston, I got a 3rd round grade on him, low 3rd round grade. They took him at 28, and then they took Pete Warner, who I think is a solid guy. I think he's a guy. I don't think he's going to be ready to jump in and be an immediate starter for a good defense. He might be thrust in there because they have to cut everybody to get under their cap. They might have to recruit people off the street to field a roster in New Orleans.
Sounds got a mess.
Why they got the gap?
And then Basham, I think, is a great pick for Buffalo. That's a fantastic pick.
A lot of people liked him. I know Green Bay liked him, and that's a guy that I think they would like to put on the right side. But I think, and I'll say this: as much as I want, I'll get into what Squeeze wants to talk about right now. As much as I think Green Bay would take a receiver here, and there was a run on him, I think they're going to go offensive line. Corey Linsley is gone. He went down to San Diego. Elton Jenkins is arguably the top left guard in the game. He's one of them. Him and Quinn Nelson are probably the two best in all of the NFL. They need a center. That Wyatt Davis from Ohio State is a guy to keep an eye on. His grandfather was Willie Davis. I got a Willie Davis story we can talk about once Wyatt gets drafted. But I think center-wise, you have Josh Myers from Ohio State. Green Bay had luck with Corey Linsley from Ohio State when he came in. Josh Myers kind of fits that role. I could see them going with Josh Myers as the pick at center.
I could just see Aaron Rodgers sitting watching Jeopardy with one eye and watching this with the other eye. Waiting to see what these assholes are going to do with this pick right here. If they draft a linebacker or a defensive lineman or something like that. And I think that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, Myers was my third best guy that was still available as far as centers. I like Humphrey from Oklahoma, and Miner's the small school kid from Wisconsin Whitewater, a little bit better. Although Miners and Myers, I'm going to get my tongue twisted, they have a similar sort of set in terms of their ability. There isn't too much of a drop-off there. What Myers would bring, playing out there at Ohio State is obviously he's played in big games, and he didn't give up many sacks in big games. He was really sturdy against the best competition. He's really good against those A-gaps. All that stuff, and Minnesota likes to use that in certain teams. Chicago to a lesser extent in the NFC North. I like his length and I like his mobility. I think he'd slot in very well with what they already have, and it looks like that's the official the pick there. I do think sometimes his aggression works against him, and he's got to get better with the way he uses his hands. But this is a solid pick for them for what they need as far as that line play goes.
I'll say this regarding the aggression, and I had him as my third-rated center behind Creed Humphrey, who's still there, and Dickerson. The reason why I like the aggression is they're trying to build that old line, especially to be really nasty. You look at Jenkins, we talked about it, CJ, when he pancaked Aaron Donald. There's not too many guards that do that. He had Aaron Donald lose his mind on the field when they played him and dominated him all game, albeit he was injured. Don't get me wrong. I know that, but he dominated Aaron Donald all game. The right guard, it could be John Runyon's son, John Runyon Jr., who plays with a lot of nasty, just like his old man. And get this kid playing. You can have your interior, and we talk about our interior line. I like guys like you. I like guys that are nasty. I like guys that get down and aren't afraid. That's why I love the kid from Buffalo so much. We'll get into him a little bit later. You get that type. You get those types of guys. That's going to really help them out. And here's the thing. And we talk about Aaron Rodgers. Look, the elephant in the room is they're not going to trade him. At least not this year. Not for less than a first round pick. And the first round was yesterday. So they're not trading him this year. So what does that lead to happen? One of two things.
Jeopardy.
He retires. No, hear me. No, I'm being really serious when I say this. He has the same agent as Carson Palmer, David Dunn. That could be he forced Carson. Carson forced his way out of Cincinnati. We all know that. So he ended up with the Raiders. So it could be a similar situation where he retires and then in the middle of the season they trade him and for whatever. Or Aaron wants something his way, which is more money. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson see the young pups getting all this money. They see Mahomes, they see Watson. They feel like
I just completely disagree. I just completely disagree with that. I don't think that's the case. I think you're leaving out a big part of it.
No.
Aaron Rodgers has been treated for the majority of his career in Green Bay like he's just some do boy. Like that's Aaron Rodgers. You have to bring him to the table and talk to him about the future plans of the team. Just like you don't believe Tom Brady and Bruce Arians sit down and talk about what we're going to do what we're going to do to help you. Hey, Tom, so you are Tom Brady. Let me pick your brain a little bit as you pick mine because of the fact that you are Tom Brady. Why doesn't Aaron Rodgers ever get that? What is wrong with Green Bay to the point where they believe that they can have Aaron Rodgers just as a do-boy quarterback? You just shut up and play football, and we do everything else. We want no input from you on anything. Like, that's ridiculous. You got to ask this man. Okay, look at the Lakers. When you get LeBron James, you're not going to consult LeBron James about who else is going to play in this league on the team with him. He's your best recruiter. He is your best asset. Do you know how many people want to play with Aaron Rodgers? Why wouldn't you listen to Aaron Rodgers on days like this? And over and over and over and over again, they draft defense, they draft defense, they draft defense, they draft defense. Then they draft a quarterback. It's the ultimate slap in the face. I don't believe that maybe it's about money. Maybe money has something to do with it. But I believe that it's about adding into control.
I can only tell you what I was told today. And believe me, I made calls last night. I was texting on the phone all day. Excuse me. And literally, that's what was told to me. That he wants it. They've talked about contract extension. He's open to it, but he wants a certain amount of money. He sees Mahomes. He sees Watson. He sees that Baker and that Allen and that all those young pups are going to get paid. I'm a 3-time MVP. I want mine. The same thing with Russell Wilson. And nobody talks about how disgruntled Russell Wilson is anymore because you know why? They're talking about making him more money, giving him more money. So it's going to shut him up. It's going to shut Sierra up. As you know, you and I talked about when I was at the crib when we were discussing it. It's the same thing. It comes down to dollars and cents. That's all it is. Now, if he decides to retire and then they trade him, the next offseason, I personally think, and I was not told this, it's my opinion, and I don't necessarily agree with it. This is what I thought their plan was all along. Aaron Rodgers for 2 years, and after that doesn't work out, we can trade him and we have our young guy and we kind of start over a little bit, but we draft certain positions to kind of make the transition simpler, the same way we did with Brett Favre. I think it's the same situation. No quarterback has played past 16 years in Green Bay. This last year was his 16th year. Him and Brett Favre, same thing, losing the NFC Championship game. It's the same situation. But I think what Aaron Rodgers is also considering, and I think he's starting to realize, is Jordan Love is not his fault. The same way when Aaron Rodgers was about to take over, it wasn't his fault. He is the residual effect of Brett Favre retirement. It's the same thing now. Jordan Love is in the crosshairs of everybody because he's not Aaron Rodgers. The same way Aaron Rodgers wasn't Brett Favre. So because of that, he's understanding it. And I think there is going to be a conversation after this weekend about extending him out and making sure that he's taken care of. And who knows, at that point, they may have a conversation about it. But I'm telling you what I was told, it comes down to money. He wants to be paid what he's worth and what he deserves. Because I agree, while they haven't drafted first round, while they haven't drafted first round receivers, Devontae Adams, all the guys that they've drafted, Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson, James Jones, Jermichael Finley, you have Bobby Tunyon, you have Aaron Jones, you have all these guys that they invested in the second and third rounds and even beyond in Aaron Jones' case, and those are still weapons that are out there. The problem wasn't necessarily the offense not scoring points last year. It's the number one offense in the NFL. It was the defense stopping people and being able to having the brain fart on the back end with Kevin King when Scotty Miller ran right by him, when it was a bad call by Mike Pettin, who's no longer there. That's what hurt them. It wasn't necessarily not having weapons because they have the weapons.
I completely disagree.
Well, we got to move on from this. I feel like, I got to jump in and be like,
move on. Yeah.
So the champs look like they're going to take quarterback here.
Deep.
Yeah,
Wouldn't have
Tampa Bay.
expected that.
Kyle Trask. I don't know about that one. I wish Bo was here for it.
He's not. I personally had him off the board as far as the first 4 rounds. That's me personally. I asked someone that that does this better than me. I was like, "Who does he remind you of?" And he's like, "He's a lesser Brad Johnson." I was like, "I'm not drafting."
Come on, man.
I got told
Really?
Tim Tebow. I got told a lesser Tim Tebow.
And I'm saying like
his number 2, his top 2 targets got drafted in the first round. Am I right?
Yeah.
So somebody was throwing them the ball.
Well, that's the whole Danny Werfel question. Like, how much of that is attributed to your talent, and how much of that is, and that's what we keep going back and forth with the Alabama guys. At what point is the sea change where the quarterback's driving these guys like Burrow? Because we talked about that. LSU never really had a history of. I mean, Jawalrus was their last.
Damn.
Any chance I get, I'm just digging in on him.
Damn.
And so, yeah, as far as Trask goes, obviously the size, yeah, he's huge. He's a big one, as they like to say down there. 6'5", 245. He's got the arm strength. And what I liked was with those 2 guys, if you wanted to play him soft up the middle, he'd throw it deep on you. He would chuck it out there and let those guys go and get the ball.
Yes.
The problem with him for me is that he didn't do anything to elevate them by himself. And he's got real issues as far as his fundamental stuff. He gets sloppy and he really gets bouncy in the pocket. He doesn't really trust his coverage to really sort of to do the lateral movement stuff to allow his guys to get open. He's a little bit slower. He reminds me in that way of Paxton Lynch, and that he's way too methodical in his drop back and setting up as far as throwing the stuff. And then as far as his actual throws, he'll miss certain reads at times. He threw into bracketed coverage a little bit too much, like just staring guys down. I get trust, but sometimes, the trust catch, if there's nobody down there to catch you, you're just going to bounce off the ground. he was doing that a little too much. And
who's Brady's backup right now, CJ?
Who was Brady's backup last year? That's a good question. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Blaine
Was
Gabbert.
it Gabbert?
Blaine Gabbert.
Okay.
Yes.
No, he's not as good as Blaine Gabbert.
and here's the thing.
No.
Here's the thing about Trask for me. I had him as the 8th best quarterback in this draft, round 3 to 5, not round 2, and I thought he was more back end 4. I almost put him 4 to 6.
You said 8?
He is my 8th. Yeah, I think honestly, and CJ, you can jump in. I mean, the first 5 already taken. I like Kellen Mond and Davis Mills a lot.
I like
more
Davis
than
Mills
Kyle
and
Trask.
Mond better than him. Those are the 2 guys I have ahead of him as well.
So
Wow,
Travis is your
really?
8th best. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Kellen Mond is going to be a dude. Kellen Mond, I love it. He's ascended every year in college. He's gotten better, and there's something about his game. It's a Dak Prescott type game. He's a great leader. And the last year under Jimbo, he just took off. And Jimbo's good with quarterbacks. So yeah, I think Kellen Mond is a guy.
And there's something about where Kyle Trask is going. He's going to Bruce Arians, who seems to, I know Jameis Winston threw a lot of INTs, but he also threw a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns.
A lot of yards and touchdowns. That's correct.
Exactly. So that's one thing. I don't know how long he'll be there, but as long as he's there, he's going to have Byron Leftwich as his OC. He played the position, and he's done very well in the transition to being a coach. And, it kind of doesn't hurt to have the GOAT as somebody you can literally sit there and watch in practice in the film rooms and say, if I ever want to be half of what he is, that's what I got to do. That's how I got to do it. And, we all know it and we all talk about it. Some of these college players who come out, we talk about their fundamentals and maybe not growing. You also got to look at, but were the coaching staff in college trying to get them to do that? Some of these guys aren't worried about these guys going to the next level. They're only worried about what you do in college.
That is a very valid point.
Yeah, they may not have been trying to build them up as a quarterback. They're like, look, this is what we run. You can do it. So that's all we're going to do because I'm worried about my contract. You get better at the next level. So, some of the questions about him could be, hey, that's not what he was asked to do at the next level. But we know unless something happens, knock on wood that it doesn't, he's not going to start or play his rookie year, so he's gonna have time to sit there, grow, and learn into the system. Yeah, some of the other guys you guys mentioned could potentially be better than him, but given the situation he's going to, good God Almighty, I say very much thank you.
Yeah, they're definitely going to give him time to develop. There's no question about
he
that.
He ain't playing no time soon, Daddy.
Let me
see the field, buddy.
Let me say this real quick. Andre Cisco is my favorite safety in this class. Him, Holland, or this guy is Ed Reed reincarnated. He would have been a first-round pick if he didn't tear his ACL next year. 12 picks in 2 years, in almost 3 seasons at Syracuse. This guy's a ball hawk. Went to I think he went to IMG for his year and became a man there. Moved away from home, learned how to do it. This guy is everything you want in a player. From on the field, off the field, intelligence. He is when you want a ball hawk, this is that guy. He was the best ball in the air safety in this class, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, was he was playing when Syracuse almost pulled off that upset against Clemson? Was he playing or was he already out?
He got hurt early in the year.
But you remember what I'm talking about when Syracuse almost pulled out that upset over?
Yeah, they just showed. Yeah, they showing it right now. He was playing in that game.
Okay. You know what? I think I remember seeing him, and kind of like you, Joe. I didn't, I wasn't familiar with his name, but I think I was saying, who the heck is this guy? Because it's Syracuse, so you're not necessarily looking at the entire defense like, oh man, they got a bunch of dudes, but place where he stood out.
Literally on ESPN, they literally just showed 3 highlights from that Clemson game with him looking like he got shot out of a rocket. So
there
we go. I'm sorry, guys.
Apparently I got it on the wrong channel then. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, he's Cisco is special. Like the ball in the air, there's nobody better. I mean, that's just me. But this is where guys I think now we're gonna see the run on quarterbacks coming. This is where I think you've seen Trask go. Now I think you're going to see the run. I think we talked about Trask, Mills, and Mond.
It never fails, right? Guys that seem to go a little bit higher sort of force the hand of other teams that are like, okay, if this is starting to happen, we better jump now.
Does Houston take a quarterback? Do they take a Davis Mills with everything going on with Deshaun Watson? Does Minnesota take Mills or is it Mond? I think those are some $1 million questions right there.
I think you have to. You can't assume.
I think they both got to take a quarterback, right?
Yeah, you can't assume that this is just
with a quarterback.
Yeah, with everything that's going on, there's just no way you can just project that Watson's going to be able to play in this. You can't. There's no way of doing that. You got to have insurance in case of. And I think that's more pressing than anything. If you don't have a quarterback, you got nothing.
And then they have so many. I mean, they got so many problems on that squad, man. Like they ain't missing nothing if they pick a quarterback right here. They need so much.
True story. Of those two, who do you have higher as far as your 2 guys, Mond or Mills?
Who you asking, CJ?
Joe. Did he freeze? Well, I'll jump in.
I had them. I did. No, I'm back. I had them even, but I put Mills ahead of Mond. And I think that's just because of the Pac-12, and I wanted to keep it West Coast.
I had Mills. Yay. I had Mills ahead of him because of what he did. Because some people looked at his lack of experience. He only had 11 starts as a negative. I took it around and I said that this is really positive that he balled out the way that he did, given the lack of opportunity that he had prior to getting on the field. I mean, he was fantastic with the opportunities that he had. Because that's not necessarily a very quarterback-friendly offense that, Shaw likes to run and then run again if he absolutely can.
Well, the other thing, too, is there's a bunch of opt-outs with Stanford, and he did it
with
that's what I'm saying.
Opted out. So
he came in and he inherited a situation, and he made the most of it. And what I liked from what I saw was that he really sort of established his reads, and then he made the decisions quickly. He processed information really quickly, which is what I think is a really good value for a player at around this level. If you can get a quarterback around here who doesn't necessarily need a lot of prep time because he's not going to always, get that opportunity. But if he can go in and he can make his decisions quickly and he can process information, that's a big benefit for where you're going to be around this point in time.
I know Kalani's going to hate this, but I wasn't impressed with this pro day. It was in the rain. There was a lot of balls being thrown all over the place. It was some balls fluttering. He made some good.
Who is this? This is Mon?
No, this is Mills.
Mills.
I wasn't impressed with his pro day at all. There's a lot of off-target balls. So I mean, if he's going there and he has to back up Deshaun, but if he's going there and he's backing up Deshaun, then I'm good with that because Deshaun's only going to be there a few more months anyway. Then he's going to be traded, and at that point, it's this guy has a season to kind of learn. And we see right here the Vikings took Kellen Mond, who, again, here's a guy who keeps getting better every single year from the time he got at A&M and Jimbo got his hands on him to where he is now. Kellen Mond, he reminds me a little bit of Dak Prescott in the way he commands the offense and runs. I really like his game, though. This is a guy I think that it's a great pick for Minnesota, and I hate to say it.
And you look at some of these quarterbacks, and like how you were saying with Mon, somebody who's not at a program. Now, Texas A&M does have good talent, don't get me wrong, but it's not like they're littered with five-star guys at every skill position like some of the other major programs. The fact that he gets better and better every year with the talent around him, they're not competing for a national championship, yet he still makes it work. That is somebody you could definitely say, man, as long as they keep that offensive line good, this is going to be an exciting player when he gets a chance to go out there and really take hold of the offense simply because of his work ethic, his pedigree, and the fact that he showed in college, I don't need the number one wide receiver, the Heisman Trophy running back. I don't need the five-star offensive lineman to go out here and still do good work. So I'm very excited to see what he does here because Mike Zimmer, since being in Minnesota, I know they've had some rough times, but man, he's really made that team where they always look like they're one player away from getting over the hump and making it there. Obviously, they got close 2 years ago. So with this one here, I'm definitely excited about the future of the Minnesota Vikings. Congrats to Kellen Mond, man. That's an excellent pickup, and I think a very good place for him to land.
I became a fan of his draft party too.
Well, I mean,
it's popping at that joint. Look at Jimbo.
Hey, Squeeze, we're gonna have to make a trip back down to Atlanta, Alabama, or somewhere, bro.
Hey, Thicky Steve's out here, brother.
That looked like Magic City all over again. You up in there, what?
Oh boy!
Jump that Mon spot. Mon that spot, bro.
Man, them horses
got
are
Jimbo
hot right
sitting
now.
in the middle of the joint. Jimbo sitting there like, oh yeah, baby.
Hey, I gotta be that cousin or the uncle that, hey, baby girl, I dropped that. Can you pick it up for me, please?
Oh man.
Let me get a cold drink from the bottom of the barrel.
We're rolling three now.
Houston and Atlanta need quarterbacks, right? Don't y'all think Atlanta need to be trying to get one of these quarterbacks?
I just wonder now with this run, there's a drop now as far as the quality of guys. That makes me wonder if they would go and commit to them right now or not.
I think Houston goes quarterback right here because after this there is a big drop.
Because I'm saying from Mills and Mond, the next three guys that I have are Jamie Newman from Wake Forest, Ian Book, the Notre Dame guy, and Sam Ellinger from Texas. Those guys are they're a tier down from this level here.
I have Peyton Ramsey from Northwestern. I have Michael Collins, and I have Jamie Newman. I'm not a big Felipe Franks guy at all.
I'm not a Franks guy either. Yeah,
I didn't
actually like
Miami.
I like Shane Buechele, the kid from SMU, more than I like him. So it's just again, it's offense and preference. Because speaking of Kellen Mond, I just wanted to get in here because I just this one thing. The sentence that you're not allowed to say, evidently in the NFL anymore, but he reminds me of Colin Kaepernick. That's That's the guy I see when I see him move.
Yeah, that's very good. That is very good.
Yeah,
and
very good.
And I think that given the right opportunity, I think he projects really well as far as being able to.
Hey man, listen, Colin Kaepernick was unstoppable for a second, bro.
And he's a noob, so I don't. Hey, and he's a noob.
None of us care about that. That's the thing. We don't care about that part.
Oh, there's a lot of people that care about that.
Nobody plays football with a cane.
A lot of people
Nobody plays football with a gang sign. None of that. All right,
Stop
it.
Oh,
jeez.
You know what happens when you hear "Yo, baby, yo, baby, yo." Hey, just like that. Hey, just like that with Atlanta coming on the clock.
Davis Mills.
With Davis Mills. We'll come back, discuss Davis Mills. We're gonna take a quick break. This is the franchise 2021 NFL Draft Show. Stay tuned. Stay locked in at franchisesportsmedia.com. Welcome back to the Franchise Sports Media Draft Show. I'm Joe Arrigo. Joining me to my left is TQ, and right, chilling out, hanging out. You know, that's what we're doing. It's my man CJ Baldwin, the Raider realist, and Davis Mills was the pick for Houston. Look, you know, that's Houston's first pick in this draft, and it's the first pick with new GM, new head coach. And let's be real about this. With everything going on with Deshaun Watson, I think this sends a message to what they think is going to happen with Deshaun potentially being suspended by the NFL. What do you guys think?
I think it's it's insurance. I mean, you got Tyrod Taylor, Ryan Finley. Those are placeholder guys, and then you go and you draft another guy, just in case that you can have maybe looking at it long term. Like I said before we went to break, you just be foolish not to at this point. I mean, you hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst. That's got to be what the mentality is.
I don't think this team makes this pick if it wasn't for that Deshaun situation. I think they go somewhere else. They need a lot.
They put themselves in this situation though, with how they wanted to go about things and how they wanted to carry out their doings and whatnot. So they kind of put themselves in this situation, but they got their quarterback on the feet. Now, here's the question. I know Joe said it earlier. Oh, he'll be traded in a couple months. Do you get rid of Deshaun Watson before the season? Do you maybe wait throughout the season to see if a team loses the quarterback and they get desperate? Or do you just say, nope, we're going to go this season. You're going to play. Mills is going to learn. And then next year we'll find a way to deal with you. That to me is going to be a interesting tell and how that goes, simply because with the draft, now these guys are getting quarterbacks. You got to think, unless an injury happens, not too many teams are going to be as hungry for a quarterback like they once were. So what was once a hot market for Deshaun Watson, I don't know if it'll be as hot.
I think it's all about damaged goods at this point. I don't think nobody.
And until we have any clearance as to what the hell his life is going to look like, forget football.
Exactly.
His freedom, until we know any of that stuff and the way it shakes out and what the punitive stuff is going to be as a result of all of this, he's untouchable right now. He's persona non grata. There's nobody that's going to take anything on him at this point, and we just have to kind of wait and see how it shakes out. So, but assuming, let's put it like this to address the way that you said it. Assuming that he shakes out, let's say everything sort of breaks away and he's clean to where he's able to go back and he's able to play immediately. Not even anything about innocent or guilt. Let's just say he's able to play. There's no way they'd move Mond or use him as the backup or whatever to kind of assess him. You'd ride with Watson. Like there's just no way they wouldn't trade him unless they got some extreme compensation for that as a result.
Remember, Watson don't want to be there no more. Still,
and I'm still saying, like,
this happened, he didn't want to be there.
I wonder what his mentality looks like differently when he's been able to kind of keep his freedom by the skin of his teeth. You know, do you want to play that game in the court of public opinion where people are already going to look at you funny, and then you're going to immediately try to go back and double back? See, Houston holds the cards now, and that's the thing is that all of the weight shifted as far as leverage in their court. So they can hold out and say, if we don't get the King's ransom we were getting in the first place, you're not going anywhere. And nobody's going to hold that against them.
Let me just throw this out there, not to be conspiracy theory guy, but don't you think that's the way Houston wanted to play it out? I mean, the attorney that
of course
the attorney that represents all the women is the owner's next door neighbor.
The Houston culpability in this is ridiculous, but Houston being able to benefit from it, of course they're sitting back like
equally ridiculous.
Yeah. Hell yeah, they want that to happen in the sense of you've lost all of the leverage in terms of the way that it's going to look as far as people go. You know, like he's going to have to look grateful just to have a chance to continue playing football. Everything's back in their court in terms of the way that this looks, because so much of this is about perception. The quarterbacks and all of that other stuff, a lot of it is perception based. And so, yeah, until all of that shakes out, you can't really even consider him being a part of anything. He's going to be found money if he's able to get cleared and to be able to play. You have to treat him the same way you treated guys like Josh Gordon, the way that you treated some of these other players. Like, you just can't assume that they're there. You know, you have to just literally assume that that's a roster spot that you don't have and then adjust accordingly. So
I'm surprised they didn't for one of the other quarterbacks earlier than in the draft. Not to say that Mills isn't a good quarterback, but I'm surprised that maybe they didn't try to give one a little bit earlier. That way, one, because if this goes south for Watson, they got somebody there right now, like top notch. But then two, if it doesn't and he's cleared, well, now you got two quarterbacks you could try to make a decision on. Hey, we don't get what we want for Watson. Maybe we could get something for Mills. He's a young guy, rookie contract. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Was this their first pick, though?
No, this is their second.
No, this Houston's first pick in the draft.
Oh, this is Houston. That's right.
Remember,
that's right. They didn't have their you're right.
The Larry Tunsil trade.
That's right.
To Miami.
I was thinking of Carolina. Yeah, Houston didn't have a first rounder. Yeah.
Well, damn it, like the sound says, damn it, what's in my cup? Okay, hold on, my bad.
You on that Diet Pepsi and Hennessy again?
No, not today.
We got two really good picks here. One of the guys that I was holding out hope for, Joseph Asai of Texas. I was really, really hoping that he would fall to 79 and we consider taking him. He's one of those guys, that I would have really. I was quietly not saying nothing. I was like, maybe we should recalibrate and see what things look like as far as the board and everything goes. Because I was like, don't jinx it. I don't want to say his name, but that was the guy I was hoping would be available. And Cincinnati just swooped him up, and I think that's a great get for them.
I do too. And then Carolina took Gus. I'll let you take the Carolina pick.
Yeah,
took your guy.
Yeah, he took my guy. I mean, this guy was a stud, and that's a good pick for Panthers. And I really liked it. I mean, he kept what's the quarterback? Wilson. Zach.
Yeah.
Going back. I mean, that's a good pick for them. I thought he would fall down to us, but if we didn't pick Leatherwood, I mean, that would have really hurt. But
yeah,
it's a good pick by the Jack.
Those are two picks that they got really good value for where they were, and they fit needs that they can actually go in and deal with them right away. Because Cincinnati kind of stripped away their D line, and now they get to refortify.
And what I will say, I liked him. I had him as a second, third round grade, my seventh best. I just put edge players this year.
That is not how you say the man's name, Joe.
How do you say
the man's name, bro? It's Osai, ain't it?
Yeah, Osai.
Osai, my bad. Yeah. Osai.
Jeez,
again, bro.
Woosaway. Do the man like that.
Whatever. I had him as the seventh.
Where'd you have him?
Where did player in the draft? Second, third round grade. Okay. Seventh. He was my seventh, and I had him as second, third round grade. So he went right about where I thought he would fall.
Yeah.
I liked him a lot, and the thing that I like about him, is I like his size. 6'3", 245. He was young coming out as a junior. I like his bend. That's the one thing that we don't talk about as a D end, or as a edge rusher. How good is your bend to dip and rip and to do a lot of different things? He's got really good bend. I think that fills a huge need for the Bengals on that side, and he's explosive. And he's still going to grow into his body. I think he'll probably hit about 255, 260. That's after he settles in. But this guy's the truth. It's a great pick for them.
He's got great length too. I like the length of his arms because he's able to do stuff with his arms, because right now he still doesn't really have a refined sort of set of pass rush moves, but he's able to use his physicality, his skill set. He maxed that part out. So the other stuff we keep talking about being coached and all that other stuff, he can get coached up down there in Cincinnati. That's a really good pick for them.
And Joe, like you said, he's got tremendous bend. One of the best pass rushers since he's been in the league. Von Miller was one of the key attributes of him outside of his first step. That bend is unreal. So
yeah,
he has that, and like CJ was saying, he gets coached up properly. Yeah, he could definitely be an impactful player for them and whatnot.
I was really hoping he would last.
Yeah, he was somebody I was also like, I was kind of looking at. I was like, oh, he's still there. Come on, buddy. Just a few more teams. Overlook him. He's from Texas. Leave it alone. Hook him on. Leave it alone. But hey, kudos to them, man. They got themselves a terrific player. And it's very interesting because, it's the third round. Obviously, we're doing a show, so we follow this more. But you're watching it. We're still getting known guys coming off here where you're seeing them and you're just like, well, I won't say it. I'll leave it for the show. But you're seeing guys get picked, and you're just like, man, they really got themselves a good pick with that particular player. You just hope that with the coaching that they're going to and the team it is, you just hope they utilize them correctly, because some of these guys, man, I was so excited to see at the next level. I just hope where they're going, they get coached up and utilized properly so we can see what they can truly do.
Absolutely. And let's talk about the Panthers. Well, the Panthers pick of Brady Christensen, that was Gus's guy. I had him going in the third round. Kalani, you loved him. You thought he was a first round.
Cheese whiz.
The only thing I think that worked against Christensen, the only thing that I think worked against him is that he's already 24.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. That's always one of those things where
he did the BYU thing.
Yes.
Okay.
The mission. And just the fact that he's a little bit older that's because everything else, he was durable, he was mature, he's very athletic, he's got great feet, he resets and he re-anchors really well because of his great balance and coordination. And he doesn't give up his outside rush much at all. He stones a lot of guys. You can swim back inside on him. But depending on, like Carolina, they got some pretty decent guards. You can play him off of that and help to offset that. The other stuff
It's probably the best possible position to be 24 at, though, right? If you got to be 24.
That's exactly my point. I was going to say, if you're going to have some age already, because you're fitting in and he's going to be a prime guy in his rookie contract. Right. Tackles, you stand to get like one or two big deals. And, yeah, he can really cash out if he plays himself out. I just think it's a great spot. It's ahead of where I had him comped. I think that's really good value again, and I think that's a place where he can go and start really quick out down there in Carolina.
I agree. I
was just going to say, because the Raiders are coming up. Go ahead.
For offensive linemen, they last a little bit longer. So his age, I wouldn't necessarily say.
I would say that it shouldn't, but I do think that.
I was just saying that, he's 24. They're still very young. And I wouldn't necessarily use that as a negative against him, because for offensive linemen, they could play a little bit longer than your skill players. So I don't see him being 24 as necessarily a big knock, although I do get where you're coming from with that. But yeah, I don't, maybe end of the first round, somewhere in the second, I thought he was going to be. Look, I understand it could have been a one-year wonder, but when you got Zach Wilson doing what he did, and he had one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, hey, there's a reason for that. Now, I get it. He was possibly playing against Hot Cheese Whiz, but at the same time, we've seen guys from other programs who are not necessarily playing steak and potatoes, and they do fine, and they do just fine. So if you could play, you could play, whether it's against Hot Cheese Whiz or against the porterhouse steak. But man, we gotta seriously stop talking about food now. I'm getting hungry here.
Yeah,
but,
about to order something.
Hey, so
I really like what he did.
So Washington's pick is in. I'll tip the pick real quick. It's Benjamin St. Juste, cornerback from Minnesota. You're talking about a long, athletic cornerback that can turn and burn, good hips, more of an outside guy. I don't think he's more of a slot guy. I like him better outside. Really did a good job at money. I don't squeeze. We've been to the Senior. You've been to the Senior Bowl a ton. And you see what happens down there. This guy made his money down at the Senior Bowl. His tape is really good. That's a great pick.
Hey, it can happen, man.
Defense gets even better.
Yeah, it can happen. It's definitely it's a money making place, because when you perform there, you got eyes of everybody on you, and they remember you, and it carries on to your second deal. Honestly, because whatever happens at that first place, it's guys that remember you. Your agent made a whole lot of friends down there in Mobile that weekend, so it can carry on and get you another check from somebody else, even if it didn't go right the first time.
Yeah. CJ, where did you comp him? How do you feel about him?
I had him in the 4th round, but again, we're talking about where you fit, where somebody values you, and what I like about him is he's got an absolutely ideal body, size and strength basically for the position. What I saw at the Senior Bowl was, man, he was dogging guys for those contested throws. He treated them like a wide receiver. He was very aggressive, and he wasn't afraid to go in there and big boy, use his size basically to his advantage in those tight windows. I just think he's more of a developmental guy in terms of his ability to do other stuff. He gets turned around by route runners. It's one of those things where he gets a little grabby in coverage. But again, you go to Washington, if instead of 3 seconds, guys are having to throw at 1.9 seconds, all the stuff that basically was getting him in trouble, suddenly it's a net positive when he's sitting there able to jump routes and he's able to do all that stuff because of the balance of that line's going to get after guys. So they're projecting him as a guy that's like, okay, we put this guy in here, this big-bodied guy, and we let him sort of play with the stuff that we have in-house. He can project a little bit more and be more of a ascendant talent because of what we already have with our front seven. So, I like the location.
You look at the history of Washington with corners going back to Darrell Green, and you go up to Sean Springs. They like those. Darrell Green was a burner, but Sean Springs was a big physical guy as well. So I love the fit.
I mean, they drafted Champ. They drafted Champ Bailey.
They drafted Champ.
Yeah, Champ was there too. I forgot about Champ.
Yeah.
Kalani, you love D linemen, and we're gonna have a run on them right now. And Philly, Milton Williams, who just was announced, big guy. Talk about what you've seen in the limited stuff that you've seen with Milton. Or what do you like about him? I should say.
Right before I get to Milton, just with the Washington pick, a big body, physical corner, 6'3", contested the ball passes. He sounds like a perfect ideal player for a Gus Bradley defense when you look at Sherman, Brandon Browner in Seattle. So he's another guy I would have liked for the senior silver and black. But, man, Milton out of Louisiana Tech, another one who doesn't get a lot of pub, but, man, this is a big-body guy that for his size, he's nimble on his feet, aggressive hands, and he knows how to get to the backfield. Now, he's got to work on keeping his pad level a little bit low. There's times when he tends to get a little bit high. But he is somebody, man, you turn on his tape, he's in the backfield more often than not. And not just because he's 2 times the size of the offensive lineman or the guys he's playing against can't block. He has the nose for getting in the backfield. So he's somebody, he may not be the anchor of your defensive line, but you put him out there in either the right formation or you put him out there next to another guy, you got yourself the interior of that line playing really, really well. He's somebody, as you see, very close to what the Raiders need. We need help in the middle next to our defensive ends that we're bringing in. He would have been another ideal fit for the Raiders as well. So I like Milton here. But, man, Philly got themselves a really good one. And Fletcher Cox, with him getting up in age, perfect guy to study under and replace when the time comes.
Let me echo that. I was just going to say, The first thing that I wrote when I put it in caps, incredible athlete. Like, that's the thing, is he's got a rep for being a tweener, but he played in every gap that they asked him to down there in Ruston, down there in Louisiana. You wanted him to 2-gap, he could do 2-gap. You put him out there at the 5. They 5 technique, they run a 3-3-5. He did it. He'd split the gap at the 3-gap. It was just he countered all of the counter moves from the old lineman very well. I was really shocked at how he was able to sort of instinctively play off of what was initially done to him with a punch or with the extended hand on him. He was able to get off of that stuff really well. The guy that he comps to for me is Darnell Dockett. That's who he plays, like he's completely on fire all the time. And what he doesn't have in speed or with size, he makes up for with that great speed. And he's got great first 2-step quickness, which will always helps you inside when you're undersized. He's faster than a guy like Mo Hurst. And I think they just got themselves a really, really good player right there to be able to kind of throw into their rotation right there. Sweet. I liked him better than Nixon, who was the guy that I think a lot of people are hoping for us falls to 79.
Squeezer?
I was going to say, back to what Kalani was saying, you was talking about this guy's tape. You know who that reminds me of? Cleveland Farrell, coming out of Clemson. On his tape, he was always in the backfield. That's why the Raiders took him, because he stayed in the backfield. If y'all remember, that draft, it was so many highlights coming out of Clemson games for both teams, for Clemson or the team that they was playing. Farrell was showing up on other people's highlights in the backfield.
Yeah.
And everybody went nuts about why did we pick him? Why did we pick him? Why did we pick him? Now you, Kalani, you say you would have picked Williams. You would have liked to see Williams with the Raiders for the same reason. So this is what I mean when I say sometimes you get that information on a guy through some pipeline and through some other way, and you fall in love with him. You talk to your coaches, you talk to his coaches, and he absolutely fits your system. You fall in love with him. You don't really care what the next person has to say because you just believe that he's going to be a fit. Now, if he comes in and he's a bum, then you look stupid. But what if you knock a home run on that guy?
Well,
never know.
I'm going to tell you a home run pick, and I hate to say it, it's Dallas again.
Again.
He was my sleeper D lineman. Zoe did a Zoe huddle on him. I had him in the 3 to 5 range. In fact, where I had him rated as far as the D line, I had him as my 6th best D lineman in this, and I almost put him ahead of Davion Nixon, who's universally thought of as the 3rd best D tackle in this. I love Osa, man. This guy shows up. He reminds me, and I hate to use this expression, but of a poor man's Kenny Clark. Same type of game at UCLA, comes from the same type of same scheme, same school. I love everything about this kid. I'm really happy that he got drafted earlier than what a lot of people projected him to be.
Yeah, and you know that's a guy coming out there, and I would only say the major difference outside of where they were drafted between Farrell and Williams was Williams didn't have the help along the line like Farrell did. You know, Farrell saw a lot of one-on-one protection because of everything else he had on that line. So, and that's no knock. He did what he had to do. But when you see somebody do what Williams is doing on the line, and he doesn't have the pedigree of players next to him, to me, that stands out just a tad bit more, especially from the interior position. And then, like Joe was saying, you look at what Dallas just did with Osei, him, man, that's somebody right there.
Drafting today.
Yeah, and it's like, you know what? Today. Yeah, that was another really good gift for them because not only is it fill a position of need, but they also got a guy who really could come in and day one really be a guy that says, hey, I'm here next to Lawrence and these linebackers behind me. Let's go to Red Lobster. We doing the system. Let's go.
And he's versatile. Like for Dallas, that might actually be to their benefit because he's kind of stuck between positions at around 280. But similar to Milton Williams, he's so athletic that he sort of offsets it. I mean, that's the same exact body type minus all of the Hulk muscles that Aaron Donald has. I I'm not saying he's Donald. I'm not even saying he's in Donald's like. But what I'm saying is the notion that because he's undersized means he doesn't have a space. We're not seeing that anymore because linemen are not as, they're getting smaller, and there's a bigger emphasis on quickness over everything else off of your line. And so guys like that who can penetrate gaps, who can shoot gaps, there's value for them. There's a place now, inside and outside. So, I like that pick as well.
Very much
now
so.
New Orleans,
and with this one, go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to move on to play catch up a little bit because I know we're coming up on the Raiders pick in just a pick or two. New Orleans, Paulson Adebo, cornerback from Stanford, very underrated. Another guy that I his game is crazy. I had him as the 15th best. This guy probably was a first round pick before COVID, maybe even higher, but I had him in 3 to 5 range, right where he went. This guy is a stud. Playmaker, great size, can do it all. Great fluid hips, very good technique, physical. This guy was a problem from the Pac-12 for all the different receivers. This is a great pick for the Saints who need help in the defensive backfield.
Well, he was who I had slotted to us at number 80, so I'm kind of upset that we lost him. That's an ideal cover 3 cornerback. He reminds me of Byron Maxwell. And the thing that I love about guys in college, if you're a college corner and you got 8 interceptions in 22 games like he does, that says that you know how to find the ball. Yeah. For all of the deficiencies that he might have, anybody who can recognize the routes the way he does and then react on the ball to where you've got that many takeaways in a short amount of time, and he's so angular. Like, he's one of those guys, that's why they fell in love with Sherman, even though he didn't really play the position that long. Even if you get beat, he can come back all that length, fingertip on the ball, incomplete. Like, that's the thing. It's like when you play a zone concept the way that a cover 3 is, guys with that kind of length, guys that can actually move back towards the ball, he would have been perfect here. As it stands, as we're getting close here.
Well, the Vikings pick is in. We'll go ahead and tip it for everybody because the bye queens. I hate the Minnesota. That is the worst team in the galaxy to me. I don't know if I hate them as bad as I hate the Celtics or the Red Sox or the Giants. But they took Chaz Surratt, linebacker from UNC. So whoever Kalani wants is still available.
All right, who we getting? Kalani?
I'll tell you who I want.
Who we getting, Kalani?
I want the big ooze from USC, Jay Tufili. Bring your big behind over here. We got plenty of local out here for you to enjoy, my brother. Come on out here and get some of this Polynesian love. I was a fan of his, not only just because he's a Trojan, but again, that's another big body guy who's athletic, strong, aggressive at the point of attack, and has a nose for getting into the backfield. He opted out this past season because of COVID. But if not for that, dude, he would have been up there, my man, as far as higher rated. So I was hoping that when this draft played out, we can get him. He's still on the board. We got 2 picks here. He feels the need. And, hey, nothing wrong with some Polynesian love on the roster. So come on, brother. Come on down here one time.
I got 4 guys here for these 2 spots. Any of them I hear, I'm going to be very happy. Number 1 is Jabril Cox, the linebacker for LSU. I'm beating the drum for him. I think in a year he could be starting as the middle linebacker. I mean, you move away from Quit or even pair them or whatever. I just think that another one of those leadership guys, team captain, we love that stuff here. And I just sideline to sideline guys. I like that. I need more of that speed in my life. Another guy, because I just don't want to hear the name Nevin Lawson ever again, is Elijah Molden, the corner from Washington.
Yes.
I think the fact that he's here, and I was dying for Antoine Winfield last year, and that's who he reminds me of, I would be over the moon if we got Morig and my man Elijah Molden. I think they could be 2 starters immediately in this defense. Both of them.
Well,
Come on, get to the D line. Give me something now. Come on, CJ.
Well,
like
he
Saul-
took it
I
out.
like,
He took it from
Ronnie.
me.
I like Ronnie Solomon. Man.
Okay, all right.
I like Jay Tufueli as well. I like him because basically the two best guys that are left as far as interior guys are him and Davion Nixon. And he's a wild card to me. I just
guys, I'm gonna throw a name out there. I'm gonna throw a shot in the dark, okay? Malcolm Kuntz from Buffalo, defensive end. I'm gonna throw a name out there. How's that?
throw it back.
I'm throwing a name out there. I had where did I have him rated? I had him rated, round 4 to 6. But I think that's a guy that they like. I'm just throwing it out there for the hell of it. We'll see what happens.
I just think that's another guy. He would have been available, I think, in a couple of rounds. Now, I get that what they just did was because we've traded pick 121, we don't have a 4th round pick, and so maybe there's too much of a gap. He's a 5th round guy for me, and I worry. Certain guys you worry about the step up in caliber. That actually does concern me. Khalil Mack was such a generational physical specimen. You could have put him anywhere. You could have put him on the Buffalo AAA baseball team. He would have panned out. This guy right here, I mean, and he seems more of a 3-4 guy too. He seems to be more of a guy who benefits standing up and rushing off of the edge, in an upright stance, than basically putting his hand down like he'd have to be for us. So I'm is that tipped? Is that what we've just done? Have you tipped that selection there?
When does he not?
Basically, is he the guy? is he the guy? Because
I was right with. Hey, wait, hold on. Let me just say, I was right with Morik. Right, I was right with Morik.
You was. Hey, you was right after they announced that shit on your little computer.
Right. You can't ever go with Joe. Oh man,
Hey.
I've been waiting to see this movie, man. I wonder how it's going to be.
I threw a name out there. It was a name that, again, okay. So let me full disclosure. I mocked Jay Tufule to the Raiders in the last mock that I did. I think Jabril Cox and Tufule would have been the two guys that I took right here. But I'm just saying, Kuntz is a guy that it was told to me behind the scenes that this is a guy mid round that they really like, that they see a lot of traits that they have with a Max Crosby type, a guy, a hard worker, a guy that can get to the quarterback, do all the different things, another body on the D line. It just seems like it's about right for that to happen right here. That's all.
He reminded me too much of a not as athletic Arden Key, a guy we just shipped off. He's got that same slight frame. He was a guy who was quicker than he was fast, and he's a guy who has real sort of needs to improve certain elements of his ability to rush the passer. Now he had some good results for while he was playing there at Buffalo. But like I said, I mean, when he stepped up in competition, I mean, when they played Charlotte, I watched a lot of the tape that I watched was the bowl game for Buffalo, and he disappeared. And I'm
we talked about being bendy. He's one of the bendiest dudes in this draft, and that's stuff that's natural. You can't teach getting,
CJ.
Yeah,
hey, CJ. If I was playing in that bowl game at that time, I would have disappeared too. Damn, that shit, bro.
He said, I'm out.
All right, so go ahead, Wizard.
Yeah, Mel Kiper really likes him.
That scares me.
Man. I know.
Like Kuntz?
Yeah, he's number one on his linebacker.
He's a good player. Like Joe was saying, he's got terrific bend, and he is a good player. I just kind of feel like what I think CJ was alluded to it before. he is a body, but he's also a body at a position we're starting to kind of stockpile up at. You know, Farrell, Max Crosby, Gakwe. Then you got Solomon Thomas. Like you want that. We want that, but guess what you also want? You want some guys in between them as well. You want some bodies in between them. You don't want just the bodies on the outside. You got to have some bodies on the inside as well.
We're putting a lot of stock in two guys that are big question marks right now. Is it Philon or is it Philon? The guy that was that really shot well with the Chargers and then got in trouble and hasn't played, and then we signed him and we're banking on that. And then David Irving, because I mean, two of our guys, we got Dickerson and probably Hankins are slated to be starters right now. And right now, our two backups are two guys who really have played about 20 snaps in the last 3 years combined. So, and they took Diablo.
What's the other guy's name? What's the other guy's name? You said
David Irving. What? David Irving from
not David Irving. What's the other one?
I think it was Darius Philon or
Philon.
But he played. He played for the Chargers. He was really good for them before he got in trouble. He had some off the field stuff that got him in trouble.
So Kuntz was the pick, and we kind of tipped it to Devin Diablo, the DB from Virginia Tech, and we talked about it. CJ, I know you liked him a lot yesterday. You talked about Diablo.
I do.
And Diablo in Vegas. Woo!
Hey,
hot as hell.
I'm really curious about this pick because it immediately points a question mark at the guy that is basically in his spot right now, the unimpeachable Jonathan Abram. Because that's exactly what he is. He's a box linebacker safety. He's a hybrid guy, and he's an alpha. That's my thing. Like the first word that I wrote from watching him play, he's an alpha. He's a dog. And he was a 4-year starter at Virginia Tech, which is known to produce a lot of good talent there. He's one of those guys who's better in the box. His technique can get a little wonky in space, but if you've got him on radar, he finds the ball. He doesn't miss tackles. And
that's good.
Let me point this out about Diablo as well. You guys remember Cam Chancellor? Cam Chancellor came from Virginia Tech. Big safety. Diablo, Virginia Tech, big safety.
Oh.
And what's going to happen is Abram has a guy. Now they have guys that you can rotate in and out. Abram goes down, the same type of player goes in. You know, Morig's different, but Jeff Heath is still that free guy that can go out and do things. And I like what Jeff Heath does. Don't get me wrong.
I'm going to tell you who
come back in and let's talk about this.
Who he reminds me of present day. The kid from, and I shouldn't call him a kid, he's a grown man, but the linebacker hybrid that the Chargers have, Kazir White, that's who he reminds me of his ability to sort of play second level, but then you can back him up and have him go into coverage if necessary. I actually think he probably projects more as a small linebacker type that can basically be your weak side or your third linebacker if you were trying to play that sort of in a hybrid nickel situation. I think that's where he was going to fit right away. I just like the attributes to his game. The fact that we got more means we have a cover guy now, and so it's just now they're probably going to try to help. With
Diablo is a fool.
That's what I was going to ask you guys.
He's a fool for real.
Can you see them maybe employing packages where either Diablo or possibly Abram, depending what type of weight he can put on his offseason, can you see packages where they employ one of those guys actually playing linebacker? That way they can have, like for example, let's say Abram puts on some good weight. Abram is actually playing the linebacker position like Deion Buchanan used to for San Francisco and Arizona. That way you got Diablo and Trevin in the backfield as true safeties, and you have the speed at the line. Can you guys see those type of packages being utilized?
That's what I hope for. The money backer.
I just saw one right here, or two right here on the replay from Virginia Tech.
Man,
that's what he was doing on 2 of their replays on ESPN.
You must have a different channel than me.
Yeah, you need to be looking at ESPN, man.
Let me point this out too. You still have Javen White, who's probably going to see the field this year. Who's that difference maker? You want that backer hybrid safety guy. Javen's that same guy. Tanner Muse is that guy. He's coming. He's going to be back. We'll see what he has. You know,
they got a lot of them, man.
I'm just the defense is being built and made in a very specific way, and there's interchangeable defense with a lot of bodies. Exactly, the depth of this team is getting better. This is what you want. This Raiders draft so far, I don't care if Leatherwood was 1 and Morig 2 or Morig 1 or Leatherwood.
Flip-flop it.
This draft has been really, really solid for the Raiders. This is the exact type of draft. Now, guess what you do? You go get them big boys in the middle. You go get that big fat boy in the middle. You maybe go get a corner on the outside that you can develop. But you get them big boys in the middle. Hey, Kalani's what it is.
Hey, man, they ain't got to be called fat, man. You just call them big boys. That's enough, man. You ain't got to
get some meat, man. We have the meat.
Get
Hey guys, I think I don't think it was pronounced Diablo. It's Diablo, or is that
Diablo?
Yeah, we've been spelling it the wrong way. We're thinking like
I just like anybody that got that devil in them on the defense. That's what.
What about
Diablo? It's not Diablo. It's
what about his first name? Is his first name Devin or Divine? Looks like Divine.
Divine,
right?
Divine Diablo.
Yeah, we misspelled it. It's Divine. But
okay.
I just anybody who plays with that devil in them is fine by me.
Hell yeah.
I need more of that.
So it's DI, not D. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's minor. That's fine. But yeah, I'm
really excited to see the guys that we got not through the draft, but also like how Joe was saying, because again, like Tanner Muse is somebody you just forget because out of sight, out of mind. But you're definitely excited for the new coaching staff that we got, the new system, and the players we got. It's definitely a lot to be excited for and whatnot. So yeah, despite the outrage that a lot of people had for night one, man, the Raiders so far have been doing a bang-up job on this particular draft, getting the right guys who fit what we're trying to do. There's a lot to be excited for going forward for the Silver and Black.
And look, and I'm going to talk about Javen for a minute. And last year, as everybody knows, I was not only banging the table, I'm texting people in the organization. Like literally, I crumpled up a little piece of paper. It's like just Javen White, no matter what and where. Like literally is what I sent them. So Javen, if you look at Javen, that final game of the year, he gets in. He has a couple tackles, for loss. Was a demon on special teams. Javen's just a baller, and he said that this year he learned so much that he's going into the he's taking job. That's his whole mentality. So you get a Javen White, and and they start switch, and all this is working out. He's just getting better. That's all he wants to do. With this class and what they're doing on defense, you gotta love it. You gotta love it if you're a Raider fan.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm very happy myself.
You want guys to come in here and end somebody's dreams. I want dream killers here.
Yeah, we needed that outside linebacker pressure. I mean, now we finally get somebody in the backfield and make shit happen. But and the DB, Diablo, that dude, that guy's psycho.
I mean, I have him as a better.
El Diablo. Shit, that's going to rock in Vegas, man. Diablo.
Sin City, man, like I just heard.
You see the amount of nuts on the field at one time with Arnett and Abram and this guy, like, are they going to kill somebody or kill themselves? Or like
that's the Soul Patrol Part 2.
Good Lord.
I liked him better than Cisco. And I just because of the fact, and just because of all of the different, I just because of what Kalani was talking about, he's a guy that you can project basically to play two different levels. You can have that money backer is becoming the more and more of a marquee position, and if you've got guys who can play down and then move back, you saw some of those plays that he made where he started basically in the box and then he rotated back and made an interception. Because that's how he plays. He's got history as a corner, and then he's got that ability to as I'm just looking at one of my guys that I really, really like go off the board. Just that versatility there. I'm not saying he's going to be better. I'm just saying I had him high ranked. But, yeah, I just really liked, I like that pick. And I would have swapped Kuntz with Molden myself. That's how high I am on Elijah Molden, and that's how low I am on Nevin Lawson. Anything that I can say about Nevin Lawson.
From now on, every time CJ says Nevin Lawson, somebody got to take a shot. I'll pop open and drop out to pop open some beers. Nevin Lawson, that's the name that should no longer ever be mentioned.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, yo, he's got a thing with Nevin Lawson that is worse than Kalani and Jonathan Abrams, bro. It's deep. These relationships out here, boy. Wow.
Lawson got some dirt on somebody.
That's my favorite player. What are you talking about? That's my favorite player. What are you talking about?
But yeah, I give these two selections. That's a solid B+ for me as far as what they did, because they addressed
right now is a solid B+ overall for me, honestly.
Yeah, I think that was really influenced by Gus Bradley, man. He wants that defensive backfield, just be like Seattle, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he influenced those picks.
Now you nailed it, Gus, for real. I mean, I think that's Bradley coming in and saying, "Hey, look, you brought me here for a reason. You've seen it work someplace else. Let me get my guys and let me show you."
Yeah, it's totally obvious, but that's good, man. I mean, shit.
Well, there's nothing wrong with
we got some bangers out there, man.
Yeah, we do, but let's do this. I know Squeeze got to go. We got to take a break. We're gonna talk about Washington's Dyami Brown pick, as well as the pick from Carolina, which I really, really like. It's a guy I really want to get into. Squeeze, we'll see you tomorrow. I take it. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'll be in for a little while tomorrow. I won't be on for the whole show, but I will pop in for a minute. I want to say to Raider Nation, may you have a better night tonight than you did last night. Calm your ass down. Trust the process. Relax. See y'all later.
Sound like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
This is
the
Franchise Draft Show, Day 2 on FSM.com. That's right. The GOAT, Aaron Rodgers, not going anywhere, baby. All right, we're back. Well, most of us are. Oh, now he's back. Kalani has popped in like a thief in the night. This is the Franchise Draft Show, Day 2 on FSM.com, all of our FSM platforms. That's Dyami Brown. Man, you talk about an electric receiver. This is one of the most electrifying receivers with top-end speed to blow the top off of defense. He's a guy that I really like his game. And going to Washington with what they're doing there, you got to love it with the weapons that Riverboat Ron has right now.
Second round talent for me, big play threat. He really improved his route running the last year. What I like about him is he can track the ball really well, and he uses his body well in those matchups, those one-on-one matchups. Like, if you're a big body, for goodness sakes, use the body that you have, and he knows how to do that. The only slight negative I have is I saw too many body catches. That's an easy thing to fix. That's a great spot for him to go with what they already have in house, and I think they did really well for themselves with that pick.
I agree. I love the kid. I know a lot of Green Bay fans wanted him. And with him gone now, and Green Bay actually just traded up with Tennessee, so they're technically on the clock now that Dallas's pick is in. That is that he's just a dude. Honestly, he's just a dude that goes and gets it. And you would think that Carolina offense, that the Tar Heel offense, would have been way better with all the dynamic weapons, and the quarterback is good. I mean, you've finally seen it, but this guy can flat out go get it. I agree with the body catching, but what he does is separate, and his rack and his yards per catch was just outrageous.
Yeah. And then the second guy here. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to get Kalani's thoughts on good old De'Ami Brown.
Well, kind of like what you guys were saying, man. He's a guy that could definitely have the nose for the ball, can get good separation, and gets down the field. And man, he can be a game changer. But like it was brought up, got to work on not catching the ball with your body. It's a habit. Hopefully, he breaks out of that, because at the next level, those windows are going to get a little bit tighter. Those corners and safeties are going to be a little bit closer to you. Last thing you want is a third down, and you catch it with your body, it bounces off of you, and it's an incompletion. So he works on that. He could definitely be somebody going forward. Now, the curiosity is like you said, you look at North Carolina, you're like, man, you guys got a dynamic running back, you got dynamic wide receivers, the quarterback isn't bad. Why weren't things working out? You got a good coach at the end. Sometimes things just don't fall your way. I know they had a couple games where they were in it, and one or two plays here or there just doesn't go their particular way. But that's another good wide receiver right there coming off the board. Somebody who we might look back on and might say, man, this guy's really having himself a pretty good season unexpectedly.
Man, I'm gonna get to. Let's talk about Chauncey Golston to the Cowboys. Whatever. Like I don't care, because I know who Green Bay picked. It's the guy I wanted them to pick for 2 rounds. Actually, he is. Oh my God, I'm fucking pumped about this pick. You have no idea. I wish Squeeze was here for this.
All right, you know what? Let's just release it now, because it's for you, brother.
I wish, yes, Amari fucking Rogers from Clemson, T. Martin's son, a slot receiver. He blew up. Man, when I talk about run after the catch, and I'm not saying he's this guy, because he's not. Nobody is, and it hasn't been this guy in the NFL ever. He reminds me of Sterling Sharp with the ball in his hands after he catches the ball. He's built like a running back, 5'11", 210-ish. Runs a 4.4, but when you get the ball and he runs like a running back with the ball in his hands, you talk about weapons for Aaron Rodgers. This guy is an ideal fit for the Green Bay offense to play the slot. I fucking love this pick more than any pick in the last 2 years for Green Bay. CJ?
You said a lot of the stuff that I already said. He's strong. He makes plays out of short passes, and he's really decisive once he gets the ball. What he doesn't have in agility, he makes up for with that decisiveness. He doesn't waste any energy when he's out there on the field. If he catches a ball and he just gets up the field, he doesn't hesitate. I think he has to work a little harder to give his QB a target if he's going to be in the slot. That's a minor thing. That's a fixable thing. Your comp is legendary. I think of more like a No, and I think he's one of those guys.
What I mean by my comp is with the ball in his hands, I see Sterling. I haven't seen a receiver like Sterling Sharp come out of college in the last 20 years. 20 ever. There's with the ball in his hands, I love it, and he's a guy that you get. But you say Christian Kirk is your comp?
Yeah, he's got great skills. And he's really decisive with the football. Like, those are the things that Kirk's positives were when he came out. And he's still ascending. I mean, he hasn't been bad. It's just they've upgraded the number one talent around him. So, anyways, just to give me a sec, I'm going to step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Yeah,
all right, Kalani, me and you.
One thing I like about him, brother, you don't want none of these. Oh, you talking about me and you on the show? My bad. Okay, my bad.
Oh yeah,
my bad.
I
was just gonna say, my man, but no. What I liked about him is he does something that's very, with me helping with the youth level. Is when he gets the ball, he's not trying to dance. I might make one move, but I'm getting the ball and I'm taking off. And that's what you gotta love about him is that as soon as he gets the ball, he's already taken off, which is going, which is going to be beneficial for him. One, if you're trying to dance, losing yards. Two, you try to dance, you're possibly going to fumble when someone coming up at the next level, punching the ball out. But getting the ball in his hands and just taking off. And man, once again, it's a player going to a position with the team that is absolutely perfect for him. You got one of, if not the best wide receiver, depending on who you ask, on the team already. You got Ron throwing the ball. With that type of system, he is a perfect fit. So kudos to you guys for picking him up. That he really does fit what you guys need. And hopefully that is one of the pieces that Aaron Rodgers could say, I'm listening.
Man, like the way that I see it, and I know Squeeze doesn't like to hear it, but when you look at Green Bay's weapons, Davante Adams, arguably the best receiver in the NFL. Arguably. Huh. When you look at Allen Lazard was very serviceable, especially when he was healthy, big body guy. Marquez Valdez-Scantling could take the top off of defense. Robert Tonyan led all tight ends and touchdowns last year. Should have been a Pro Bowler. Aaron Jones, Pro Bowl running back. That offensive line was graded out as the top offensive line as a unit in the NFL last year. He had weapons. It's just that they weren't name weapons. They weren't first-round guys. They weren't guys. The same way with any fan base, you fall in love with your players. The Raider fan base fell in, oh, we can't lose X player, whoever it may be. And it's like, well, like another fan base is like, oh, I didn't know he was like that good. Are you kidding me? I
don't think that's it, Joe. I don't think that's it. I think what the big problem is that the guys you named outside of Adams, they were guys kind of like in basketball. If they don't already have the momentum going, they're not going to catch fire as the game goes on. Like they have to get that rhythm fairly early and often to keep it going. And I think that's where it's frustrating because if it's a game against top competition and I'm not getting you guys going early on, I can't rely on you then in the third and fourth quarter to start making those type of plays. And that's where the drop-off is. If one of you guys gets injured or doesn't get off to a good start, shit, now it's just me and Adams out here trying to play catch and whatnot. So that's why I think it's like, hey, he needs better talent. Not that those guys aren't good, but they've kind of shown if they can't get a layup or a free throw, shoot, they're not going to be able to hit the right side of the ball when they're shooting threes. They got to get that momentum going. I think that was the biggest. I think that's one of the bigger issues with the weapons around them. It's not that they're bad. They're not consistent week to week if they don't have the momentum already going early on in the game.
Oh, so Minnesota, let me go ahead and I misspelled the first name, but you know how to spell it, Gus. I would agree with that, Kalani. But I just think the way that offense was ran when Davante was out, they still put up 30 and 40 points a game. Like that's the no one talks about. They still put up 30 or 40 points, 30 plus points a game with Davante Adams out for 3.5 games. If you go back and look,
who they playing and what they do in the postseason.
Okay,
we talking about winning.
Okay, but no. Okay, but I understand that. But in the postseason, you know what lost the game? A couple bad defensive calls, and that's what it wasn't. Lack of weapons, but I mean, that's not the point with them. The point is, I'm not going to keep going back to it. Amari Rodgers was the one early in the process at the Senior Bowl. Jacob Westendorf, who runs and is the owner of Game On Wisconsin. I do stuff with them on the side. We literally we're on the phone watching the Senior Bowl, and I'm like, this is the guy that fits Green Bay perfectly. Like, if it's not Rashad Bateman, it's this guy. They got one of the two, and at one point, I know someone there that literally told me they like Bateman in round 1, but they like Rodgers in 2 or 3, and if they're going to go get their guy. Rodgers was the guy. So now we got 2 A Rodgers on Green Bay, at least for right now. But let me go back to the next pick, which was Minnesota, and they took Wyatt Davis, the late, great NFL Hall of Famer, civil rights activist Willie Davis, his grandson, son of actor Dwayne Davis. And CJ, this is where we pull out the story now.
Yeah.
We talk about the story.
Share it.
So I worked for Willie Davis in Temecula. He owns a couple radios. He owned a couple radio stations down there. Willie is a philanthropist. He was a businessman. And I took a job down there in radio as my first job after I broke my arm for, after playing ball and whatnot. So I get in there, and every Tuesday, Willie would come in for meetings, him and Dwayne Davis. And Dwayne Davis, if you don't know, is the actor, was in the
program. He was in Little Big League. Yeah, he was in a lot of those types of movies.
Was he old boy?
The linebacker in the program that hurt.
I'm gonna cut you off. You die. Yes.
Yeah.
That guy.
So they would come in every Tuesday, and we would have these meetings. So I'm there, and Willie finds out we're sitting there, and Willie and I come up and I shake their hands, and I give Willie the Kappa handshake. And he looked at me and goes, "Come to my office." So every Tuesday, Willie would pull me in his office after the meeting started at like 8:39 and went on till about 10-ish. Willie would pull me in the office for an hour or two. We ended up going to lunch. By the time we come back, it's 2 o'clock. He would leave, 2 or 3 o'clock. He would leave, and I would end up just going home at that point. So Tuesday was my day just to hang out with Willie. But in his office, we would talk about football, the Packers, obviously, since he played for them, played for Lombardi, won Super Bowls in the Hall of Fame. But we would also talk about the civil rights movement and what it was like playing in that era. And we would also talk about the businesses. I mean, he was on the board of MGM International, LA Gear. He started banks. He was on in the picture with Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. In turn, when Muhammad Ali announced that he was, foregoing the draft and he wasn't going to, go fight in the Vietnam War. So for me, it's bittersweet to see Wyatt go to Minnesota, being that he's got the bloodlines of a Packer. And hearing Willie and Dwayne talk about Wyatt as a young kid, young teenager, and then going to St. John Bosco and playing there, and then going to Ohio State and sadly getting hurt in the national title game. I love this. I love to see it. So congratulations to the Davis family. Willie Davis, I think, is one of the most underrated players in NFL history. He may be the all-time sack leader over Deacon Jones because, like Deacon Jones, they didn't count sacks as a statistic back then. He changed the game, and I know CJ, I know when we talked about it, you had some thoughts on it too. If you want to jump in,
yeah. I mean, Willie Davis is somebody I have a tremendous amount of respect for because we always talk about all of the stuff that I don't want to get too political or whatever. I just know that in the midst of the civil rights movement and at pretty much the height of his career, he was willing to risk his reputation, his name, his livelihood to support a then Cassius Clay turned Muhammad Ali when he refused induction into the NFL. And that Cleveland Summit, that very famous picture with Jim Brown and Lou Alcindor, now Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bobby Mitchell, Curtis McClinton, all of these really high-level players of their time, he was there front and center, lending his support and his absolute backing of what they were doing. The humanity of black men and that determination to be seen as such. And they were trying to make people understand 50 years ago, this money doesn't insulate us from that. A lot of people might believe that, but just because we have this access to wealth, when I walk out into the street, the person's not going to see me right away as, this person with wealth. That's not what's going to jump off first or second. So the fact that he was willing to put himself out there, and like you said, for my money, he was the, dominant premier. And that's with David Deacon Jones as well. Willie Davis was doing it in the biggest of games. Willie Davis was the heart and soul of the first real NFL dynasty of the modern era, Lombardi's Packers.
13-time champion Green Bay, world champion Green Bay Packers.
Let's chill. But yes, Willie Davis, by all accounts, great player, an even better man. And that's, you know, I was raised to be aware of the people like that. I'm from Oakland, so men like Frank Robinson and Bill Russell, there was a big emphasis on being aware of who those men were. And to know that Willie Davis was in that type of discussion with not just my father, but his father, my grandfather. He had a high level of respect for Willie Davis, and he didn't really care too much about the NFL or other things, but he knew who he was. So that dictated a lot to me. And like I said, knowing that, and then I actually know his son better because of, you know, do you remember the movie Kalani? Do you remember Necessary Roughness?
Yes.
The guy who couldn't catch the ball. That's Dwayne Davis.
Hey, oh man,
So,
hey,
yeah.
Joe, can I do it?
Knock it out.
823. I recognize you, huh, motherfucker? Yeah. Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you, motherfucker. You poop butt ass motherfucker. You took my mother's car, didn't you? Oh, you ain't gonna find you, but I did. I'm gonna bust you up and watch your guts bleed, nigga. I'm gonna peel your guts back. Boy, hey.
So funny story about Dwayne and Willie. So we had a Christmas like dinner so they shut down the station. The music just on automated. Everybody goes to have dinner at this expensive steakhouse in Temecula, right? So Willie's like, "Hey, Newt." I said, "Yes, sir." "Hey, come sit next to me, Newt. Come on, you guys, you know, we gotta stick together, brother." I said, "Okay, coach. All right, coach." I always call him Coach Willie, whatever. Sit next to him, right? Dwayne looks over at me about 10 minutes into dinner. Here's Willie. Dwayne goes, "Joey's got narcolepsy so bad." He was there about an hour. He ate with us, and he goes, "Hey, I gotta go. I gotta take Dad back to Beverly Hills because he goes to bed early." But Willie Davis, one of the best men I've ever met in my life. The Friday before Green Bay went to play in the NFC Championship and eventually go to the Super Bowl to play Pittsburgh. Willie came in that Tuesday, and all of a sudden I get a call from him on Friday, and I'm like, "Why was Willie calling me? I'm on the business line." I'm like, "Hey, what's up, Willie?" "Hey, Joe, guess where I'm going?" I was like, "Where are you going?" "Chicago." I said, "Oh, you're going to the game?" "Yep, going to the game. They want me to do the coin flip." I said, "What? You couldn't have your bodyguard come with you?" I was available, and Willie was 6'5". He was slumped now. He's about 6'2", still a big man, huge hands. And he starts laughing. He goes, "If they go to Super Bowl, we'll go if I can get us some tickets." He comes back in Tuesday. He goes, "I took the red eye to get her. Had to tell you, man, that championship party was off the chain. Woodson's a crazy fella. His speech got me fired up. I was ready to go. Put on 87 again and go play in the next game." And we talked after the Super Bowl win, and I left this station a few months later. But Willie Davis, one of the best guys in the world. Again, Wyatt, his grandson. Congratulations on continuing,
the family legacy, man.
Family legacy and doing what you're doing. It's phenomenal. So I am beyond happy for them. And I know we talked
about dad was athletic too. He wasn't just a big body. The dad was also athletic.
Who we're talking about, I think it's okay. Yeah, that's awesome. Big time. So the Texans, they're going to go Nico Collins right here. I'm just going to say it off the bat. So Nico Collins to the Texans. That's a good receiver from Michigan. I liked him a lot. Big speed guy. He's a guy that honestly is I think was used well at Michigan. I think Jim Harbaugh, quite frankly, has done an underwhelming job with the receivers and everybody at Michigan, and quite frankly, underused some of the talent that's there. And Nico Collins is a guy that probably, with his career stats, was just under 1,400 yards. He probably should have had that in the season. This guy can flat out go. I like his game. CJ?
Yeah, I think that's a good slot as well. I'm sorry, but I was doubling back. I got to go back to a guy that's that we talked about amongst each other, that I'm very high on, that it seems like a lot of people got on late, and he went while we were sort of discussing the Raiders stuff a few picks back, and that's my man Tommy Tremble for Carolina.
Yes,
the tight end. I am very high on this guy. He's my number 2 tight end behind. He was just my number 2 tight end. I'm gonna just put it like that. And I just think that he's an ascending talent. He's one of those guys that I think the lack of production belied what his abilities are. And the similarity that I had for him was not in terms of physicality, although they're not that far off, but the lack of production wasn't because of an inability to get open or any of that other stuff. He just wasn't the option at Notre Dame. And he's like a poor man's George Kittle. He does everything well as far as the blocking, in line, on the line. The athleticism, Notre Dame didn't really tap into it very much. He gets off the snap really well. That's the thing. A lot of these bigger guys, what ends up happening is if they don't have that good explosion off the line, they get rerouted or slowed enough to where the stuff that they're trying to throw to them, quarterback has to bring it down and look somewhere else. He's going to present a problem because he knows how to do that in those little short zones, and he also knows how to use his frame to catch and run. Like I said, I couldn't be higher on that. High second round grade for me. They got him in the 3rd, and that's another weapon that's going to immediately kind of plug in, I think, to have real value down there in Carolina. Because even if he's not going to be a guy demanding a lot of targets, his blocking is so elite that he's going to basically have room on the field, especially in 12 personnel.
A lot of evaluators really like Trimble. And a lot of teams in particular felt that he fit that Shanahan LaFleur style offense. He's an ideal fit for that type of offense.
Right.
And again, underutilized at Notre Dame, a lot like Javon McKinley has been there, and a lot like some of the other guys that have come out of Notre Dame that have gotten drafted and whatnot. But I tell you, Trimble's a guy that I think could be an immediate impact guy this year. As far as tight ends, I think I had him 4th. I had him 5th. Behind the Penn State kid, behind Pitts. I still have Brevin Jordan, who I think should go this round.
Yeah.
And Hunter Long from Boston College. Trimble, if I got talking about redoing my rankings, he's a guy that I was gonna be shot up, probably to number 3, maybe even in front of Brevin, just because of the people I've talked to just seem to love him, everything about him.
Right. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you guys were talking about Trimble, going with the pick that happened right before CJ talked about Trimble. A Michigan wide receiver. I ask you, who was the last one who was worth a nickel? So it's just one of those things for me. I would have stayed away from him. You know what I mean? If I could get him as an undrafted free agent, possibly, but they should have went someplace else, I feel, as opposed to going that particular place. But we'll see how he pans out. But history has shown, whether it's Braylon Edwards or whoever, if you're coming from Michigan as a wide receiver, I don't really want to mess with you. But we'll see how it pans out for him. But as far as Trumbull, the tight end, there's, again, it's another guy from Carolina that you say, wait a minute, y'all got a tight end, a wide receiver, and 2 running backs. The quarterback isn't bad. So again, I know Coach Brown is down there doing his thing with the Tar Heels, and kudos to them, man. They definitely need some more programs in the ACC to step up. But you just wonder, like, man, what was going on that you guys couldn't make it? But kudos to him on that particular location that he's going to. It's definitely, like you guys said, he could be somebody that as the season goes on, you look at his numbers and you're like, oh, look at what he's putting up, as opposed to maybe some other guys who were in front of him and whatnot. So, yeah.
They've quietly had a really nice draft, Carolina. Horn, Terrace Marshall, Brady Christensen, and now Tommy Tremble. Those are some guys, man. They've done really well for themselves from my vantage point as far as being able to address a lot of stuff that they were lacking.
Last year was all defense. This year they're going off it. Hey, why not do that every year? Just keep bouncing back and forth on and whatnot. So they get down for sure.
But that's one of the things that, Carolina's got a GM and a head coach that's lockstep. You know what I mean? That's one of those things where you have guys that know, and the head coach, Rule is calling the shots. Let's be honest about it. But he knows specifically what he wants. They're going and getting him his guys, and they'll be damned if anybody does anything different. So I really like what they're doing in Carolina for the second straight year. And I like what Cleveland just did. Anthony Schwartz is a speed burner from Auburn. I mean, this and its size, speed. The Browns for the second straight year are killing it. Give God Barry salute. You are killing it down there. And I just think that this is, the Browns may be setting themselves for a big time run. I I definitely think as I'm sending Gus the pick right now. Um, so well, it's Monty Rice from Georgia is the Tennessee Titans pick. Um, but I tell you, the way that this draft is played out, I think the Raiders have done extremely well. I love what the Browns did, the Panthers, the Jaguars, and I'm even say the Packers. I'm gonna say them as well. They address needs as well. I think no, you can. I'm not being a homer. They needed a corner, they needed a center. They took care of needs and got a receiver. So yeah, but I love what those teams have done so far. I think they've done a great job. Minnesota as well, trading back. Gus, what you got?
No, I was just reading an article. Mayock is going to use Diablo as a hybrid. The Senior Bowl, he played linebacker. So I don't know. So I guess that whole Abrams versus him is out the door. So I think he's going to probably take on the speedy tight end.
Right on. That's good. I mean, he certainly showed in his highlights and throughout the season. He's more than capable of doing so, and he's got the physical body to keep up with the bigger tight ends and not get so outmatched or overwhelmed. So right on.
Correct. Yeah.
I love it. I love it for
Joe. I also think as much as we love to bash on them and their fan base, I think the Cowboys have done a pretty good job in this draft as well. They haven't gone for the headlines necessarily. Michael Parsons is a headline, but he was there. It's not like they did anything crazy. They even traded back and still got him. So, hey, you take the best player available. I think the Cowboys are another one that's done it. It seems like in watching this draft, there are a couple picks where maybe you felt like guys went a little higher than maybe you had them ranked or this person had them ranked or maybe just how you saw it. But for the most part, it feels like these teams did the best they could at doing their homework, and they're not reaching so much. Like the first round is like, okay, maybe one or two guys. Second round, it feels like, maybe one guy, but for the most part, they're kind of keeping in line with guys who truly fit what they're looking for. There's been years we watched the draft where it felt like they were just getting bodies, and it's like, well, we'll just figure out how to make it work, as opposed to, no, this guy is an outside linebacker. That's what we need, or he puts his hand in there, etc. So I do like it. I do like seeing that a lot of these picks, you definitely feel like, man, that really does fit the team and whatnot. So we'll see how it all pans out for these guys.
I don't disagree with you at all. I agree with you 100%. I'm trying to pull something up. I want to share it with you guys. I think I have the new Leatherwood's nickname, and I ain't gonna do that. It wasn't even gonna be funny.
No, it wasn't gonna be funny at all. It wasn't gonna be funny at all. Your time it's embarrassing. You're basically stoned.
Just send it to us. We'll read it and we'll give you the A or nay.
Why don't I send you the next pick? No, I would say Leatherface. I was trying to find a picture of, Leatherface is big, massive, whatever.
Nah.
Look, I did mine right away. CJ gave you the dramatic pause, so you know it was
That's why I stopped. I didn't think it was good. That's all. I didn't think it was good.
I give you credit for trying, though, man. You never know until you try. I give you credit for that, but nah, that didn't tell. No, reload and try again.
So let's. I'm gonna tell you a guy that I think, and he's not going right now, but a guy that his time is coming soon, and that's Sean Wade, a defensive back from Ohio State.
Yeah.
He's a guy on film. Not last year, but the year before, he was a first-round guy as a sophomore. But last year, he got taken to the woodshed. He got his lunch. He was, and in the national title game, Devontae Smith made him look like he was Swiss cheese. and I think he projects inside as more of a slot corner. I think he's going to be able to come off relatively soon, and he's going to. He's a guy that he's got a ton of ability, and he may be he's one of my best available players that's left on the board.
I can see that. I'm really surprised by a few guys that are still available right now.
I'm surprised Jabril. Jabril Cox?
Jabril Cox.
Yes.
Yeah. He's just wow. Something's wrong.
Jamar Johnson out of Indiana.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that he's still around. I think that's going to be a great get for somebody who snaps him up. Davion Nixon. He's my biggest day 2 wild card, and like I said when I wrote on there, I mean, some of the stuff that doesn't translate might be turning people off. Yeah. For all the ability he has, it doesn't always show up on tape.
Big Ronnie Perkins is still up there.
Ronnie Perkins is still available. Rashad Weaver, another guy. Yeah, those 2 edge guys.
Oklahoma.
But yeah, I mean, Spencer Brown is one that I thought would have been gone because he reminds me a lot of Colton Miller. He's got that big frame and probably just needs to bulk up a little bit, but he's got a lot of the attributes that are already ready. So I think somebody's going to really get good value with him when they take him probably in the next role. Looks like
well, yeah, I was just about to say, CJ, check it out.
Yeah, Buffalo looks like they just got him. I think, like I said, I think that's a fantastic get for the location there. I think he fits seamlessly with what they do. So yeah, there's a few guys. Now I'm feeling bad that we gave up that 121st pick because there's going to be some real good talent in this 4th round after these comp picks get run through that are going to still be around that the Raiders won't have access to because of the trade. There are a few guys here that are really, 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 really good. Who's anybody's favorite? Anybody got a favorite that stands out as far as who's been picked so far? Because I'll tell you guys mine.
Who has or who hasn't?
Like who has? Like maybe a pick that's gone in these first couple of rounds that you really, really like.
You guys go ahead. I'll do mine after you guys. What I want to do with both of you, I want to get your guys's. I want to get Kalani's draft crush too.
I love the Aaron Robinson pick for the Giants. Like he's one of my favorite players. It didn't necessarily pop off as far as my my positioning as far as the board or whatever, but I think for what they're going to need and what he actually his skill set, that's one of those I feel like it actually ends up being really, really perfect. Because they need somebody that's more athletic than anything, and he's got great playmaking potential. And I just love where they got him. He was a guy that I thought could have gone in the 2nd round, but they got him in the 3rd, and I think he's one of those, immediate type of get on the field type of players, and they got him at a really good spot. So he's one of the guys like just try to step away from my own team because I think for just overall. Merrick is still my favorite pick. I mean, we got a 1st round talent at number 43, and that's just call me a homer, I don't care. But to be able to get that guy when a lot of people would have been happy at 17, that's the spot that.
What you got, Kalani?
I mean, man, I really do like the Milton Williams pick, just because of what he can do on the line with the penetration. With the way the game is played now, being so pass heavy, to have pass rushers along your defensive front, especially that means you're not going to have to blitz so much, which now means not only can we penetrate with our front 4, but now our back 7 can go ahead and just guard your guys, makes it that much tougher. And the fact that you can get it from the middle of the line, which is very rare, to me, I really do like that one. And for a couple of guys, even Alan McNeil for North Carolina State, I like him as well. He's another guy that maybe didn't dominate, that you kind of look at some of his potential and say, man, you maybe should have did a little bit more, but still in all. And then I like Benjamin St. St. Jude. Look, I really liked him as a possibility because, when we were looking at Gus Bradley's defense and we were talking about Richard Sherman, I was kind of looking at him and saying, that kind of looks like somebody who you could say could be the next type of Richard Sherman player. Big body guys, long arms. He's aggressive. Obviously there's some things he's got to work on, like CJ pointed out about things that he doesn't do so well. But I really was hoping that he could have landed with us with the defense that we're going. So I was ecstatic to possibly get him on the team and whatnot. But man, I'll tell you, this next round is about to suck in the sense that we are going to see a lot of really good players, possibly players who are going to be day one contributors, or at least major role players for their team. And the Raiders, unless they make a trade up, which they're not known to do, at least not dramatically. I know we traded up a little bit to get the pick, but we don't, to jump that far, man, it's going to be some guys I'm just like, oh, he could have been with us. Oh, he could have been with us.
I'm going to be having a really long face tomorrow watching a lot of value guys.
Exactly, especially when we get to 121 and we see who might still be on the board, and we're like, no, he's there. Oh no! So yeah, but hey, that's the game, man. That's the game right there.
Yeah.
So for me, obviously, if I'm going Homer, it's Amari Rodgers to Green Bay. I think that's a natural fit. I love that, but I'm not going there. Gus, I wish we could play the music because it would be the Cisco Kid was a friend of mine. Andre Cisco to the Jags. I love Andre Cisco.
We're going to get cut off of YouTube because of that. Thanks.
Oh, man. In 6 seconds, we're good. But Andre Cisco to the Jags, to me, that's a home run pick. I think he's the most rangiest DB in this draft. Playmaking across the board, the guy just gets it. I absolutely love what he did there. And I know Raider fans are going to hate me for saying it, but Asante Samuel to the Chargers. I mean, that's another one where if you talk about home run picks, him going there, JOK to Cleveland, that's another one. I mean, that's another one that, I mean, you look at it, it's like, how the hell did that happen? Honestly. I
have one.
And okay, but let me ask, has Russo been drafted yet from Miami?
Yeah, he was taken yesterday. Let me double check. Gregory Rousseau was snapped up. He was taken late in the first round yesterday, but I can't remember if it was.
Okay, I must.
Yeah, he went to Buffalo 30.
Okay. Gus, come back with yours. I'm sorry.
I hate to say it because he's a Ram, but Tutu.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy is just he just opened up that offense in with Stafford, man. He's going to get him the ball.
Yeah.
I think what the Rams, Seahawks, and Cardinals did today, as far as the receivers they drafted, that's crazy. I love all that too. I mean, today was it's still going out. We still have a few picks to go, but day two was it was a fun day. I mean, I think we got a chance to get excited about everything, as far as guys going places, and but the NFC West, those slot receivers in the West now.
Man, those division games need to be nationally televised. For this upcoming season, all NFC West games need to be on national television. Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, the premier game Sunday. I don't know. They need to be on TV, man. They're gonna be
fun. They're gonna be fun. And if you're but if you're a gambler, bet the overs on all those games because they're gonna be line.
Yeah.
Hey, for real.
Hell yeah.
For real,
Gus,
man.
Gus, come back. Before we get to, you sent me a picture today, a video of Allegiant Stadium. Talk about what that was in.
I don't know. A friend, an old coworker of mine just sent it. I think they had some kind of draft party. It was like a company thing or something. I don't have the details of that, but I haven't been to it. Obviously, nobody has, but that little laser show in the beginning was pretty fire.
Yeah, it
was a draft, guys. I mean, Joe can forward it to you. It was a sorry, guys. It was a draft party at Allegiant Stadium, and it was just a few people, but they did a little show and like a laser show, and the laser was kind of on the shield, and it spelled out Vegas. It was pretty badass.
Yeah,
sounds pretty awesome.
I may even pop it in here tomorrow and just put it in there so we can show everybody.
That was pretty cool.
Or maybe even tonight. Maybe even do that tonight before we go. You can show them it. But they did have a draft party, and I got a text from somebody. Then I seen Coach Arroyo, UNLV said football coach. He had his feet up in his suite watching the draft there. And then I have a good friend of mine, Derek Kardashian. I think season ticket holders were allowed to go, and certain ones. And Derek was there, and he has a bunch of pictures. So that's really cool. I really like that they're doing that at Allegiant Stadium. Kalani, if you had to bet, if you had the NFC West right now, who's the team to beat as of today?
As of today, man, the Rams. I'm gonna say the Rams. But it's close. The reason I say the Rams is because one, Sean McVay in his short time has shown, hey, look, man, I can coach good. I can get us through the season. I'm gonna put points up on you. You know what I mean? You also look at the fact that yes, they did lose Johnson and they did lose Littleton the year before to us, but you still got Aaron Donald down there. They're reaffirming on the defensive side, and look, you need defense to stop people. But like we said here, even with us, you don't need the 85 Bears. You don't need the 2000 Ravens or the 2002 Buccaneers. You just need a defense that every now and then can stop them on third down and then make a big play here and there. When you got Aaron Donald in the middle there, it allows everyone else on that team to flourish and look well. You also look at the fact that now we have Matthew Stafford, one of the most underrated quarterbacks during his time in the league, but because he was in Detroit, nobody gave a damn about him because he was always, it was the Lions. You look at the fact that now they put Atwell with Cup and Woods on the outside. Whitworth somehow doesn't seem to age whatsoever. He must be drinking the same juice that Tom Brady's drinking. Father Time doesn't meet them. I really like what they're doing. The reason I picked them is for those reasons. Seattle, they still got to address their offensive line. What are they going to do there and whatnot? They get weapons, but what are they going to do on the offensive line? I really, really love the Cardinals and what they've been doing. You just hope this isn't one of those Philadelphia Eagles things where they get all this talent and they start drinking their own Kool-Aid thing and they've made it. And with San Francisco, they got so many guys returning from injuries, you just don't know how are they going to respond the first year back. If this was next season, much easier to gauge. But their first year back, some of those guys may not be necessarily the same player right away. Is Bosa going to be as explosive and dominant as he was before in his first year back? That's such an unknown. I can't go with them. So for all those reasons, I got the Rams taking the NFC West.
What you got, CJ?
Oh, I got the Rams too. I mean, they won the division and then they upgraded the quarterback. I mean, they should be better on offense when they were carried by their defense last year. Everything that Goff was able to do in that offense, Stafford gives them a step or a step and a half better because he's just as good in play action. He can press the ball down the field. The thing about Goff is it's not that he didn't have the arm. It's just he didn't do it enough. He didn't trust it. Yeah. He wouldn't sling it. That's what I said. Woods and Cooper Kupp had taken a step up as far as their value or whatever as far as this upcoming year with the quarterback. Now they're that much more when Atwell gets used in that offense. Because if there's one guy I'm going to trust to use a speedy guy, it's going to be Sean McVay. He's going to know exactly what to do with that guy to put him in optimal spots to immediately be someone that can be productive for them. And that defense was lights out. I mean, that's my thing. The guys that they didn't lose Donald, they didn't lose Ramsey. I'm not terribly worried about some of the incremental losses. They've shown that they can plug guys into that system and still be dynamic.
Well, and so where I think they – I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the 49ers have to prove it to me, and Seattle has to show that defensive run that they made at the end of last year wasn't, a flash in the pan. It wasn't just, smoke and mirrors. Can they do that over 17 games? It will be the question. Because, they've got the elite quarterback as well, and they can show that they can score. But I defer to the Rams with that defense. I trust what their infrastructure has done since McVay arrived. And until the 49ers show that they can stay healthy and complete enough to beat them, I defer to the team that has, that I think has ascended the most.
I think
CJ, who's their backup? I'm sorry, who's Stafford's backup?
Who's Stafford's backup? I can see him right now.
The guy who started for Goff against Seattle.
Yeah, what was his name? Yeah, he was some. God, what was his name?
Let me just pull it up.
That's the problem right there.
Yeah, exactly. Because his durability. He's up there in age, and he's always getting.
Yeah, the John Wolford. Yeah,
Wolford.
Wolford.
I just if that's the way I have to do that, there's so many players or teams where it's like if they can stay healthy. I'm doing it on the assumption that with a much improved offensive line, that's night and day compared to the Rams and that Lions line that he was besieged under all those years. It's one of those things, and he's not going to be stuck having to sit there and make the step into the throw or hold the throw until the last second. McVay's offense doesn't require him to do that. So he's not going to be in too many positions where he's literally holding it until the last second to get obliterated, to make a throw. So there's so many things that are going to be in his favor as far as being able to stay healthy, because he's not soft. It's just he's taking some real brutal shots that have gotten him hurt.
And they're not going to have to play from behind every week like he did in Detroit, where the defense could just pin their ears back and attack. Now we're going to play with the lead, or we're going to be right there with you. You got the run game going with the two running backs, the receivers out here. So you got that also plays into it also.
Yeah. The thing with the Rams that I have an issue with, and I think that is, as I got the Cowboys pick sent to me, and somebody that we profiled on Franchise. So I
spoiler alert.
Yeah. So the thing with the Rams is they lose their starting safety, they lose their starting nickelback. They have some losses on the defensive side of the ball that they haven't addressed yet. And I'm going to say this, and I've talked about this privately with people, and I'll say it publicly now. McVay came in and had such great success. Who's to say he's not like Gruden when Gruden was with the Raiders, and then goes down to Tampa Bay? You get to a point where you win, and it's like, okay, I almost won the Super Bowl. But he now I believe so much in myself and my system that I can just plug anybody in versus having the right people and be unwilling. Like if Goff doesn't work for me now, I want a new quarterback. Well, a year and a half ago, Goff was your guy. You loved him. What happened since then? Is it because maybe someone stood up to you a little bit and disagreed with you, and you're so omnipresent, and that what you say is the only thing that matters? That's what I question with him. And I'll say this: if Gruden is done with Las Vegas,
you broke up a little on me, man. I couldn't quite hear you.
No, I was saying I could see if and when John Gruden is done in Vegas, McVay being the one to take over, because that is one of his proteges.
I wouldn't be mad at that as well. See, sometimes, and this is a good thing for you, Joe. I'm bashing you a little bit, but I mean in a positive way. Sometimes it's hard to have these conversations with you because you do know more information than what we will be privy to. So while you say that, you might have actually heard some stuff, and you know what I mean, or whatever, whatever the case may be. I would say though, with the whole Jared Goff thing, yeah, he was our guy, but at the same time, like you saw Jared Goff trying to rise, like, oh man, we made it here. He's doing this. You didn't see much more improvement after that, though. Like that next step wasn't being taken.
He just hasn't played well the last couple of years, relatively speaking.
Exactly. And kind of like what the Ravens did with Joe Flacco. He goes on a miracle postseason run, wins a Super Bowl. What we have to pay him now Yeah, but has Joe Flacco ever shown himself to be that level of quarterback consistently? No, that's not his game. It was a once in a lifetime run that he had, but you got to pay him because that's the mindset. Same thing with Goff. Well, we got to pay him. He's a young quarterback. He doesn't play consistently at that level or even higher going forward. So you're like, you know what? Let's cut bait now while we can. We got a chance to go get a guy like Matthew Stafford, who are 32, 33 years old, still got some years left in him, strong arm. He's just been unfortunately tucked away in Detroit where it hasn't done him any well. So I don't think, maybe some of the ego part, like you were pointing out, maybe that played into it. But let's be honest. I mean, unless he does a dramatic turnaround, no one's sitting here saying, man, I'll tell you what, the Lions got Jared Goff. I'm excited to see what he can do. No one's thinking that right now because of his play. So,
let me make this clear. I'm not a big Goff guy. I haven't been, never was. CJ, you're gonna hate this next pick. I will say that he didn't have the speed guys on the outside with the Rams after they let Sammy Watkins go, and he didn't have the great running back that he had. Look, Robert Woods, I guarantee you this. Outside of the Woods family, there is no bigger fan of Robert Woods than me. I love Bobby, covered him at Sarah Gardena, at SC. I'm beyond happy that he's back left Buffalo and came to the Rams. Love it that he's back home. But he needs help. They got it with Tutu, but outside, they didn't have that guy to open it up for Robert, which is what freed Goff up. That's why I questioned some of the things because I don't think it was always on Goff. I think he took a lot of the hits for McVay because it's an easy target. That's all I'm saying. And McVay should not be Teflon by any means. Yeah, he had the one, maybe two good, with a one really good year, but since then his teams have been 500 a little bit better. They haven't been.
No, they were 10 and 6 and 9 and 7. I mean, that's my thing is that he came in from
corrected.
All I'm saying is, I'm not trying to show you up. I'm just saying the reason why it's different for him was he got there with a team that just we saw Hard Knocks. We saw Jeff Fisher. They were rudderless. That team was kind of dead in the water in LA. They were completely disinteresting to the people in Los Angeles. And in 1 year, without a bunch of roster turnover, he got maybe more of this reputation because they went from 4-12 to 11-5. And him basically with that offense took Goff from looking like a surefire bust to suddenly, man, this guy's functional. He's got them into the playoffs. And then the next year, they score 525 plus points and they're in the Super Bowl. I mean, they shouldn't have been in there, but that's a completely different discussion. The point is, even with them being sort of off, his worst season's been 9 and 7. And the whole thing is they've consistently won games in a division that has been murder because when they didn't make it, Seattle and San Francisco both did. It was one of these things where it's literally just survival. It's like the NFC East of the 80s. You take a step back.
Yep.
Parcells didn't stop being a good coach in 87 and 88. It was just that, hey, Washington and now Philadelphia have ascended. It's just a it's a bloodbath. And so when your worst is still 9 and 7 and you're still right there on the very last week looking at as a player, he's going to get a lot of leeway and a lot of rope. And I think what happens is a lot of people saw Goff. They kept pointing to him and saying, like Kalani said, he's plateaued. Why hasn't he improved? And I do not like that pick because it's a great pick for Tennessee.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I want to put a ribbon on what we were talking about. So for me, I'm going to agree with the Rams. I have more questions with Seattle. I think Arizona is the sleeper team to come out of that division, though. That defense is so freaking good, and they got better yesterday. That offense has weapons, and they even got the running game now with Connor there to really open things up. I really like what they did. I think that the biggest question with them is their head coach. Is Kingsbury that guy? So that's where I look at that as like, and I agree with you. The NFC West is the NFC best right now as far as a division, like the NFC Beast was back in the 80s. And, I really look at the way that division is kind of played out, I would love, and you know what, and I think the AFC West is going to get there, and I may be foolish, other than maybe Denver, who's had a really solid draft.
Right now, I think the AFC North is the best in the conference, but I could see that flip really easily given the certain circumstances. I mean, it's in play. It's not like it's one of those things of, if Herbert ascends the way everybody's thinking, you know, there's no telling if Denver's actually done with their quarterback situation because there's so many moving parts. We don't know.
That's not happening. Not this year. Maybe next year, but not this year. I
wasn't just talking about your guy.
No, I'm just saying I can say that.
Yeah, it's not all about you, Joseph.
And I'm just saying but yeah, the NFC West in terms of being able to, like, just the fact that they haven't won any fewer than 9 games since he's been there, and that's been an ultra competitive division from the second he walked in. I got to give him props. I mean, they were a dead in the water franchise. St. Louis and then LA had been completely irrelevant that last decade or so with the Jeff Fisher, you know, the whole 7 of 9 and all the jokes about their mediocrity. LA was just completely tuning them out. It was just, and he came in there and he gave them the shot in the arm. And I just think player for player, Stafford is a discernible upgrade from Jared Goff. So he's got to play it, and it'll be a good question. It'll be interesting to see if maybe Stafford doesn't play the way that he does normally and they don't adjust the system. Then you can start pointing it back when you have a legitimate player-to-player comp and then sort of say, well, you've got the improved quarterback, so why isn't the offense going back to the form that it had a couple of years ago? Then it becomes a valid sort of thing.
And the way their offense is set up, they don't necessarily need a Julio Jones like number 1 type of receiver. Right. They move their guys around left, right, inside, out. So, you know, you don't necessarily need, we need that guy to take it off. No, we just need 3 or 4 guys out of here who are running their routes right. We're going to get you open. You just catch the ball and you get the yards afterwards. So, it's going to be, like I said, every single NFC West game in the division needs to be on national television. I don't care. It needs to be on national television.
I think for me, where this is where I think with McVay is the same thing with Gruden, and I think it's the same thing with Chip Kelly. The NFL has caught up to the offense because everybody's running something similar. So now defense have adjusted. So now you're not that genius because everybody's doing it. How are you going to tweak it? Give Andy Reid credit for that. He tweaked what he did from Philly to Kansas City, and from there, that team just, you know, is taking off. And Gruden is, I see bits and pieces of that with Gruden.
It's like a slow burn with Gruden. He doesn't just do it all at once.
Exactly. Yeah. He's bringing it in slowly and slowly and slowly. That's where that's encouraging to me.
It's so frustrating though, man, because it's a slow process to where you see it, like you'll see 1 week, oh man, we're doing the read option run, we're doing the 4 wide receiver spread, but then the next week, spider wide banana up the middle, goal line, we throwing behind the line of scrimmage when it's 3rd down or whatever, and it's like, dude, just do it every week, do it all 4 quarters, don't get set in your old ways. And my whole thing has been, what do you have to lose? John Green out of Belichick and like it's only like 4 court coaches who have like Belichick, Reed, Gruden. Like they're not going anywhere. Why not be aggressive? Why not just say, hey, here's a playbook. I'm opening all the way up. Don't give me none of that. Well, it takes a while to learn my system and all this and that. Hey, look, man, instead of calling it 20 words, dumb that down to 8 or 9. Okay, get the play in there and let's go and open things up. The worst you could do is we have another losing season. Oh, guess what? We've been having that. Be aggressive. Get with the times because guys would love to come to Vegas. Guys do want to play with the Raiders, but when you talk about the Raider lore, these guys that are born today weren't around when the Raiders were the Raiders. All they've seen
absolutely
is
not.
Yeah, so they're like, yeah, that's not, unless you're Tom Brady or something. It's like, yeah, dude, that's not the Raiders I grew up watching. So we can't just rely on the past from the 70s, 80s, and early 90s. We got to get more with the times, and I just think we got to do it a lot quicker than a slow nosebleed. Get in there, man.
That's the thing, is that Gruden loves to play a certain way, and, to a fault. I mean, I used to joke, the only person that can stop this Raiders offense around 2001 was John Gruden. when we had Brown, when we had Rice, when we had Garner, when we had all these weapons, and he just insisted sometimes on running 14 blast. It's like, what is the point you're proving here? It wasn't a shock when Callahan and Trestman came in and that offense shot up from, good. They were good. They were still good. Gannon was still so good that they still scored 400 points on the dot. But then they went from 400 to 450, and suddenly he's an MVP because they're throwing for like 4,800 yards because they had opened it up. They literally were like, we're going to attack teams and we're going to base this on matchups. We're not just going to do it by the numbers. Gruden can get a little bit too by the numbers. Like, I like my running game, so I'm just going to establish it no matter what. And then we're facing 3rd and 8s all game long because he doesn't see that, hey, it's not working, so we got to do something else off of this. And that's a small thing for me because at the end of the day, they still scored 27 points per game last year. So it's like some people are like, we're leaving a lot on the table. I'm more like it's just a few things that need to be tweaked to kind of max out what it is that we're able to do.
Hey, CJ, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
I thought you were having a seizure over there.
Hey, for real, man, I don't know what. I was about to say, yo, CJ, call 911.
Hey, CJ, let me tell you. Let me. Hey, we're the Raiders.
I'm on it, man.
We're the Raiders.
I'm on it.
We're gonna run off. We're gonna run the ball because they're gonna make them stop us, knock us some.
We take what we want, man.
Yeah, that's such ego, man. Just such an ego that is like, no one can stop me. It's like, what? Yeah, you won with freaking Marvin Lewis's team. Get over it, bro.
Marvin Lewis.
I'm not Marvin Lewis.
It's
Tony Dungy. Jesus.
Do me for a loop there.
Sorry.
I was like,
it's okay.
Hey,
it's
you guys are awake. I just wanted to make sure.
But I just
want to make sure Joe's still alive.
I'm not nearly as down on Gruden as a lot of other people are. My thing is, it gets back to one major thing for me with Gruden. The one thing that I have, because I base things on what the numbers have said, because history has a way of repeating itself in sports and in life if you don't make changes. And the biggest thing that I have against Gruden, not just with us, but in Tampa Bay, is the fact that these teams have a historical pattern of fading in the second half of seasons. The first year he was here, they were 6-2 and then 7-3 with Donald Hollis starting at quarterback. They went from 6-2 and they ended up 8-8. 2000, they started off 8-1, best record in the entire league. They ended up 12-4. They went 4-3 down the stretch. They lost all the road games. Couple of them, including the famous Charles Woodson recovered safety in Seattle, where he recovered it and they called it a safety. Somehow they lost that game. 2001, they're 10-3. They're looking at home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They lose the last 3 games, including the game famously against the Jets that got made up for 9/11. So instead of hosting a certain Belichick and Brady team in Oakland on a Saturday night, they have to go to a blizzard and play them. And of course, we get tucked. We know that history. He's had this happen over and over again. And that, to me, 2008, his last year with the Bucks, they were 9-4. They lost their last 3 games. Any one of them would have put them in the playoffs. And now these last 2 years with us. So we have a pattern, unfortunately, of a guy whose teams don't make it all the way to the tape for whatever reason. That is what scares me more than anything. It's like when you have that, literally, when you can define that, that's a defined pattern. And until that gets fixed, that's what I'm nervous about. Because starting off 6-2, 7-3, 8-4, none of that's going to mean anything. December has never been kind to him.
Well, like Joe had mentioned, you come in to start the season, like he was talking about with Sean McVay, but now with Gruden, like you were just saying, CJ, you start the season excellent. You got this offense and the way you run in the play calling. Oh, you're a genius. When defense is now reading it and they're picking up on what you're doing and how you line up and what you want to do. Now you're not a genius no more, but you don't make the adjustments. You're not doing enough of the adjusting. You're not keeping aggressive with your play calling. You do it maybe for a play or two here and there, but not consistently enough. And while the other teams are being aggressive, you're trying to be conservative, and that's not the way to go about it. So that's what's so frustrating also with Gruden as well. And I think really, like how you were saying, CJ, with the fast start and the horrible finishes, if he makes those adjustments, we probably finish a lot better. And the frustration isn't as high and isn't as bad with Gruden, because then you could at least say, We got off to a slow start, stumbled a little bit, but we finished strong again. Like we're right there. Then you can say, okay, well, yeah, we fixed that right tackle position. Or, man, if we didn't miss that field goal, you know what I mean? Then it becomes simple things that you look at. But to think about how somebody thinks and how they go about it, man, that's one of the hardest things to change about a person in sports and in life. And we all know that is your way of going about how you handle your business. And Coach Gruden can show he can change that. He's not going to be able to. We're not going to be able to get over that hump.
Yeah, I'm telling. Well, if we had gone 9-7, 10-6 the last couple of years, the deodorant would be a lot stronger in Raider Nation, masking the smell of the problems that it wouldn't be nearly as musty. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
The issues wouldn't be the same at all. That's what winning does.
Yeah, it would be exciting hope going into it, because then at least you know what the blueprint is, you know what the plan is, and you can see us executing that. Right now, we still got tarps all over the building, and we're like, okay, so what's going on here?
Yeah.
What's going on here? And it's just the same thing we've been seeing for a very, very long time. I get a lot of flack because I'm not, the last 25 years, Al Davis really put us in the shithole. Outside of like a 4-year run there, but he really put us in the shithole with a lot of things he did in the draft and in free agency. And it's just a continuation of that. So hopefully, man, things are turning around for the better.
That's the last pick of the third round. So the day 2 is over. We're going to do the post-draft show. Raider Rich has a very good comment. CJ, since you wrote about it and you wrote about him, I want to have you answer the question and get your reaction, as well as you, Kalani. Baron Browning to the Broncos, the final pick of the third round. A lot of talent on the board. We'll talk about that in the post show, as well as guys that we like tomorrow. And we'll get you teed up for the final day of the NFL draft, the marathon. The marathon continues. Rest in peace, Nipsey. We'll be right back right here. It's the FSM 2021 NFL Draft Show on all of FSM social media platforms.
Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
All right, welcome back to the FSM post draft show, day 2 on all the franchise sports media platforms. And with me is Kalani Lua, CJ, the Raider Realist, and Gus, our director, Venegas. Gus, thank you for all the work, man. You're kicking ass. You've done a fantastic job.
Been all over it.
It was fun, buddy. It was fun.
Gus won't be with us tomorrow, so we may be all over the place. Or we may be riding the rails. Yeah.
Let the what do they call it? The patients take over the asylum.
Yeah, the clowns are going to run the clowns are going to run
the circus.
So Gus, stay with us the whole time in here, brother, because we definitely want to get your opinion. CJ, let's do this. This is from Raider Rich. Let's go ahead and address this. He says, now that we're forgetting that DC falls apart after week 10, especially while leading the league in turnovers. But I wanted to show you this, that DC completes 44% of his passes in the red zone on third downs is Gruden's fault. while Goff makes excuses for DC when Goff wins games. So go ahead and address this, since I know that you wrote about DC when it comes to him not being the problem versus being more of a solution.
Well, the Raiders went from they were first his rookie year, they were ninth in 2015, and then they were eighth in 2016, and they haven't been any higher than 22nd since Gruden arrived. So the quarterback was the same that entire duration of the coaching turnover and whatnot. So I mean, the quarterback always gets some semblance of the blame. There's no two ways about that. But the idea that since we've arrived with Gruden here, the offense hasn't made the adjustments properly to fix some of the mistakes, yeah, that goes back to the coach, since we have a track record of the quarterback doing just fine in third down and in goal line situations when he was given the opportunities. So, because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about red zone. The Raiders were cashing before Gruden became the guy. Like I said, they were top 10 3 years. You can look that up. They haven't been higher than 22nd since Gruden arrived in 2018. And then as far as the second comment, what do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you people?
Can you people be constant? What do you mean, you people? No, I'm just kidding, Rich. Don't be like that. But as far as this thing about falling apart, again, I keep pointing back to, did he fall apart against Kansas City? You know, it was like, did he fall apart against Miami when he gave them the lead 2 different times, including one with 19 seconds left in the game? Like, is he supposed to jump out there with his torn groin and then not grab the face mask and turn the guy throwing a Hail Mary pass? Is he not supposed to bust up the cover too and leave a guy wide open when you're just literally just please catch the ball in bounds? You don't have any timeouts. You can't stop the clock. Yeah. How the hell is that on the quarterback when he's literally delivered you a lead multiple times and then you give it back up? Even in those games the year before, when we talk about the last game in Oakland, he slid. They call a bad call. Then we miss a field goal and then give up a drive to a team that's completely tanking, that has nothing to play for, and we let them march down. Sometimes your defense has to back you up. Even the elite quarterbacks get a little handout every once in a while, a little nugget of help from their defense. We're like the only team that seems to put the onus on every single thing about winning on Derek Carr. If we give up 36, he should have scored 37. It's like, if you weigh the two things, I'm not saying he's without flaws. I literally wrote in print, I don't even know if he's a good quarterback yet in terms of in relative comparison to everybody else. What I do know is you can pick any quarterback you want. If you tell them they have to score 27 of a game to win, they're not winning for 7 years. You might get one. Mahomes scored 565 points 1 year. That's an outlier. He wasn't going to win if you give up 26.5 points per game every single year. And we're not even – that's averaged. The last 2 years, it's been 30, 27, and 30. It's like you're just not winning like that, man. I'm sorry. You're not winning giving up that many points. It was 29, I'm sorry. 29, 27, and 30 as far as points per game allowed. Who are you beating like that? That's George made the reference to it. That's El Coryell. That's the Chargers from the mid-'80s. When they were
said that.
You said that.
Yeah, like one
that's exactly what that is.
Billy Ray Smith. I mean, shit, that's all you had.
You got Glenn Edwards and Billy Ray Smith chasing around all these guys. They were scoring 30 and giving up 38. I'm sorry. Like, that's not – and that's with a Hall of Fame coach, or should be. Hall of Fame wide receivers, Joyner and Winslow, Hall of Fame quarterback, very good running backs, you know, in Muncie, and then James Brooks and all of those, Gary Anderson. Didn't matter. The bottom line is you can have all the talent you want on offense. You're giving up 37 points. You're giving up 30 a game. Colleges can over, you know, the WAC maybe in 1993. BYU and Wyoming can win like that. You're not doing that in the NFL. So that's all I'm saying as far as that goes. It's just if I weigh the two problems, one is a little bit heavier than the other.
It doesn't, if I'm not mistaken, I have it pulled up right in front of me, but isn't Derek Carr among the leaders in fourth quarter comebacks during his time in the NFL as well? So he's shown that when called upon, and it's pretty often, that he could come back and get the team to a W. Remember that year with Jack Del Rio, we had like 6 or 7 games where we came back and won in the last handful of minutes of the game. So we see that from Derek Carr. We also have seen up until the last year and a half, his offensive line is finally consistent. We've finally seen that, okay, he's got a decent and reliable running game, yet still doesn't have anything on the defensive side of the ball as well. Whereas when we were talking about Jared Goff has had a good defense on the other side of the ball. He's had good wide receivers in front of him. He's got a pretty decent offensive line, not the best, but a decent one. And he's had a decent running back by committee behind him. Yet he himself is not ascending to that next level. We're not talking about top 5. We're not talking about Brady, Breeze, Rodgers level, but he's not making that jump either going forward. So at the same time, while he's had good moments, he hasn't had them in the notion of, okay, is he getting better, right? Like for example, if this was college, he had a very good run. But did he do Jalen Hurts at Alabama? This is the furthest we can go with you. Now we need to go to Tua. I mean, when Jalen Hurts went to another program, he showed, no, I can still do it, but it's a different system, different coaching, different way of attacking. But with Alabama, that was the limit in what he can do. And that's what we're saying with Jared Goff so far, is that he's shown to be fairly limited in whatnot and what he can do. Whereas Derek Carr, and again, we're not sitting here saying Derek Carr is the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks in the NFL.
Not by any stretch, and that's what bothers me when it always turns into Carr versus the defense.
Yeah.
Like he says he chalked against the Pats, the Falcons, and Bills. Well, you can't chalk against a team that you give up 36 points to. That was Atlanta. So the pick 6, even if you add that, you take it away, the defense gave up 36 points. The Bills, we gave up 30 points. The Patriots, we gave up 36 points. Or 34 points because there was a safety, and we allowed 252 yards running when they ran 2 plays. They basically ran 2 plays on us in that second half, and we couldn't stop them. So you're asking him to basically, to win, he has to score 35 against New England, 37 against Atlanta, and 31 against Buffalo. 2 teams with upper echelon defenses, and then the Falcons, you got to still go on the road to score 37 points. The requirements of him to win are just not the same.
And here's what the funny part is, CJ, as Raider Rich, good stuff by the way, Raider Rich, good stuff, man. But he says it's against losing teams. That doesn't count. But if he doesn't make those comebacks, then you say he can't even come back against losing teams.
It's literally, my next point was going to be he pulls them out of he pulls them. Because you're right. I'm like, I want to give you a high five. You can't say coming back against bad teams isn't good. He did it against Kansas City. The defense gave that up. He drove them right down the field. He did it against Miami. He drove them down the field twice. He hits Aguilar with a bum groin. He scrambles out. They say he can't extend plays or he throws it away. He does that. He throws a dart on the run with a torn groin 45 yards down the field. Aguilar takes it and houses it. And then he takes the drive and they do everything they can to burn that clock out. They couldn't get it all the way to 0. So because that doesn't happen, we lose. Who else has given up that lead with 19 seconds with a team that has no timeouts? Even if they complete it to midfield with no timeouts, the game is over at that point. We give up not only the bomb that gets them already in field goal range, but we give them a face mask to go along with it. What does Derek Carr have to do with that?
I'll tell you what
that his fault?
I'll tell you what he has to do, CJ. I'll tell you what he has to do because you also see this on Twitter. I'll tell you what he's got to do. He's got to do what Tom Brady did in the Super Bowl against the Eagles, where he throws for 500 yards each game, 7 touchdowns, but he has to win at the last second each time to get him credit. Because first, it's, well, you make all those comebacks against losing teams. Well, that doesn't count. But if he doesn't make those comebacks, then your argument is, well, he can't even make a good comeback against a bad team. That's horrible. And then
it's a sliding scale. That's exactly right.
And then it becomes protect the time of possession, and then the yardage on the field. It's like, dude, it's a game of it's not a perfect game. It's an imperfect game, and you want everything to work out exactly perfect. You're not going to get that in that particular case.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we can take more of these questions tomorrow. I know Richie will join us tomorrow. Excuse me. So Rich, you can we'll go ahead and take more of these questions. We got about 5 minutes left, so go look at let's look ahead to tomorrow.
Okay.
Jabril Cox is still available. Jabril Cox is still available. Who's the one guy tomorrow that you want to see drafted? Who's the guy you're looking most forward to see get picked?
Are you just talking about in general?
In general, let's just go in general.
In general, I'm really curious to see where Jamar Johnson goes. Like I said, I'm very high on him, and I think he's a safety that can get on the field pretty quickly if he gets put in the right spot. I'm really surprised he lasted this long. He's going to be great. He's going to be tremendous value to somebody. So I'll just start with that, and then we'll just bounce it around that way. I don't take up all the airspace.
You're good, Kalani.
No, much appreciated. I got to go back with Big J, man, the Big Ooze. I'm very curious to see where he goes. Of course, I would love it if he ended up in silver and black, but I'm very curious to see where he goes because the Buccaneers showed us, and several teams in years past have shown us, if you get that defensive line right, your team instantly becomes better. And I'm not saying he's going to be the next Aaron Donald, but I do like that if he lands in the right situation, he can definitely be an instant playmaker and dominant and good force for you on the defensive front.
Yeah, those are two good guys. For me, it's going to be somebody that I haven't talked about, but I've talked about it with CJ. Javon McKinley, receiver from Notre Dame. Got a chance to watch Javon and be a part of Javon's career at Corona Centennial and whatnot. And I have Javon rated as the 10th best receiver in this class, which is by far and away higher than anybody else in the world, other than maybe the McKinley family. Javon to me has the ability to be a number one wide receiver. He finally showed it at Notre Dame last year, and kind of towards the end, he flashes. Big body guy, can do it all, can run deep, can catch the short routes. Talking with guys, that played against him, they think that, he's a guy that's going to be sneaky good. Is he going to be a guy that's picked, fourth round tomorrow? I have him going fourth through undrafted, but I think he's got all the ability of the world. So Javon McKinley's the guy I'm most interested in checking out tomorrow. Real quick, let's just do it under 30 seconds each. What's the biggest surprise so far, besides Jamar Johnson not being taken?
Well, I still go back to day one. Palmer from Houston being in the, especially now, I'm saying with some of the talent that's gone off the board, off of the, I'm shocked that he went as early as he did. There's a lot of guys I find to be much better than him that went today and that are going to be much quicker to have impact for their teams than New Orleans. Just my own observation.
I'm shocked by a handful of teams who have historically fairly reached for. I'm shocked that teams who have a history of reaching for their picks or making questionable ones have actually done fairly good. You look at what the Browns have done, what the Cowboys have done, what the Lions have done. You look at it and you say, you know what? We'll see how it goes on the field. But on paper, you guys are doing pretty damn good with the talent that you're selecting. So I'm fairly shocked with that. Not triggered, but shocked.
Yeah. For me, it's what the Raiders did. And I think the flip of 24 hours, you go from being triggered and pissed off and reaching for Alex Leatherwood to now having Morig and Kuntz and I'm gonna call him Diablo, and you have those three. And if you have flip Morig and Leatherwood, you're looking at guys that have an A+ draft right now. It's a B. I think it's, if you're going to rate, I don't like rating, it's a high B. They've really addressed a lot of needs. Now they won't have a pick in the fourth round. They will have them going forward tomorrow, which is going to be interesting with all the talent on the board. So with that being said, tomorrow join us 8:30 a.m. That's when we come back with the pre-show. That's when we get you primed for 9 o'clock. We're the whole draft all day, baby. We got you locked in right here, Raider Nation. Join us. We'll have conversation. TQ will be with us. CJ will be with us. Kalani will be with us. We'll have Jerron Turner with us. Lorenzo Reyna will be with us for a little while. George Takata will be with us. We're working on getting some guests to come in as well, and some guys that have broke down, and with some of the guys that have been coached and was able to be a part of Zoe Huddle when they break, with that breakdown. So with that being said, to Gus, man, thank you so much. We appreciate you and all the work the last couple of days you put in, man. You did a kick-ass job. To CJ and Kalani, man, excellent job today, fellas. Did really well. And to you, everybody that's joined us in the last couple of days, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We love you, and we'll keep this movement going. On behalf of everybody at Franchise Sports Media, I am Joe Arrigo. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of the NFL Draft on all the Franchise Sports Media platforms.
Have a good night, everybody.
Take it easy.